Podcast. Big episode number 76, the year-end special.
Hallelujah. How you doing? Happy New Year, everybody.
Woo! I'm
Brandon's
Dave
really
Z.
excited over there.
Well, introduce yourself. I'm Dave Z. Go ahead.
I'm Brandon Orlick.
And I'm Christian Luciani. Welcome, everybody.
I am very excited. I just all of a sudden decided the minute you hit record to check my levels to make sure they're okay.
Yeah.
Don't stop what you're doing.
No, everything's good. 2018. Holy shit.
You're in. I have a new theme song to bring you in. Maybe by the end of the show, it won't be your theme song anymore, but right now it is. So give me 1 second. Brandon's new intro song. 2018 is singing to Brandon.
I am the jaded one.
Yes.
I thought he's the hairless one.
Oh, he's that too. The hairless wonder.
The hairless wonder.
Talking hairless wonder of New Jersey.
That's a wig, everybody, on Patreon. Just to let you know, the patrons are seeing this live via video, but not live.
Well, not live, but...
You're seeing it tomorrow, whenever that is.
Yeah,
We'll do it live. Fuck it.
Tomorrow.
Yes. Oh, boy, spirits are high. I love this.
What's your number 18?
The spirit of 76. This is show 76. And I'm going to dedicate this show to Mean Gene Okerlund, who just passed away the other day at the age of 76.
Yes.
Did you say his name? Did the curse come back?
No, I did not say his name, but Mean Gene Okerlund and two other people all died on the same day, and they were all 76 years old. Did you know that?
Larry Einstein. Funny-ass comedian.
Super Dave.
Albert Brooks' brother, 76 years old.
Yeah, Super Dave, and there was a third one, too, and I forgot who it was. But somebody famous.
I don't think I know the third one, but yeah, Super Dave. Super Dave and Mean Gene, I remember in the same day.
And I think it was a musician, and I forgot who it was, but three passed away the same day, and they were all 76 years old. Pretty trippy. And today's show 76. So.
Wow.
One of us might be dead by the end of the show.
I'm just disgusted. I'm disgusted because good people passed away.
Yeah.
Cast your votes, everybody.
Yes. Welcome to the show.
This is our year-end show starting the new year.
Ratings 7.6.
Oh, boy.
And we're doing it typical Exploding Heads fashion. Fuck top 10. It's our top 18 of 2018.
Yeah, just wait till we get to 2099.
Yeah, we're still kicking it. You know what I think we should do?
I have an idea, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same thing you say, but let's hear it.
No. You first, please. Let me hear what you got.
I was going to say that I kind of like this. This forces me. I love watching a lot of movies, so I kind of like this format where we're doing, big numbers. I say for the next 2 years, we do 19 and 19, 20 and 20, and then after that, we revert back to top 10.
Oh, I was thinking, I'm halfway with you. I was thinking 19 and 19, 20 and 20, and then we just top off at 20, and it's always 20.
Oh.
And I was thinking I was going to quit the show by that point.
Right, he just might, and then we can't do shit without him.
Yeah.
So.
we could get Watson.
We could get Watson, but it can't be Exploding Heads. I will go on record and say we are not like other podcasts. If these three hosts are not here, there will never be an Exploding Heads horror movie podcast without us three being here. I hate when other podcasts do that shit because, we got to get a show out every week. So if somebody can't make it, well, we're just going to go. People don't listen to a podcast for the title. They listen to a podcast for the host. I fucking hate when I listen to one of my regular podcasts that I listen to and I put it on and it's like
Sammy Hagar's there now.
Yes, and all of a sudden it's Van Hagar of the podcast world. Yes. Don't do that. If you can't have everybody there, the world is not going to collapse if you don't put out 1 or 2 shows a month. Get everybody together and do the damn show. But whatever, that's just me. I hope I don't come off like a jerk, but as a listener to the podcast, what else is new? But I'm just saying, don't you think so? That happens a lot on other podcasts, and it bums me out. If all the hosts aren't there, just reschedule. But,
except for the Horror Mafia, none of them could be there, and I'd be happy. I'm kidding, boys. I'm kidding.
No, if they can't get Donnie rings, get onion rings, get Lord of,
Get
who
Lord
cares,
of. Bring around the collar. Bring that back.
Bring around the
Pre-whisk days.
Cock rings. Yeah.
Anyway,
Let's
we're off the
talk
fucking
about
rails already. Well, what are the numbers? I want to know your numbers because you guys.
I'm going to rewind a bit. I listened to our past 3 year-end shows during this past week in serious preparation. Like I said, we prepare heavy for this show. Not only are we watching movies, we're listening to podcasts. I'm rewatching a ton. I watched one movie just this morning and 3 last night just for rewatches for this very show. So I take this shit pretty seriously. And I cannot rank a movie. I cannot put a movie on my top 18 unless I've rewatched it. That's how I roll. But anyway.
That's a dig at me.
No, the thing is, see, you're different than me. I have a fucking issue when I watch a movie the first time. It's just a different experience the second time. I can't settle down the first time. I can't explain it, but for me, the second view really changes things for me. So that's just how it is. But anyway, I listened to all the past shows, and I'm going to go back to our first year, 2015, our year-end show. That year, Brandon was going crazy. He watched 159.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Christian watched 35, but that was
35.
Hey.
It was a modest 35 because we only came on at the end of the year. Yeah. Remember, it was.
Oh, yeah, that's
Brandon's
true. That's
chin.
Wait, I watched 150 that the year we started?
Yes, 150. Don't you remember? That's the reason I called you in the first place to be on the show, is because the year before you watched fucking some outrageous amount too. I'm like, well, this guy's serious, so let's get him on. The only other sick bastards like you already were on 22 shots. So
or Magneto, right?
Or Magneto, who I didn't know at the time did that yet. So yes, you were known for watching a lot of movies. So
to be fair, I don't think Magneto watches anything other than new movies.
Oh.
Because I know he watches somewhere like close to 300 new movies a year, but like that's insane.
It is insane, and I can't wait to be done this next month just watching whatever I want. But
yeah.
Anyway, I digress. 159 for Brandon, 35 for Christian. I had 78. Here's what's funny. In 2015, we called it the year of the horror comedy, and one of the things that we said was missing that year lacked was the lack of foreign horror movies. We even said, where have the foreign horror movies gone? And that was 2015. So I think that's kind of funny. Flash forward to now, and there's tons. But
yeah, this was a big year for foreign horror.
So anyway, those are the numbers. 159, 35, 78 for me.
Stop saying 35. Just get to the next year.
Okay, the next year, Christian, you did a little better. Okay. The next year, Brandon said he was going to go down, and he went down a little.
Oh, you went down on everything.
As soon as I said that, I was halfway through the sentence. I knew, okay.
He went down a whole lot.
He went down tons. Brandon went down to 122, okay? Christian bumped up to 54, so he was making some strides. And then I was at 113. So,
nice.
Yeah, that was a big year for us. The next year, 2017, last year's show, Brandon was 108. So he slowly has gone down a little more each year.
I'm on my knees at this point.
Yes, Christian, 95. Christian almost broke the C note last year. Boom! And I was at 111. So kind of close to,
Yeah,
where I was.
believe you beat me last year. That's crazy.
Yes, I did beat you last year. Yep.
Wow.
Here we are, 2018. Where are we at?
Well, I tied last year, 95.
Wow, no shit.
Yeah, I was aiming for 80, and I with all the time off for the last 3 weeks, I just ramped it up, and I hit 95. I actually finished 95 today. I really wanted to try to get to that 100 mark, but I knew that wasn't going to be possible.
That's respectable. It's nice to see you actually putting in work. 35.
I'm not even gonna. I've explained this.
Jersey with number 35.
I've explained this on a previous show. I think last year's year end or the one before. I'm not going to explain it again. Not for you, anyway.
Awesome. Well, I'll tell you what. I plan on coming into this year light. I said I only want to watch like a movie a week. I want to keep it like between the 50 and 60 mark, something like that. See what happens. And you know what? I was very particular this year on what I was going to watch. The Dave Z method. I said I have a system here. And the thing is,
judge the boxer.
It worked though. My system worked, and I still watched much more than I anticipated, and I ended up with exactly 100 movies. There you
Nice.
go.
Nice,
Congrats.
man. I thought it was higher, but I think it's because of door number 3 over here. His
Maybe
number
it
is
is.
ridiculous.
Dude, I was like-
You hear about that was impressive. Like he was kind of like fuck you, 100 movies. Sorry,
Oh,
Dave.
well,
I was planning, honestly, Dave, I was planning on coming in light this year as well. I was thinking 75 to 100. And I wound up at 165.
Holy fuck!
Yeah.
He blew his load.
Basically, a lot more than 35 more than Christian. No, this is a very respectable year for all of us. That's a lot of films. And
Yeah.
just so you know, I kept the running total of all the films I've watched this year from January 1st. I watched 586 films this year.
Holy shit.
Oh,
I think I
wow.
was I forgot I stopped because I was trying to update my letterbox. I think I was hovering close to the 300 range. That's everything though.
That's good.
Yeah.
I lost to Moods, who got 607.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think I forgot shit too though. You forget the long shit sometimes.
I usually remember the long shits I take.
Logging shit.
Loggy shit. Lincoln Logs. Okay. Anyway, I'm not trying to be funny. It just maybe I'm not.
You're
It's
succeeding.
working.
That's what I heard. What did you say? Loggy shit?
Logging shits.
Logging.
Logging the shit.
Okay. All right. Well, enough shit talk for the night. We did pretty good. I set out to do something, and I did it. I said I had a method, and damn it, it worked. And B, if you would have listened to me, you wouldn't be jaded. If you followed my asterisk system, you'd be okay. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I watched 100 movies, and of those 100 movies, 79 of them are recommended. That means I give them a 7 or higher. 79. I'm at 79% for the year of movies I would recommend. I think I did very good for myself. I'm pretty happy about it.
I said I got about 56 that were 7 or higher. And some of them, just under that were, 6.5, 6.75, but 56 were definitely 7 or higher.
Well,
And I didn't cheat.
I added my 8 or aboves, and I had something like 49 8 or aboves out of the 165 for 8.
Wow.
I mean, granted, of my 165, we'll get into this, but this is the year of the fringe horror, so I disqualified a lot of films as non-horror. I'm sure there's films on my list that some people will consider non-horror, but it was a tough year, so there's definitely films on my 165 that did not count.
I think that every person that you listen to that does a top 10, I would say that maybe not every single one, maybe I'm exaggerating, but many more, I would say most lists that you listen to, if you listen to podcasts or read lists anywhere for 2018 horror films, there's probably at least one movie you can point and think that someone else is going to say that's not horror. Because it is the year of fringe horror. That's a fact.
Yeah.
Now that's not horror.
And we might get into it when we do our lists. But I have reasons for mine if they're there. I did leave a couple off because they fell more on the wrong side of the horror tracks, in my opinion. So they ended up not being on the list. But still, we'll get into it. So we have all that. What do you guys think? What's your take on the state of horror? I'm really curious about Brandon because he's been motherfucking it all year long. Now he says he has 50 movies almost that are 8 or above. That sounds like success. That doesn't sound like you're jaded. But
no,
maybe you have a lot of shit ones. They're like, because I'll tell you, I didn't have a movie below a 5. My lowest rated movie for the year is a 5. So I mean, I didn't even have.
I think I had 10 movies rated below 5. I didn't have a lot. I was very picky with my films. I think the state of horror is very good. I think we had a really good mixed bag this year. I just, overall, the heavy hitters for me, and, that includes my own personal top 10, I feel like previous years, I would take just about any one of my films from any of my previous top 10s and probably put it at number 1 for this year.
Yeah, but imagine those were the only 50 that you watched or something. I don't know. That 50 is a lot of movies, 8 or above.
Yeah, no, it turned out to be a really solid year. It did. It's not my favorite year, but I don't think it was a step down necessarily from previous years. I think it's still right on track as a consistent decade.
It's my favorite year in modern horror, I think. I can say
Me
that.
too.
Yep.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah, I can't go. I can't go there. But...
I think
the
it
numbers
is.
show
Yeah.
it for me. You know,
I had 18 by the looks of it that were 5 or under.
that's not bad. You know, and I'll tell you what. When I get to my bottoms, when we get to that section at the end, most of the ones that were low, I was told by someone else to watch. They weren't even like when I looked at. I would not have watched them. So I'm not saying all of them, but of course they're not even that low. They're like I said, my lowest are the 5. So, you know, a couple that are down there, they were recommended, or one was a Patreon pick, one was a Triple R, one was recommended by Brandon, one was recommended by Jason Lloyd. Different people came to me and said, you know, check it out.
One was recommended by me. I'm mad now.
Well, it's not that low though. It's like a 5.5. You know what I mean? Like I have 6s. You know,
I don't recommend 5.5s. It's an 8. Watch it again.
Well, there's one that Dave recommended to us that I know he holds in high regard. Excuse me, and I thought it was just beautiful to look at, but just did nothing for me, and I gave it a 5.
People were mad at you coming at them about Leprechaun.
Yeah, well, that one was borderline. I gave that a 5.5 because for the gore and the one line of the Shamrock Shake, and she says that line out loud, and she goes, "I really wish someone was around to hear that." It was beautifully delivered. But other than that, the movie itself was just it just did nothing. I should have known better. And everybody's like, "Well, yeah, what were you expecting?" Well, because people were raving about it, I thought it was kind of like a reinvention, like the Puppet Master movie. Because I love the Puppet Master movie, so I thought maybe, and I wasn't a fan of the Puppet Master series, so I thought maybe they did the same with Leprechaun. I was wrong.
I'm glad you took that bullet, because I did not.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Good gore, though. Good gore.
Nothing wrong. I've never seen a minute of any Leprechaun film. And unless somebody on Patreon makes me do it, I don't think I'm going to. So, whatever.
I was looking at you, Ram Man.
Speaking of that, we do have, ordinarily we're not going to do these things. Well, the Patreon we're always going to announce. We do have an email. We're not recording again for 5 weeks. So we're going to do it, but I'm going to spit out the Patreon, of course. We do have 3 new people on Patreon. We have Kevin DeCiani, we have Abraham Ram, and we have Bryson Burtok, who I think made a return.
Yeah. But hey, thanks, gents, again.
Yes.
And everybody on Patreon. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. And if you guys want to sign up, we have a lot of stuff going on now, and we plan on, we're going to be very Patreon heavy.
Including a 5-week vacation.
Well, during the 5-week vacation,
we got a lot going on, so
we're going to be doing shit to make that worth it at least. I'm going to come on, even if I have to do a Freddy vs. Jason thing by myself, I'll come on and talk about some news and releases if I have to. That's the only time a mic's going to be in front of my face for the next 5 weeks. Sorry, that's it. It's only for Patreon. And if you want to get on, matter of fact, there are 4 ways you can support this show, and then we're going to spit it out now, and then no more advertisements, no more bullshit the rest of the show.
Sexually? Oh, wait, you're saying...
Sexually, yeah. No, there are 4 ways you can support us. Number 1, of course, is Patreon, patreon.com/explodingheads. Check it out. Just for $1, you can get this live right here. Not live, but...
I got to interrupt because someone texted me and said, "What's Patreon?" And they weren't joking, I don't believe, anyway, even though we talk about it almost every show. So it's a donation service. So you can financially support the show. We're not asking you, you're not under no obligation to do so, but we love you for it.
Yeah.
Greatest nation in the world, Doe.
What? I didn't
Greatest
get that.
nation in the world, donation.
Why did I get that? That is gold.
I didn't get that either.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. It was so good it went over my head, but now I'm like, wait, yeah.
All right, the second way, Patreon.
Oh, yeah, so Patreon, yes.
And the second way is also Patreon. And the third way is Patreon. And
$1,
the fourth way
$2, $3.
Yeah, fourth way is double it, you cheap bastards.
Double it. Just get on there, man. And we don't care. We're happy. We're going to put out stuff. And for $1, you get, cool stuff and then some. And you get to pick movies. And this next year is going to be the year of the patron. We're going to be taking, matter of fact, our first show back. We already have two feature reviews and 3 triple R's that are booked up just from the patrons.
Nice.
So if you wanted to watch something, that's how you do it. Okay, anyway, second way to support us is iTunes. Just go onto your iTunes, takes 1 second. Stop right now if you're listening. Pause the show. Go to the thing. Tap that 5-star button, and you're done. It takes friggin' 3 seconds, honestly. Just please do that. That helps us get noticed. The third way is to promote the show on social media. If you see it, retweet it, share it, whatever you do. Just word of mouth. Tell your friends. That's
LinkedIn, Pinterest.
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, Pinterest, LinkedIn,
Snapchat, Grindr.
Yeah.
Bombard Zachary's Facebook account with it.
Yes, get him. Oh, no, let's not even talk about
You
him.
leave Zach alone. I love Zach.
Don't even. Yeah, okay, I love him too. All right, even though he hates us. But anyway.
He loves us.
No, does he? All
Zach
right.
attack.
Okay, all right, Zach. All right, then, you're cool. All right. That's the third promote show. And the fourth, go tweet at Ryan Turek and tell him that Dave Z still wants his Paranormal Activity 1.
You hunted him down, didn't you? You son
I know
of a bitch.
obviously he's a big shot. I know he's on Twitter, so guys do that. Bust his balls, So there you go. There you have it.
Oh, that'd
You
be
want to support us? There it is. So the state of horror. The bottom line is, Brandon is cool on it, but not over the moon. And Christian and I think everything is great.
Absolutely.
I'm super cool with the variety. When you sent me the list by the breakdown of categories, it really shows that the variety is there. So I'm really happy with that. But I don't know, just the top end films for me. I'm very happy with my list, but they didn't hit me as hard as they have in the past, say, two or 3 years. So, but that's not to say they're not great films, and I'm still excited to talk about them.
I'll tell you what. This is 2018. I'm gonna say that the best 5-year period for a decade is like 80 to 84. In the 80, 81, 82, 83, 84. I'm gonna say that after that.
How does those years go again?
Well, I did that because a lot of people are going to say 80 or 84. Dave, that's only 4 years. I'm like, no, wait a minute. That's
You
why
gotta count the zero.
You gotta count the zero. Zero, my hero. Yes. The second best 5 years, I honestly think, are 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 now. I think that we are in the next big peak. And I've been saying that for years. I think it's official now, especially with this year kicking as much ass as it did. I don't know what I'm so happy with
and
it.
even as far back, even you go back another 2 years, 13 and 12 were solid.
Yeah,
man, they were.
So,
just like 85 and 86 were in the 80s too.
Yeah, so you got a pretty solid 6 years going. Now this has been a really good decade for horror.
Yep, we've already said it's the second best, we think, and it's not even over yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, things are going great. One thing I noticed is that this year a major thing is the streaming content is just out of control. I cannot believe how good Netflix and Shudder.
Netflix and Shudder upped their game. Out of the gate, Netflix was kind of a dog, like with the Open House and a few other ones, but they really upped their game.
Yeah, Netflix stepped up, especially from last year. Netflix shit the bed last year. I think they had like 3 movies the whole year. This year, it seemed like every week a new movie was coming out.
And Shudder, amazing. Best year Shudder so far.
Oh, totally, man. They really upped their. I mean, I think they maybe had 2 originals last year that were on our lists. Now, I mean, they probably have 5 or 6 really solid ones for this past year.
Yeah, I love Shudder. Shudder's become one of my favorite. I'm still just whispering this because I don't want them to hear this, but the fact that they're still just $5 a month is insane.
Yeah, they better not up it.
I know.
We don't get Screambox here in Canada anyway, but are they even around anymore? Is like Shudder just laughing at them?
I'm not even sure if they're around. I think I joined them once, like last year, and it was just no comparison.
No, not at all.
Amazon Prime is great. I know we have a bit of a different selection in Canada than you guys in the States. Same thing with Shudder and Netflix for that matter. But ultimately, you can find some hidden gems there. You can find a lot of dog shit too, but there's some good hidden gems in there as well. And Tubi TV. Tubi TV is really, you might get those. Sometimes they give you the commercial-free days, but you get some commercial ones. And for free, check it out.
Yeah, I haven't checked out Tubi TV, but
oh really, dude?
But Prime is the perfect place to find a hidden gem.
I agree. People shit on Prime, and I'll tell you what, there are some movies that are only on Prime that are going to probably maybe not be on our top 18, but movies that we liked this year that we would give a favorable rating to that you can only find on Prime.
Yeah, that might never get physical releases, and like you see them, you're like, what the hell is this? I've never heard of this, and it's just like a small budget film that turns out to be a gem.
Well, there's even movies you could buy on Amazon that you can't buy on like iTunes or on cable VOD. It's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I found one, and I don't know why it just resonated with me so much. And I'm not giving it a glowing review. It hovers probably in the 6.5 range, but it was Run for Your Life, a movie I hadn't even heard of. That really shitty cover art. I posted it in the group page. It was just a no-budget movie done well. Yeah. Decent camera work, decent acting, good effects, fairly scary. I just thought, you know what? I kind of want to shut this movie out for whatever reason. Because usually you do that, and I saw a lot of shit. Because, Dave, I didn't do your method, and I took a gamble, and I've got some ship breeders on this.
and that cover art, and that's a cover art I feel like Dave would have passed on, that Run for Your Life, because I think it had, it looked like a burnt corpse on it.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. It was a pleasant little surprise of a film.
I mean, nothing's fantastic, but it was a pleasant surprise. And, again, a great example of a no-budget hit, in a sense.
Run for Your Life. I'm going to look it up and see if it would pass my inspection.
I think I made the joke on the page about that.
I feel like you're going to start laughing once you see the cover.
Why can't I see it? Wait a minute. TV movie? Not 2018? Josh Segarra. There's no picture there. Run for Your Life. There's a TV series. There's a movie from 2014 with Amy Smart. There's an 88 movie. Why can't I find it? Wow, this sucks. Doesn't even come up. Is it from 2015 maybe? Let's see.
It may have been shelved for... That's the other thing about Amazon Prime. It becomes like the distribution center for movies that may have not gotten released. So it could have been maybe from 2015 and gotten a release in 18. That's it. That's the
okay. One. It was okay. So it just came to us in 18. That's what's good about Prime is some movies that are shelved just show up now. So now that makes it eligible. Actually, we'll talk about what's eligible and why. Did you just say that?
I just said that.
I was looking. I'm sorry. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why, dude. That's why I have to watch movies twice. That's fine. Because I was looking for Run for Your Life and I wasn't hearing a fucking thing.
That's okay, man. It's okay.
So that's what I do. Okay, this movie. I would put it on the back burner, but I would not dismiss it, and I'll tell you why. Because on the B, the rating is 7.9 out of 10. 7.9. Granted, here's the catch. There's only 53 ratings. Yeah, so that means it's a back burner, and unless I get a lot of recommendations, I'm not going to watch it. For me, the magic number is 500. When I see a movie on the B that has 500 or more views, ratings, and it's still over 4, then it falls into my category.
Yeah, those 53 ratings are probably the cast and crew.
Yeah, well, anyway, it's a 6.5, so guess what? If I miss it, so be it. I don't mind missing 6.5.
Yeah.
I mind missing, 8s and higher. That's when I'm like, okay, but I don't know. You better run for your life.
Are we talking about bottoms? Not Brandon, but just bottom movies, or are we going to leave that to later? I know sometimes we do that after, but I almost want to talk about the crap to get it out of our system.
Go ahead, but let me read an email first. We got one email, and I want to read it.
Shoot it to us.
Because it came late, but it was for our anniversary.
Oh, man.
Okay? It's from Anthony Crisanti, our old homie, who gave us the idea for the Top 50 Slasher show inadvertently when we did it. Episode 50, guys, go back and listen. Okay, this is from AC. Hey there, fellas. So first of all, congratulations on your 3rd year as a podcast. I can't tell you guys enough how much your episodes have helped me through my very long work days over the years and how much all-around happiness your show brings me. So once again, thank you for doing what you do. Well, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Secondly, Year of the franchise was amazing, but I particularly enjoyed the Friday the 13th retro. Yeah. I have since found a new appreciation for Jason X because of your discussion on it. We did it again. Nice. This left me with a question for you guys. If you had to choose between a Nightmare or Halloween sequel to take place in space, which one would it be and why? Thank you, and as always, you guys are the best. Top of the fucking mops. Anthony Crisanti.
Oh, I love that email. Nightmare. Nightmare. It'd actually make the most sense, I think, in space, because in space you can dream.
Yeah, but with Halloween, his eyes will suction cup to his face.
That fucking mask. I got a great idea. Let's just CG the mask for the whole fucking movie. It'll be a space helmet mask.
Yeah, I would go with Nightmare too.
Nightmare or Halloween sequel? Yeah, I guess Freddy would make more sense in space because you could dream in space, like he says. And Michael in space? No, I don't think that's a good idea to have a. I mean, it worked with Jason, but that's different. Although, you know what? I changed my pick. I want it to be in space because I want Michael in space because maybe he wouldn't have to mess with any fucking family members in space.
One of his siblings, I'm sure, is an astronaut at the space station.
Busta Rhymes is in the NASA program or something like that. And they have like big kung fu like moon fight. Remember me, motherfucker!
Right on the moon.
No, that's how they end it. Like Jason X, Busta Rhymes comes like what's his name, flying out of nowhere. Yeah.
You know, I gotta tell you something about Leprechaun in space. I always wanted to watch it. I've never have, but the cover that I used to see in the video store, I thought that was gonna be it. If you look at the cover here, I'm gonna put it up for the Patreon people. You just see his face, but look what's below it. You actually see the moon and like a little thing there, and like, is it a leprechaun walking around? I don't know, but I always thought by the look of it, that'd be so cool to have like the moon and somebody walking around on the moon, a leprechaun killing people. Don't you think that'd be cool?
No.
It'd be outrageous. A leprechaun walking around on the moon's surface killing people? Think about that.
Why are these people just hanging out on the surface of the moon?
Where is my moon change? I don't even know what I'm saying.
All right, it's early in the night. He's already babbling. Oh, okay, all right, let's move on. I'm sorry. I just thought about the Lep in space thing I used to see when I was a manager at the video store. I'm like, man, I don't think the movie's going to be like that. And from everything I've heard on podcasts, it's nothing like that.
Lep in space. That's some video store manager shit right there, but some lingo right there.
Yeah.
Lep in space.
Lep in space, yeah. How about Leprechaun versus Leprosy? That'd be a good film.
That I'll check out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's the arm?
Not my arm.
Yeah.
You guys.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess we're good. I think that we should explain what's eligible 2018. If it's a wide release anywhere in 2018, it's eligible. Because we take this very seriously. So if anybody tries to come at us and say, well, this movie is 2017, we don't care about festivals. And we don't, because if a movie plays festivals in 2017, we don't care. If it played in Los Angeles and New York City for a very small theater run, that doesn't count. We want it to be accessible to the public. So nobody say, hey, that's 2017. No, we're going wide release. 300 theaters or more in the United States, or when it became available on VOD in the United States, whichever it was. So come at me, bro.
Come at me, bro.
Because people do it. People do it when they talk about it. They take it real seriously. Oh, that was 2017. When I come in and say, well, actually, this, and this, they get
No, it's not. Just because your nerd ass snuck into a festival to see it doesn't mean it was readily available for me. Well, fuck off.
You happen to live in a wonderful place like Los Angeles or someplace else. You got to see how the other half lives. Us regular people that don't live in those amazing cities, we don't get to those opportunities. We don't have a fucking Alamo Draft House or a New Beverly or any of that bullshit around us.
I love those top 10s that come out, and there's 10 movies on there. I'm like, are these real titles?
Right.
They'll be out in 3 years. Jason Lloyd had Devil's Candy on it as his number one for 1983.
Yeah. You sure as fuck did.
Fuck me. Well, I gotta tell you, I don't care. The caliber is great. I did have some ones that were questionable because I know that we got a couple of screeners and that got us in trouble in the past. So I wanted to make sure, and then you confirmed that it had gotten a VOD, official VOD release as well. So
yeah, we take it serious here. We wanted to make sure that everybody has seen it. That's listening. And everybody, the first time they were able to see it was this year. If they were normal people, not normal. You guys know what I'm doing it. I'm not mad at anybody that saw it in 2017. I mean, that's salute. That's good for them. But for the purpose of a
you're so abnormal for seeing it last year.
the average Joe. You guys want to talk about really quickly the box office numbers?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, because I do have them.
Cool.
I'll do the top 10. Okay, number 10. This is just horror, of course. The number 10 horror movie for the year in the theater, and of course this is just what does it mean? Domestically is just here, right?
Yes, just U.S.
These are just the domestic numbers from thenumbers.com and from Box Office Mojo. So, number 10 is The Strangers Pray at Night. 24 million, is that what that says? Yeah, 24 million. Number 9, Slender Man, 30 million. Number 8, Hereditary, 44 million.
Whoa.
Number 7.
Yeah. Like the numbers are going up. They're supposed to be.
Yeah, correct. No one, correct. We're okay. Hang in there, Steve. Christian, did you see this movie? Goosebumps 2 on Halloween, and is it going to be in your top 10?
I did not see it. I admit I did watch the preview, and it did not look engaging. My son did want to go see it, so we'll check it out when it comes to Netflix.
I can't believe it. Wasn't it your number 1 like 2 years ago?
It wasn't my number. It was like my number 5 or 6. I said it was a really good family horror film.
That was the year he watched 35 films, so he had to put cartoons on there.
It was live action, you gravy-loving son of a bitch.
Man gravy. Yeah. Anyway, Goosebumps 2, 46 mil. Then we take a little jump here. Insidious, The Last Key, which I did not watch.
I liked it.
67 million. Did you?
Yes, I did.
It was good.
Actually, 67 mil. Good. How about this one? This is kind of surprising. Number 5, The House with a Cock in Its Walls, 68 million.
Is that his biggest grossing movie, Eli Roth? I would assume so, yeah.
What kind of cock is in there?
It's in the walls.
It's a house with a clock.
A big black.
Oh, a clock. Oh,
Yeah.
big back.
Yeah.
Big black.
It's like a grandfather clock, but
Grandfather clock.
wow.
Yes. PG and PG-13 works because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the movies in the top 10 are PG or PG-13. Crazy.
Plus the groups of 13-year-olds that they go out together on Friday, Saturday night. 20 of them.
They go out together.
Yeah.
They do.
They're hooking up.
All right, The First Purge is number 4. 69 mil.
Nice.
They're going to keep cranking those out. Even with the TV show, they're going to probably keep making them.
I like the Purge films. I
like
them.
them all. I like them all. None of them are great to me, but they're all good and all watchable.
Yeah,
Yes.
This unfortunately I did not get to see this for the show.
It's my number 1.
Well,
I wouldn't
says
doubt
a lot about you.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Mr. Shocker at number 1 every year. This year you get to go last. Yay! You should have been going last every year with your shockers. Every big list we do is number 1 the shocker. It's great.
Now I'm going to come off as pretentious because people think I'm doing it on purpose.
Pretentious?
That was show 1. You came off
Yeah,
pretentious.
last year I was that's true. Last year I had the babysitter at number 1.
Babysitter. That's not pretentious. Get the fuck out. You're fine, buddy. You're jaded, but not pretentious. You're okay. All right.
Until we found out it was his number 11 that jumped to his number 1. Sorry.
Oh, shit. Number 3. Yeah, he does jump around a lot. And my number 3 was actually my number 16, but it came down here. My number 4 became my number 8. Brandon's bouncing all the time.
I didn't do that this year. I put them in order. I'm like, fuck it. They're staying where they are.
Attaboy. Okay, now let me get... The Nun was number 3, 117 million. Boom.
The Conjuring universe is killing it. Although I got to admit, as nice as The Nun looked, I was disappointed in the film.
You know what? I actually did not mind it. It was good. It was good. I liked it better than Conjuring 2. It looked amazing, and there were some scary images in there.
Dude, if The Nun was not in the Conjuring universe and didn't play the theaters and it's just a movie that popped up on Netflix, people would, not only would they be not hating it, people would be fucking blowing it. That's
I actually agree with you yet again.
Yeah.
That's funny. Somebody just said that recently about a different movie. I can't remember which one. Oh.
Is it Halloween?
No, it was JP talking about Jason Goes to Hell.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
he's wrong.
That's pretty much how I responded. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
The Leprechaun Returns loving son of a bitch. Just throw whatever movie in there.
Right? Yeah, okay. Okay, Halloween was the number 2 movie, 159 million.
Number 2?
Yeah, I thought that was for sure the number 1.
Yeah.
I know.
No idea what the hell number 1 is.
Guess, quickly. No?
I have no clue.
All right. I thought it would have been Halloween too, based on what we've heard worldwide. 'Cause they're like 300 million or something, so you would think it was that, or maybe even more. Well, number one is A Quiet Place.
Oh,
yeah.
shit, yeah, that's
Really? It did that well. I knew it did well.
188. Yeah,
Wow.
188 million, man.
nice.
You know, you left out The Predator, maybe because you didn't consider it horror.
Well, the numbers didn't consider it horror, neither did
Okay.
Box Office Mojo. I'm just going off the website. What did The Predator do?
Not well, but I 40 something, I think.
Still decent. It probably cost more than
It
that.
did.
to
It
make.
did. It did.
It would
Yeah.
have been like number 6, number 7. Okay. Yeah, I'd rather see The Predator than fucking Goosebumps or A House with a Clock in Its Walls. That's more, to me, The Predator would be more horror than those. You know?
Yeah.
Why is it so funny? What's so funny about it?
Because it sounds like you're saying cock. I know exactly what he's getting at.
It does, and those are two films that are probably in Christian's top 10. You know him in the kiddie movies.
Yeah.
I was saying cock. Okay.
I detest you.
All right. What else can we do? Are we ready to talk about our the categories? Here's what we do, guys. This is what we've been doing since the beginning, pretty much. We talk about different categories each year. They're not always the same categories because every year is different. Like we don't have a category for horror comedy this year because there's only 3, and anthologies there was only like 3. So we put them in other places. But we would like to go through each category, and then each of us highlight a movie that is not going to make our top 18, but we still want to, throw a little shade on it, say something nice, and give a rating, and then move on. So I think we have 11 categories this year. I'm not going to count, but I counted when I first wrote them down. But the categories are as follows: slashers slash killers, psychological horror, haunting, ghost, supernatural. That's one whole thing, those 3, because I never know what to call them. Cults slash witch, which is something new, which we haven't really had many before, but witches are all the rage now. Creature features, found footage, zombie slash infected. This year, we have a lot. Foreign films, franchise movies. So I don't know how many that is, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, not 11. Okay. I was on the wrong side of 10. Either way, I knew it was close. So, for slashers slash killers, here's what we have. Cruel Summer, My Friend Dahmer, No Solicitors, Summer of '84, He's Out There, Psychotic, Extremity, Lasso, Bloody Ballet, The House That Jack Built, Cold Hell, Clove Hitch Killer, Ruin Me, Tragedy Girls, You Might Be the Killer, and Hellfest.
Wait, can I just say something real quick?
Yeah.
Just for our good buddy Stephen Carpenter, it is the Clove Hitch Killer. I saw him respond in a post that he hadn't seen the Cloverfield Killer yet. And we had a good laugh about it. Like he kept typing Cloverfield Killer. I'm like, that would be an awesome movie. Don't get me wrong. I'm first in line for the Cloverfield Killer, but it's Clove Hitch.
So funny. I think that movie would have done better. I think it should have just been called Clove Hitch.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's my take. You don't have to agree with me. I'm just saying that's what I think.
Clove Hitch. Yeah,
Not only aren't we agreeing with you, we're totally ignoring you.
No, I responded, didn't I?
No,
Well,
we kind of froze.
You know what?
Can
I think
hate
if they I think if they would have called it just simply Clove Hitch, it's too close to Cloverfield. That's why I don't think it would work. For that reason only. No?
Sorry, I froze.
Why are you busting my balls?
I know. You're right. I should be busting
I thought
his.
it was Clove Hoof. I thought it was like a killer goat movie.
Killer goat. Oh, Black
jokes.
Billy. No.
You had that written down, folks.
No, I did not have that written down. I don't have anything written down.
Oh, you don't
All
have
right, so
anything-
are we picking?
Yeah, let's pick. Forget about Clove Hitch. Okay,
All
yeah.
right.
Unless you want to talk about that movie, but here's the order. We're gonna stick into our order. It's gonna go Christian, and then me, and then B.
I'm gonna have to shout out two because they're both amazing films. You Might Be the Killer, and My Friend Dahmer.
Yeah.
My Friend Dahmer is definitely a fringe movie because it's horror because we know what comes next. But the movie itself is just like a coming of age film, kind of a drama, but it's just the sort of a sense of dread or impending doom. It's because of what he became.
Right. What do you rank those two?
Both were 7.5.
This is my number 163rd film of the year.
And it's
You
my
just broke my
biggest
glasses. 7.5.
You just broke my
A couple of 7.5.
That should be our new exploding head. You just broke my glasses.
Oh shit. Okay, what can I pick here that I really want to put a light on here? I'll just talk about them both because they're so. I'll do two as well because they're pretty close.
I'm glad you guys are already breaking the rules because I have two for the awards ceremony.
You two, it's okay. Mike.
Not for the
Take
awards.
two.
Only one for the awards.
It's okay. Let's have fun. You know, my two are very closely related. A lot of people are comparing them both, and they are Summer of '84 and once again the Clove Hitch Killer. I enjoyed them. They're not making my list though. The Clove Hitch Killer I liked a little bit more. I give that an 8 out of 10. And Summer of '84 I give it a 7.5 out of 10. I enjoyed them both. Summer of '84 people were really, really blowing at first, and when I watched it, I liked it. I did enjoy it. It felt a little too straightforward to me. And see, they were busting Jeremy's balls because I was agreeing with him. He was saying the same thing on the show, and they were laughing at him and saying, they're looking at the movie the wrong way. But when they talked about it on 22 Shots, I was with them. Like, right from the beginning, they said who the killer was, and then they never deviated from it. And I guess I was expecting a swerve that I didn't get. And I remember I was watching, I was texting these guys saying, wouldn't it be cool if this was the killer? I'm predicting this, because they would have been, if they could have pieced it together, it would have been cool if someone else was the killer. But I'm not saying I didn't enjoy it, because I did. It's a 7.5 out of 10. But people were really, really loving it, and I enjoyed it, just not on a level. And it has nothing to do with the 80s. I thought they nailed the 80s thing just fine. They did it. It felt like the 80s.
Yeah.
But
I liked it. I liked it too. And I'm a little bit lower than you, but not much. And I agree with you. Really, it's that end. It's the end that gives you the swerve. That's what's going to just make you go, mwah, or whatever. But it was good, but it was just not enough.
I agree. It wasn't enough. Thank you. That's you well said. That's how I feel. It wasn't enough, but it was good. Right. And Clove Hitch, I liked a little bit better. Yes, it ended up being straightforward, but they did it in a different way that I enjoyed more. And I really have got to give props. And I'm being a jerk because I can't remember his name, and I think he's somebody famous. But the lead guy, the father,
Dylan McDermott.
Yeah.
Dylan McDermott was great. So
Yeah.
I think he carried the film for me. I think he was the reason I enjoyed it a little bit more. And it also felt dated to that time period as well. It done the right way. You know what I mean? So both really good movies, but they're not making my list. So
don't both have Samantha Matthews in it, or is that the two that she's in? The girl from Pump Up the Volume girl?
Oh, I've never seen Pump Up the Volume.
I think she was in both of those.
Well,
It's just
we'll
funny
look it
that
up.
those are the two you picked.
Well, I picked those two because they're so closely related, and for obvious reasons. Everyone's comparing them. I keep saying I like this one better than this one, and everyone's, what's her name? Samantha what?
I think Matthews. I think that's how you say her name.
American Psycho. She was in American Psycho.
No, she was. There was another movie she was in this year, but that wasn't it.
Oh, this is what she was in: Clove Hitch Killer and Boarding School.
Thank you, Boarding School. I knew it was another one.
Yep, very good. Okay, what about you, B?
All right, I'm just gonna shout out one, and I'm not gonna say much about it because it could potentially make lists. The House that Jack Built.
Nice.
I think Matt Dillon's performance is one of the best of the year. I love the way the story unfolds. My issue was I only got to watch it once. I need to go back, watch it a second time, and really pay attention to the dialogue that is happening between Jack and Verge. That is, obviously tremendous to understanding the film and where it ultimately goes in the third act. But it's a very long movie at 2.5 hours, but it flew by for a film of that length. The House that Jack Built. So definitely check that out. And I love the construction of the film, the sort of the 5 incidents. Very mean-spirited and really quite disturbing, actually.
Yeah, man.
So what did you give it?
I gave it for first view 8 out of 10. I mean, it's right there. It could definitely go up. And also, I mean, a film I didn't give a super high score. I think I gave it a 6.75, but I checked it out. I believe it was on Prime. Psychotic.
Yeah.
Was a fun little slasher film. I definitely would like to check that one out again as well.
Yeah, it was interesting. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was different. Did anybody see Lasso by any chance? It was crazy.
I skipped it.
It was interesting. Well, because people went to a rodeo and there are these crazy rodeo people when it shuts down. There's like 4 or 5 people, and it's not explained why. But I think they're taking some strange drug. Either way, they start picking off. It's like a slasher, but there's like 5 people killing everybody. And it's kind of interesting. But I don't know. I just thought I'd throw it out there. Lasso. Okay, so next is psychological. And we have Tilt, Incident in a Ghost Land, Unsane, Eat Me, What Keeps You Alive, The Crescent, and Cam.
I will go with What Keeps You Alive. That was a pleasant surprise, well made. I do agree with a lot of the critique out there, which is there was a lot of dumb decisions to keep the movie going. And I see that to an extent. It didn't hinder my overall enjoyment of it like too much, but I definitely can see that, and I would agree with that. How many times can one person fall off a cliff? As well. But when all's said and done, I believe that came in at 7.5 on that as well.
Nice.
Right on. You know, speaking of falling off cliffs, there was like a trend this year in movies. I can think of 3 movies when somebody fell off a cliff this year. Or were pushed off a cliff. Yep, 3 movies, definitely. Because I thought about it the other day when I was watching one of them. I was like, oh, look at that. That happened again. But, okay, I'm going to talk about a movie I saw it a long time ago, and I unfortunately did not give it a rewatch, and I kind of wanted to. I just ran out of time because who knows, maybe it would have jumped up. I don't know if enough to make the list because I give it a 7.5. So it would have to do a serious jump to get up there. But that movie was called Tilt. Did either of you guys see Tilt or no?
I saw Tilt.
I saw it based on your recommendation. Good.
Interesting, though. Good. Okay, yeah, interesting. It's something I want to watch again. I mean, I guess it goes where you're thinking it's going to go, so that could be a problem, but the ride getting there, I was really on board for. It was kind of interesting. I like when you see into the mind of someone that's snapping, and I don't want to spoil it, but I kind of did a little bit. But Tilt is something I recommend if you like some type of psychological horror and you want to see somebody going through torment and they're trying to figure out what's going on in their life. And I don't want to say too much, but I just want to recommend Tilt. Go check it out.
I think it's on Amazon Prime. That's where I checked it out.
Oh, yeah. Really? It wasn't.
Yeah,
wow.
I think it is. I think it is as well.
I hope it is. If so, then nothing's stopping half of you guys out there. So check out Tilt.
Yeah, and I'll talk about one that's also, I believe, on Amazon Prime, and that's Unsane.
Yeah.
And Claire Foy, man, she's terrific. I mean, she's a huge star now. I mean, but she gives a great performance in this, and this film is more or less about the corruption behind the insurance companies, because she's sort of accidentally committed because she signed a document, didn't realize what she was signing, then she's put into a mental institution, and she meets her stalker there. Her crazy stalker actually hunts her down and now works at this insane asylum where she's being held, and it's really well done. It's a Steven Soderbergh film. I gave it an 8 out of 10, but it just missed out on the list. But definitely check it out. Unsane. Good
movie. I gave it 7 out of 10, and I just have to shout out the fact that it was filmed on a damn iPhone.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Like that's great. I love, because Steven Soderbergh, he's done that. Yeah, he had I think the camera that I had, like a Sony PD100A DV cam. Like, he likes experimenting with digital, and he even said now he doesn't know how he's going to go back to like a film camera based on the images that you can get. Shout out for that as well. That's good pick.
You know that it was kind of based on a true story as well?
I checked that out because I watched so many movies in a row. I wasn't remembering if that was based on a true story or not, but so you're telling me it was, loosely?
Basically, there was accounts in an investigation in BuzzFeed News in 2016 which found that psychiatric facilities appear to be admitting patients unnecessarily and in some cases against their will in order to collect health insurance payouts. And there was a story that broke, and they had different examples of things that happened and people that were wronged, and it's like a whole thing. So, yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and I also gave it around, I think I gave it like a 7.25, so I was right in that same area. I had a lot of 2.5s in the 6 and the 7 area this year, mostly to distinguish if I liked them more than this one, because I knew
that's where the quarter ratings really help.
Yep, absolutely. Especially in like the first view, because I'm like, okay, let me go back. I like this one a little more than that, so let me see, But,
yeah.
So we're all pretty much in the same area there. Okay. Haunting.
Mine says hunting, actually.
I know, that's why I'm reading my own damn thing. Hunting, yes. We're going hunting. No. Haunting, ghost / supernatural. And this is what I have here. Veronica, The Lodgers, Truth or Dare, Marrowbone, Stillborn, Devil's Gate, Mara, Down the Dark Hall, The Vault, Malevolent, and Luciferina.
Well, mine's very easy because it's my number 19, so just missed the list, and that's Veronica.
Ooh, Vito.
I really, really enjoyed that movie. I know that it's such a cop-out. Really, 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 really enjoyed the movie. We did a review of it earlier in the year. I think maybe on that Triple R show, or the.
Yeah.
We talked about it because I said if it's the first half makes it feel like it's going to be so generic that you're kind of like, should you stick around? But that second half is amazing, and that's what elevates the film. And I gave it an 8 out of 10. Definitely check it out. I believe Netflix, if I'm remembering correctly.
It is on Netflix.
It was one of the first ones on Netflix this year. People are going ape shit about it. People are going banana. Everyone was saying, "Oh, it's the scariest movie."
Oh, that was the one. It was the scariest movie. Yeah.
They were going banana, not bananas.
Banana.
Just one banana. They went one banana.
Like,
this year.
They're going banana, baby. Yep. Yep. So yeah, Vito. Yeah, good stuff, man. I enjoyed it. And don't forget that in that movie they used a Ouija board. Don't forget that. They didn't use a Ouija board. They used a Ouija board. I just wanted to point that out.
And Veronica fell off a cliff.
There you go. See? Cliff notes, baby. Yes.
Cliff notes. There should be a cliff notes on how many people have fallen off cliffs.
Yes. Headites, somebody send it in. How many people fell off cliffs this year? In movies, not in real life. I don't want to know that. Whew. Okay, so yeah, Vero was definitely good. Every time I hear that, I think of that kid pulling his fucking ears and going, Vito. Every single time I hear that name, now I think of that. Oh, shit, what am I going to talk about?
I know what you're going to talk about.
I don't think you do.
I really do think I know.
Maybe I will talk about this. I really want to talk about this other one, but...
I think I know which one you're talking about, and I'll let you say it first, but I will admit if I'm wrong.
Someone's fucking say it.
Okay, I'll tell you what. One starts with an M, one starts with a V.
Okay, I'm wrong. I thought you were going to talk about Stillborn.
No, I'm not going to talk. No, I'm not going to talk about Stillborn, but I am going to talk about Marrowbone, which just did not make the list. I still give it an 8 out of 10. I think it's a great film. I watched it again last night to see if it was going to be one that was going to bump up a little bit. So it's right on the fringe there. I really enjoy Marrowbone. It's a good story with tons of good actors in it, and I mean it's under the haunting ghost supernatural, but it's the kind of movie that you have to watch a second time. And watching it a second time, it actually did make even more sense. Where you see where the little swerve goes.
Yeah.
You're like, oh wow! They did not mess around. All that stuff worked. So
it all worked. I just felt, for me, because this was the film I was going to talk about, I just felt like no, that's fine. I can talk about a different one, but I just felt like in the third act, it kind of just like when it played out, I was just like, it's kind of been done before. It was done really well though. I also gave it an 8 out of 10.
Right, it has kind of been done before, and it did get me, and it was worth the second watch. But I'm with you. But it was really just so well made. Like, yeah. You know, I mean. The acting was superb. Everybody involved did a really good job. It was a period piece, and it looked legit. Technically, it was great. The look, the sound, all that stuff was great. It feels like a big film almost. It feels like something that you could go to the theater. It kind of reminds me of like The Others or something like that in a weird sort of way. But it's a really good film, and man, I wanted to put it on, but it just missed out. And of course, you know, like I said, the actors are great, and especially we get to see Anya Taylor-Joy again, and we get to see Mia Goth. Oh man.
Yeah, it was a good cast of characters.
Yes, definitely good cast of characters. So check out Marrowbone, and I'm really gonna shout out one more quickly because it's on Netflix, and it's called The Vault. And I think it's an overlooked film because the only person I've heard talk about it this year was C. And maybe one other person in passing that I've seen mention it. It's one that I think a lot of people napped on, and it's not making the list. But I think I gave it like a 7.5 area. I think it's a damn good film. It's check it out. Check out The Vault on Netflix.
Cool.
Okay.
And I do agree with that one.
Good
Yeah,
stuff,
I,
man.
I skipped that one. Yeah.
Oh, you'd like it, man. It's a
Yeah.
siege narrative
I,
too.
I just didn't get to it. I'll talk a little bit. Wasn't one of my favorite films, but also on Netflix, Malevolent.
Aha.
About a brother. I think it was a brother sister duo and another friend of theirs who kind of do hoax. She's basically a hoax medium. She pretends they go into houses and pretend to contact spirits, but it's all a fake and a scam for money. And then they come upon this house where actual ghosts are haunting the house and shit becomes real. And I thought the performances were really well done. I just felt the movie lacked a little bit, but the final act played out pretty well. And I thought the last scene of the film was actually kind of haunting. I didn't think it was anything special. It didn't even come close to being in contention for me. But, if you got a spare 90 minutes, I think it runs, definitely check it out. I think I gave it a 6.5, somewhere in that range.
I didn't get to see it. I saw it there in my whenever you go into Netflix, but I didn't have a chance to check it out.
Yeah, I didn't. You know what? This was a tough list for me to choose from because I was going to talk about Marrowbone. That's probably the one I knew the most about. The Lodgers also. The Lodgers is definitely a better movie than Malevolent. That's another one I would say check out because that's visually, it's stunning to look at and more of a period piece.
Yeah, I enjoyed Malevolent as well. I don't remember a whole heck of a lot about it. It's just one of those films that I liked and I enjoyed it. I gave it like a 6.5, so I dug it. I just don't. It kind of got lost in the shuffle. I remember the beginning. I remember the setup with the hoax and this and that and the girl, and I can't remember where everything went. Ultimately.
Yeah, me either. That's why I kept it simple. That was the category I was looking at these films. I'm like, I don't remember a lot of these.
It happens. It's all right. That's what we're doing this for. It's no big deal. We're shedding some light on them.
Yeah.
So, okay, what's next?
Cults and Witches.
Cults and Witches. Okay, we have The Ritual, Pie Wacket, a.k.a. Cake Jerkit, Hereditary, The Endless, Suspiria, The Witch in the Window, Apostle, and Housewife.
What a fucking category. Holy shit.
Yeah.
The year of the fucking cult was strong.
And this brings me to one of the ones I didn't get to see, which was Suspiria remake, which has been getting a lot of praise.
Yeah, I didn't get to
so
see it either.
that's not going to be anywhere on my list because I didn't get to check it out. It'll be out on VOD, I think, in a week or two.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about the film.
Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Does
Does that sum it up? Pie Wacket is my choice. 7.5. We talked. Well, I think actually, Dave, you talked about it. The whole cake jerker thing came aboard. Then I saw it a couple weeks later and brought it up as well because you guys told me to check it out, I believe. But I did, and it was a really enjoyable film.
It is good.
Cool.
I think Brandon didn't like it as much as.
No, I gave it a 7, but again another one I didn't get to rewatch.
No, I was probably in about the same area. Good stuff, though. I really want to watch it again. I bought it since I've seen it, so I definitely want to check it out again. But a lot of people really liked it. It made some top 10s. So
Yeah.
I almost gave it a second view.
This whole category, all these films in here, I've seen, I think, just about all of them on various lists.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah. Tell you, witches are hot. They have been for the last 3-4 years, man. It's great stuff. Great stuff. Okay, what am I going to talk about? So neither of you guys saw Suspiria?
No. Christian, was the other film you were going to say Overlord?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Suspiria and Overlord.
Yeah. A lot of people have been saying that on various podcasts, but those two films I didn't see as well.
Okay, well, then I will just talk about The Witch in the Window. I only saw that one once, and I wanted to watch that again. I really enjoyed it. I gave it an 8 out of 10. It's a Shudder original. I want to say, I know it's on Shudder, an exclusive original, whatever you want to call it. I know it's there. I really enjoyed it. It was mostly a guy and his son, and they're repairing this place. And is it haunted or is it not? There's a witch there, supposedly, maybe, that used to be there. And the only thing that kept it from being excellent, like, top 18 for me, was the way they wrapped it up. I don't know. Something about it just kind of seemed a little off to me. I didn't understand, like, the end result of the antagonist and what they were gaining by doing what they were doing and how it was working out. I really enjoyed all of it, and I'm not saying I didn't enjoy the end. It just kind of left a little taste in my mouth. But still, it's an 8 out of 10. It's still a great film. I just,
Yeah, that's a film I actually came in a lot lower on that I would still like to rewatch though because it played out as a much more heartwarming film than I was expecting it.
I think that's why I liked it. I gave it a 7.
No,
It
and
wasn't
I usually,
super
I
high.
usually like those types of films, is what I'm saying, and I didn't. But I think I was just expecting something else, and then it was a very short runtime, and by the time it was over, I think I just missed the whole point of the movie, and I just was just like whatever, 5.5 out of 10 or something like that. The film I'm going to talk about real quick is tied for an award this year for best soundtrack, and that is Housewife.
Ah,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, the score to this film was fantastic, and
Damn it.
man, what a mind trip of a film it is. Just beautiful cinematography. A lot of people are comparing it to, if you love stuff from like H.P. Lovecraft, because it's got those types of visuals to it.
Just the end, though, honestly. I mean, the end was great.
Yeah, but you're seeing that artwork throughout, and you could tell it's leading towards something big. But the way it opens up, with the young girls in the house, and the mother goes crazy and sacrifices one of the daughters, and then it's years later, and the younger sister's all grown up, and she sort of gets invited to this sort of this cult experience through one of her friends, and just everything becomes like a surreal nightmare for the rest of the movie that you can't really differentiate, fiction from reality. And I really, I only got to watch it once. I wasn't as high on it as some of the other films, but I definitely look forward to watching this one again. And the music, like I said, is terrific. And the final image is definitely one that will stick with you. I gave it a 7 out of 10 or 7.25 out of 10.
Right around there. Huh? I only gave it a 6. I was disappointed because it came recommended from some people, and I bought the DVD and I watched it, and I loved the beginning, and then the middle was weird, and then the end was like, but then the very end I was like, oh, okay. It's hard to explain. It's trippy and weird, and when I can't understand, I like trippy and weird, but I need to understand.
Yeah,
I don't understand. You know how I am? Like with that movie last year. Granted, I enjoyed this movie much more, but like We Are the Flesh was that film last year that I just didn't like.
Yeah,
I gave it a 5. But
yeah, me too. We Are the Flesh. I still don't understand.
And I didn't understand this either. I understand the end game and I understand the very beginning, which was the best parts. But I was just like, something about it just. Again, I own the movie, so I'm definitely going to watch it again, and maybe that'll bring it up.
I didn't understand why the sister had her brother's penis in her mouth. I did not understand that.
Well, they were trying to do like the one movie had the house with a cock in its walls.
No, I didn't understand why it was making me feel funny in my downstairs region.
Oh! I'll tell you what, I liked that girl when she came in. Yeah. Remember that scene? They were talking about how they had a threesome before and stuff. It got a little freaky there.
Oh, you're talking about Housewife now.
Isn't that what you were
He was
talking
talking
about?
about We Are the Flesh.
I was talking about We Are the Flesh.
Oh, I'm still thinking of Housewife.
No, but the scene in Housewife I'm talking about, I understand what you're talking about now.
Okay. You know Housewife?
I have no clue what either of you are talking about because I didn't watch Housewife.
Oh, maybe you should. Maybe you'll like it.
Maybe it should have been movie. Maybe it should have been movie number 36 for you.
Yeah. Wrong year.
Nice.
Fucking mop top.
Top of the mop top. Nice. Yeah, he looks like Kyle. I love it.
It's Chop Top. I got a paper plate under here.
Yeah.
Nice. Anyway, Baskin. It was the people that did Baskin were the ones that did Housewife, apparently.
Yes, they were.
So trippy, weird. Yes.
Multiple viewings for those types of films. That's why I'm talking about the fact that I enjoyed it, because I feel like a second and maybe a third view will help. Because I didn't understand it all completely, but I was definitely picking up on what I felt like was going on. But I'm not one to admit that I don't understand some films. So I mean, I am one to admit. So.
Oh, it happens to me. It happens.
No,
it makes me like it or not. If I can't understand a movie, I tend not to like it. You know what I mean?
It happens, and there's some films on my list that I loved that I was actually asking questions to other people to help me understand if I was interpreting things correctly, and ultimately that decided where they stayed on the list or if they stayed.
Okay, let's move on. Creature features.
Feature.
We have Apartment 212, A Quiet Place, Feral, The Black Gloves, Wildling, Hostel, Cold Skin, Mon Monsters, Primal Rage, and The Dark.
And The Predator and The Meg.
Yeah, go ahead, add them on. Yeah, Predator and The Meg.
Would Dead Shack be part of those too?
You know what? I got confused with Dead Shack and I put it under Zombie Infected because I couldn't remember what those things were.
That's fine. Yeah, I'd go zombie. Sorry, I forgot that was a separate category altogether. So
that's all right.
I'll give it two shout-outs here, The Meg and The Predator. Honestly, both fun monster movies, and both of them kind of split down the middle. Some people thought The Meg sucked. Some people thought it was great fun. The Predator seemed like it was getting shit on, but left, right, and center by fans. It's a fun-ass movie, man. Great dialogue, fun characters. It's gory as shit, and it's fast-paced. So The Predator and The Meg. You can't go wrong if you just want, leave your brain, have fun.
Right on.
Did you remember to replace it before the show? That laugh. That was a funny laugh.
Yeah. That's I don't find you funny.
Nice.
Is it that one? Yeah.
That should be the motto for this show. Yeah. It should be Exploding Heads Horror Movie Podcast. Leave your brain, have fun, enjoy. You know? I like that.
This ain't your horror corridor.
No, it ain't. Although Watson is joining us next season permanently.
To wax intellectual or to wax Christian?
Yeah.
I want to look like you.
Well, Watson is going somewhere, so we're trying to, let the listeners think he was coming here, so maybe they'll tune in. But, all right. Oh, here's something funny. I own The Meg and I own The Predator, and I haven't watched them yet. And they're 2018 kind of horror movies.
The Predator, I got a digital code from Justin D, so thank you. I was about to rent it. He was like, actually, I just bought the deluxe version. He goes, you want my digital code? I'm like, okay.
Nice. Well, speaking of digital code, if I have them for them, they will be on Patreon tomorrow. Because I'm giving them out from now on. And if I have them for both, they will be there tomorrow, I promise.
And I'd like to thank all the listeners who have offered me 0 digital codes in 3 years.
That's got to tell you something.
What? Yeah, Watson is coming to replace me next year.
This year.
Maybe. Would you be happy if I offered you my digital codes instead of the patrons?
Nah, I don't use digital codes. I give away my digital codes as well.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. You just wanted a bitch, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What are we? Creature features? Okay. I'm going to start mine off with a song. There's a movie that's been on my mind all the time. Monsters.
Jesus.
Oh.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
I'm off the show.
Monsters. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I didn't think I was going to like this because B brought it to the table on a Triple R. And the way
That's why you thought.
No. The way he was talking about it, I didn't think it was going to be my cup of tea. And boy, I was wrong. This movie was actually on my 18 for quite a while. It's an honorable mention now. It's still an 8 out of 10 for me. It was 8 out of 5. And then the second time I watched it.
It was 8 out of 5?
Yeah. 8 out of 5 came back. It's back.
How did you do that again?
8 out of 5.
I can't believe I did it again.
That means it was a 16 out of 10 at one point, which means it was clearly your number one.
Oh
my God.
Man. It was an 8.5. The second time I watched it, I fell out of it a little bit and it went back down to an 8, but 8 is great. I still love the film. It's this is also on Shudder. It's where is it Korea or am I way off?
No, it's China.
It's China? Oh, jeez,
No,
I'm sorry.
I swear I thought it was Korean.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Chinese. I will double check while you guys talk.
Okay.
If it's Chinese, I'm booting it off my listing because I'm anti-China right now.
Canada and China are fighting?
Yeah.
I love China.
Yeah. I love you long time. Just not right now, China. I love Chinese food.
Taiwan? So it's Taiwanese. Okay. Well, whatever. It's monsters. Anyway, I enjoyed this film. It went into the way Brandon described it. When I watched it, it wasn't what I was expecting. But there's a lot going on here, man. This kid in the beginning is getting picked on, but it's a situation where even when he gets the chance to hang out with these people, he still does. And that's something that you see in real life. And this really kind of hits you in the feels in a couple different ways until the ending when you're like, wow, that's the decision that was ultimately made, which is kind of a fist pump moment. But at the same time, you kind of end up thinking about the character that you kind of were rooting for. But then when you look back, you're like, well, maybe I don't really like him that much. And there's a lot of thinking in this film. There's all kinds of like moral questions that are going to happen. And the monsters that do appear were once human and they became monsters. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Check this movie out if you haven't seen it. I think it's a really good film. And like I said, it just missed out. And yeah, monsters. Get on it.
What's the song again? You want to sing again?
Yeah, there's a movie that's been on my mind.
It's like Phil Collins is here with us.
All the time. Monsters. Whoa, you know.
All right,
Definitely
I'm gonna
no
talk
jacket
real quick
required.
about a movie called Hostile.
All my life. Oh, sorry.
He's still going. Good choice, man. I don't know where that ended up on my list, but that's a good movie.
Yeah, you know what? This one, I kind of wish I had gotten around to seeing this one a second time. I did not. It's an apocalyptic type of film about a young girl named Juliet. She gets into a car accident when she's out. I believe she's searching for supplies, and she has to survive the night against this creature that's trying to attack and kill her. And it's told in flashbacks, showing the type of person she was before the apocalypse and her love interest before the apocalypse, and it kind of all plays out in flashbacks, cutting back to her fighting with the monster, back to flashbacks, back and forth, ultimately until we reached a conclusion, which I liked. It was kind of heartwarming, but it felt a little too convenient, and that's probably why I gave it like a 7.5 instead of like an 8. I was just like, not really, but it was definitely a little bit heartwarming, and she did a great job, this lead actress, this Brittany Ashworth. So,
wow. That was my complaint. The movie looks fucking beautiful for a low budget or lower budget. I'm assuming. Her performance took me out of the movie a little bit. I found in the flashback scenes, I did not find her convincing at all. Oh. As a and her arc and whatever. Like personally, again, everything's going to be your own personal.
Look, it's been a while since I've seen it. It's not standing out to me as a performance of the year, but it certainly didn't take me out of it. I thought she did a good job. I was taken out of it by the ending, the sort of the convenience of the ending, given the scope of the apocalypse at this point.
Yeah, well, I have to thank Derek because Derek got me that. So that's how I was able to see it. And I texted him and I said, everything's great except her performance took me out a bit. That's it.
Wow.
That was it. I think I was about 6.5. 6.5. The problem is on my Letterboxd, it doesn't give you the half options.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. No, I was 7.5. I was definitely higher on it. I was really into it. So Hostile. Check it out.
What did you give it?
I gave it, I believe, a 7.5.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. For me, it was one of 3 movies this year that I gave the rating that I created a couple years ago. 6.75.
I thought 8 out of 5.
That's my new one. Man, that's my claim to fame. Dave Z has created.
Next year you'll be giving 8 out of 5.
6.75 and 8 out of 5. Listen to the show and see what it's all about. Nice. Oh shit. Yeah, I liked it, but I can't remember enough about it. It was really on. I have it. I own it. I should watch it again. But
it's been a while for me too.
It's been a while since I watched Hostile. Okay.
Oh my God, he's full of them tonight. Marco's coming in his pants.
Yeah, I am. I'm here to make people happy. Yes. I don't know if I'm making these. I don't know if I'm making my co-host happy, but someone likes it. Okay. Found footage is alive and well. I keep thinking it's going to be over with, and it's not, and I'm not complaining. Here's what we got. Living Among Us, The Devil's Doorway, Hell House LLC 2, Gonjayam Haunted Asylum, Butterfly Kisses, Survive the Hollow Shoals, Unfriended Dark Web, and Webcast. That's what we got.
Well, as I look through my list, the one that pops up first is Unfriended Dark Web.
Good one.
A great sequel. This is how I envision our Exploding Heads movie. One of the versions of it, of the one playing out, where it's like you're looking at. In our case, it would be us doing the show as the story unfolds, and I thought the first one, with it being kind of a ghostly, and this one being kind of the dark web and slasher-esque, was a great follow-up.
Yeah.
It's a quick, it's like an hour and 20 or an hour and a half, but it flies by. Like, I even realized by the time it started really kicking in, it was a 30-minute mark, yet I didn't feel like things were padded or I was bored or anything else. So I was pleasantly surprised.
I told you.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. It was a good call. It's actually a really fun film.
Yeah. Tell you what, I didn't watch it until about, I don't know, 6 weeks ago, and I wasn't going to watch it because everybody was shitting on it. So I wasn't going to, even though I really enjoyed the first one, everybody was shitting on this. I'm like, well, that's just one of those situations where the sequel comes out and no one likes it. And then I was listening to a podcast, and here's the weird thing. These two guys in this podcast hate almost everything I love. And they were blowing this movie, saying how good it was. I'm like, well, these guys hate everything. Maybe I should give this movie a shot. If these guys like it, I go. So I did, and boy, I'm glad I did, man. I enjoyed the hell out of it. Matter of fact, this was also one of those fringe movies on my top 18 for a bit. Then I came to my senses a little bit. Said, well, I don't know if it's quite an 8.5, but I think it was because I was so pleasantly surprised that I ended up overrating it the first time. I was like, man, that was really good, and it was, So, yeah. I mean, if that's a ringing endorsement, guys. Anyone that's listening to the three of us all say we enjoyed it. Check it out, man. Don't believe the hype. It's actually a good film.
Is that what both of yours do? We're all calling it the same movie?
Well, let me see. I'm gonna mention one that just came off my list. It was on the fringe for the longest time, and I watched it.
What is it?
I watched it last night, and it ended up dropping down. No, 2 nights ago, I think. Either way. It ended up dropping down, but I still think it's great. It's called Butterfly Kisses.
Yeah, good film.
It really is.
Another good recommendation.
Yeah, man.
I didn't get the chance to see it. I got to check that one out.
You really must. It's really cool. It's almost like a documentary of someone making a documentary. Or is it? It's hard to explain, but somebody moves into a house and comes across found footage. It's very meta in a cool way. That's what the strength of the film is. Not even so much the big bad and the story behind it, which is cool. It's like old school local folklore. If you stare at this place for an hour without blinking, this thing's going to appear at the end of the tunnel, and then it's going to slowly, the more you blink, it's going to
Peeping Tom, you can't blink.
Peeping Tom, you can't blink. That stuff is cool, but what's really interesting about this is the way it's all used. He legitimately finds footage and he wants to present it, but someone else is making a documentary of him who found the footage and wants to present it to the world. And I know it might sound a little confusing, but they don't know if the tapes they found are legitimate or the people that originally made the tapes were trying to make a horror movie, a found footage film, and they can't find them in real life, so they think maybe so, but then some things happen. And again, it's meta, and it's making of a making of a making of. And there's no other film exactly like it. It's done really well. The performances are really good. I really like the lead guy, and I like where it goes. My only beef, the first time I was confused with the ending, but I still loved it so much I didn't care. The second time I watched it, I was looking to see what I may have missed on. And it seems that ultimately what they do at the end, it's almost like they kind of shoehorned the end in, and it didn't make sense why what went down actually did. Unless someone could message me that has seen it and told me, but usually when you see this Peeping Tom, you show signs and then something happens. In this film, all of a sudden someone disappears. They never showed any signs of anything coming after them, and they just turn up dead out of nowhere. And they send something to somebody else, and there's like things unravel at the end, but I don't think they explain. There's no why to it. It doesn't make any sense why it happens. Do you feel that or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
The final act is where it fell apart a little bit for me. I didn't understand some of the things, and it felt a little rushed.
It's too bad because everything was about it was great. I was ready to freaking 8.5, and I was going to say this is like what Savage Land was to me last year. It was going to make my top 10. First time I watched it, I gave it a 9 out of 10.
Yeah.
I was really on it. Then I watched it again a couple of nights ago, and I ended up giving it an 8. And I still think it's a great film. Damn, if they just could have nailed that ending the right way, it would have been kick-ass. But I got to recommend it still.
I got to check it out.
Yeah,
What's it on?
Kisses.
Butterfly. I prefer Angel Kisses, actually.
I prefer Eskimo kisses.
B, what's yours?
The only other two on the list that haven't been talked about that I've seen were, was it Ganjiam Haunted Asylum and Hell House LLC 2? I was not crazy about Ganjiam Haunted Asylum.
People were blowing it.
I know they were. I know. I gave it an above average score, but it felt generic for me. For Hell House LLC 2, I watched the first one and the second one back to back, and I was impressed with the two films combined, and would definitely like to see a third one. They're very low budget, but they feel very claustrophobic and creepy, and pretty well presented. I don't remember much in terms of the details and stuff, but they're decent films, and I would definitely like to see a third one come out. Unfriended Dark Web, though, was, that and Butterfly Kisses were the standouts for me, though, from this list.
Real quick.
Can I tell you two more? Demon House and Fake Blood, I both liked. So Demon House and Fake Blood, I gave 7 out of 10.
Fake Blood, I've never heard of. Demon House, I just wasn't on board with.
Both of them are on Amazon, I believe. Both of them.
They're found footage, and I haven't even heard of them.
Well, Demon House is like a mockumentary.
Nice. Well, yeah, most of them.
I thought it was creepy. I really liked it. I brought it up on the show at one point, and then Fake Blood is.
Why didn't I write it down?
Fake Blood is like kind of like these school kids like that grew up making gore movies and action blood movies and whatever like that. They get like a weird fan that kind of copies one of their things, and it kind of evolves from there. But it was decent. Again.
Right on. Okay. Did anyone see, this was also on Prime, did either of you guys see Survive the Hollow Shoals?
No.
Oh man, it's one of the very few movies this year that I actually got scared watching. Just once or twice I got creeped out, because that does happen with me with found footage sometimes. But it's very basic, because a guy goes out in the woods and he's filming one of the... Remember we saw that movie a couple years ago, and Christian saw it before any of us. It was on Canada the year before somehow on Canadian TV. And then we
Man
saw
Versus.
Man Versus. It was kind of like a setup like that, where at first I was reluctant to watch it because I thought it was going to be, just biting off of that, but not necessarily. But it's the same type of setup where this guy's going to go out in the woods for I forgot how many days, 30 days or whatever, and he's going to live off the land, and he's doing this YouTube show or whatever it is, and he goes out there, and things start happening, and it becomes like a combination of like Blair Witch and what's that freaking movie, Willow Creek, in a way, where he's trapped in the tent and scary shit's happening. But there are like 2 or 3 moments in this film. I'm watching this at night with the lights off, and I spooked myself out a couple times. So generic setup, even generic things happening, but the overall movie itself, I'd still recommend it to found footage enthusiasts, only to people that are into found footage films. So, and I know you guys.
And again, since now I sort of become that, I will should have one other one that I said I'm going to watch this on a lark on Amazon as well, and it was Darkness Reigns. I gave it like a 6 out of 10. But again, for found footage enthusiasts, check it out. I kind of recommended it to you guys. It's remember that movie, or the one that I thought started well, but then kind of went off the rails? They're Watching, came out a couple years ago.
Yes.
Yeah. So this one is kind of like it's a demon one again. There's a name actor in it. He's playing himself because it's about a movie of making a movie. Casper Van
Dien?
Yeah, he's in it. It's worth checking out. It's not reinventing the wheel. A 6 out of 10. But if you're a found footage completist, it's there for you on Amazon.
Should I watch it with socks on? Will it blow my socks off or not?
It may. Maybe one sock off.
All right, I'll leave one sock.
Yes, and hopefully you don't go banana.
Don't go banana.
No.
Never go full banana.
Oh my God. What's the next category? We got to get through these categories. Holy shit.
Yeah, only a couple more. 3 more. Let's fly. All right. Zombie/Infected. Mom and Dad, Ravenous, Stephanie, The Cured, Cargo, The Night Eats the World, and Dead Shack.
Funny enough, based on how my list is, the nod would go towards Mom and Dad, but I actually have to give it to Dead Shack. So I'll call both of them out. Mom and Dad's fun, but I feel it's a one-trick pony, and one watch was enough. Dead Shack, I want to go back to and see again.
Did you say Daddy Shack?
Dad Shack. Dad Sack.
I'm all right. Don't nobody worry about me.
Daddy Sack. Daddy Sack 2, starring Dan.
Caddyshack 2, grandfather's cock.
Yeah, in the wall. I'll give it to Dead Shack, man. Great dialogue, fun characters, a lot of heart.
Man, I got no surprises here. We have talked about every one of these films, I think, this year, except maybe The Night Eats the World. And I like that one, but I like these other ones more. Like, they're all 8 out of 10 for me. The Cured, Cargo, those two were Ravenous. Those three were all 8 out of 10. I quite.
You guys just want to call out every film, so I don't have to.
No, I'm just saying that I
goal.
like them all. I'm not going to say much. I'm not even going to say anything. I'm just going to say that Dead Shack did not make my list, and it was one of the best horror comedies I've seen in a while. I only watched it once, and I really liked it, and I really can't wait to watch it again. So if anyone hasn't seen Dead Shack, another one on Shudder, absolutely go. I'm not even a horror comedy guy, as most of the listeners know, but that one, everything landed with me.
I agree with that statement. Dead Shack was a great horror comedy. The Father was terrific. Also just missed out on my list, but I'll mention another one that just missed out on my list, and that's Ravenous. Another great year for zombie/infected. This one was really well done and had some really really cool imagery, especially these sort of furniture towers that these zombies build and worship. I'm not really sure what was going on with that, but it was a really cool image, especially the last shot of the movie where they're looking up at this sort of like maybe 150-foot story tower of just chairs and stuff.
Yeah, that was trippy.
Yeah, it was a solid film and definitely heartfelt.
Definitely, dude. Every one of these movies I'd recommend.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, every one of them. They're worth seeing. So good enough. They're all very different too. Not very different, but they all have a different angle to them. So, all right, let's go. Foreign films, lots of them. Forest of Lost Souls, Black Hollow Cage, November, Possum, Satan Slaves, Habit, Terrified, May the Devil Take You, Bloodlands, I Remember You, I Am a Hero, Cat Sick Blues, and Who's Watching Oliver. Whew, it's a lot. Lots.
All right, man. Well, back to back, Satan Slaves and Terrified. Both are very good. I didn't like them as much as a lot of people. They made a lot of lists that I was seeing, and they're rated a little higher for a lot of people. Both are very good movies. I think I rated them both 7.5 out of 10. Both had very creepy moments. I'm not disappointed. Just I didn't rate them as high as I thought I was going to.
Nothing wrong with that.
But both good.
I'm gonna do 2 as well, and they're both black and white, and they're both very good movies. Forest of Lost Souls. In November, and I give them both an 8 out of 10. They were both well shot, especially November. November is just beautiful. Definitely the better looking of the two, but they're both black and white. But I think I'm more engaged in Forest of Lost Souls. But those two movies, they are both on Prime, and I really can't recommend them enough. They are very good films, and check them out.
And I'll talk real quickly about one film that dropped probably out of my top 10. That's how high I had it rated the first time, but upon second watch I realized that it really just scratched the surface of what was going on and I needed more, but it had a terrific cast, great acting, and that's Habit.
Oh wow, I knew you would like Habit.
I loved Habit, and I loved everything that was going on, and without giving too much away, it's I don't even want to say what it turns into. What type of film it turns into.
I don't know what it. That was my problem with it. I won't.
Wait, you saw it?
I told you to watch it.
Yeah. Well, but you know.
So yes, you saw it.
So you do know what they are, though. What the characters are.
I guess it could be implied, but it doesn't really.
I'm just gonna say, cover your ears for the next 5 seconds if you don't want to hear. But it's more or less anyone. But it's more or less a cannibal film. But it begins to only scratch the surface of this whole underground sort of club that's sort of on a grand, maybe worldwide level that exists. And I definitely would have liked more. But the lead actor and the lead actress were...
I agree. They were really good. I just didn't quite get the whys of what was going on and how one thing can lead to the other. That's what it was. Yeah,
there was definitely a lot more to delve into.
But I enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too.
It was good. I knew you'd really be into it, and I could see. And for a minute, it made your top. For
a minute, it was really high up, and then I rewatched it, and I'm like, gotta bump it.
I can't. Oh no, I'm not gonna say it because maybe it's gonna make. I'll wait till later. Okay, forget it. All right, franchise films. This is interesting because I'm not counting part two. We're not counting part twos in this, but I found it interesting that every single one of these does not have a number next to it. And these become franchises because it's more than 3. Because that's what we decided was a franchise. Think about that. None of these have a number next to them. I guess it's become crazy passe. But here's what we have. Victor Crowley, The Cloverfield Paradox, Tremors, A Cold Day in Hell, Puppet Master, The Littlest Reich, The Nun, Halloween, The First Purge, Children of the Corn, Leprechaun, Amityville, and Insidious. All had a film out this year. Yep. Pretty wild. Wow. Pretty wild. Yeah.
Based on that, it's funny because I had Victor Crowley pretty high up there at one point, and I think based on how I'm looking at my list now, The Nun trumps it.
They're rated the same for me. So
they're rated the same. That's
7.5
yeah,
for me.
They're rated the same for me as well. But that's just in the way I ranked them. I gave The Nun a bit of an edge, but they're definitely both rated 7.5.
Cool.
Right on. I will say that the Cloverfield Paradox has come under serious scrutiny since it dropped, and I still don't know why. And I think if people did a little bit of research and stop projecting their complaints on this one and instead project those same complaints on the second one, which I enjoy. I like all 3 of these films, but everything people said about the Paradox should also be applied to 10 Cloverfield Lane. That was the one that seems like it was shoehorned into the when it came out, I was like, how is this even a Cloverfield? But nobody seems to say, because it was such a damn good film and it was different, nobody's saying that, but that seems like the one where it was shoehorned. This movie, everything about this film ties in with the first film, and that's what I wanted. And the further into the film we go, it explains the whys, and I love having things explained. It's cool, and it's done the right way. I remember watching it, I was in the third act, I'm like, well, I'm really enjoying it so far, but if they don't do what I'm hoping they're going to do in the third act, it's going to leave a bad taste in my mouth. And they did what I wanted them to do, and I quite enjoyed it. But everybody's complaining.
That third act was phenomenal, and that last scene of one particular character screaming was fucking fantastic. I thought it was a great film.
So you like it too? I can't believe how much it's been shit on. I don't get it. You know that if you start the first movie and this movie at the same time, that the big boom that happens when they do that thing when they're trying to, when they're in space and they're trying to do the thing and there's the explosion, that occurs at the exact same minute and second as when the creature arrives in freaking the first one. There's so many tie-ins. Google it. Go online and look at. Listen, the Paradox is the right title for this film. All the things that have to do with all 3 films, but particularly the way this one ties in with the first one in all the crazy ways. People are trying to come off saying, oh no, this was a movie made for something else, and they added a couple scenes to shoehorn it in. I'm sorry, but you're mistaken. Do some research and look at it. And go listen to the Buzzkill podcast. I'll give them a props, because when it first came out, everything that you can find by Googling and this and that, they already had the information because they quite enjoyed it, and they talked about it through their whole review. So I said it the first time I talked about it. I'll say it again. I don't know what episode it is, but check them out. It's a good show anyway. I really enjoy it. But go listen to their Cloverfield show where they talked about those movies, and give this film another chance, man. I really don't understand the hate that it gets. But
I don't either. That was the one I was going to talk about, but since you took it,
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I'll just say real quickly, Victor Crowley. I just really had a lot of fun with the movie. Terrific kills. Yeah. I don't know how they're going to bring him back for another one, but I hope they do.
It seems like it doesn't matter. The guy's head's been blown apart. He's a ghost.
Yeah, that's true.
It seems like he can just keep coming.
Glue the pieces back together and bring me a 5th one.
I'm fine with it. I enjoyed it almost as much as the first one. I like it better than 2 and 3. But
same with me.
I think we all said that. Yeah. But
yeah.
Not everyone feels that way. I'm going to ask because I should have saved the Cloverfield Paradox for you because I forgot this movie wasn't making my list that I'm about to say, and it bears being discussed. And I had to bring it up because it's winning an award. But Halloween, I really enjoyed it. It's an 8 out of 10. It is not making my top 18 films.
What? Whoa! That is the shocker of the night.
That is awesome.
What?
I tried. I watched this movie 4 times because I watched it this morning before I went to work because my heart did not want me to leave it off.
Fuck you, Michael Myers.
But I could not, with good conscience, watch the movie and say that it's an 8.5 when I don't feel it is. I feel it's an 8 out of 10, and I really enjoy it. You know what the problem is for me? The third act. When they get to it and they're in the house and Laurie's walking around with a gun and she's the prey as much as she's the predator more than she is the prey. I fell out of it pretty much every time I've seen it except for the first time. It's just not my type of third act. I mean, I want final girl shit, and I didn't get it.
I say, fuck you, grandmother.
And that grandmother doesn't bother me because everyone calls her grandmother.
Oh, but I don't care. I didn't really care. Like, people carried on like I cared, but fuck you, grandmother. But eat my bird box.
I really enjoy Halloween, but I mean, it's my favorite after the first three, but I don't get the same feels I get as those three movies. But I do enjoy it. It's a damn good movie. Something happens in the third act that it takes me out of it ever so slightly, and that's enough that it stays in an 8 out of 10 range. It does not go to 8.5. But I am going to give, in a tough year, because there's 5 or 6 of these that I really enjoyed, but I listened again today, and this solidifies it. I think that that this soundtrack is my favorite of the year, and that's
and it shares best soundtrack with Housewife for me. So this was the other one. This was the other one.
Since you're bringing it up now, it's my favorite. It's my winner of the soundtrack of the year too.
Wow, I'm shocked at everybody. Wow. Okay, well, it's John Carpenter, Cody Carpenter, and Daniel Davies, and it was great. It's like an updated version of the first 2 films, but done right by the right person, of course. It's like remixed almost, but there's not really a dull moment. And listen, I don't know how into the soundtracks you guys were for this year, but for me, I'll tell you right now that there's like 5 other ones that were in contention. And I guess I'll bring them up when I talk about those movies because I think they're all in my 18 anyway, so that's part of why they're there.
Yeah.
But anyway, Halloween, really enjoyed it. It's my 4th favorite of the series, and that's all there is to it. It's an 8 out of 10, and it just did not make the list. It's a great year.
Oh, that's a shocker.
I know.
Awesome.
But I still love it.
On that note, let's take that break that Brandon wants to take.
Yep.
To drop a deuce.
Ready? Are we ready? We're going to talk. We're not exactly in the top 18 yet, but we'll be there really quick. We're just going to do our couple quick awards, biggest surprises, biggest disappointments. I'm saving my one surprise because mine is actually in my top 18. And
its biggest disappointment.
You know what?
Wagga wagga.
I got to think about that. What is my biggest disappointment?
I'll tell you mine. The Endless. The Endless, The Cured, and Summer of '84. Summer of '84, don't get me wrong, I still rated it high. Just not as high as I expected based on how many people were blowing it. Same with The Cured. The way people were talking about The Cured after I went off on Cargo, I thought The Cured was going to be the second coming, and it was actually my least favorite from all the zombie-affected ones that I saw. So It was a disappointment to me.
The Cured?
The Cured.
Wow.
It was a disappointment, and I liked it. It was just a disappointment. 7.5. And then The Endless. Again, people were going on and on and on about it, and it was good. The build-up is far better than the payoff. I'm not done talking, Brandon. Sorry. There's a pause.
What about your biggest surprises? Is it on your list?
It's on my list. I'm going to leave it. I'll leave it.
All right. My biggest disappointments, and I simply did this by which films I was most looking forward to this year that let me down. And for me, it was easy. It was Halloween and it was Tragedy Girls. I gave Tragedy Girls a higher score than Halloween. I think I gave it a 6.5. Halloween, I think I was 4.5, 5. I will rewatch both films at some point, but they were definitely my biggest disappointments. For biggest surprise, and the reason why I went with something that's not on my list is because I had kind of very low expectations of this film, even when it was recommended to me by Dave, because it's not usually the type of film I like. I liked the first one. I wasn't a lover of it, but this one kind of blew my socks off, and that was Unfriended Dark Web.
Actually, that's a good one to mention. For not on my list, that was a good surprise.
Yeah, so every film on my list, and all 18 of my films are also big surprises. But that for not making the list, that one really just kind of came out of nowhere because that was one of my last watches.
You know what? It kind of happened to me. The first one, when we did that back in 2015, I think, the first one was my biggest surprise of that year. Because, just the way it was marketed and everything, I thought it was some PG-13 horror, was going to suck. Then I saw it at the movies and I really liked it. So that was a surprise. This one, I guess you could say was a surprise because of what I said, the story I told before. Everybody was shitting on it. Then I watched it and I was like, oh, wait a minute. So then it ended up being a surprise. But my other surprise, again, it'll be on my list later. As far as disappointments, I really didn't have too many. I guess there was a couple of, I'm a found footage lover, and there was a couple that people were blowing that I watched and just thought that they were okay. And I liked them, but the way they were talking about them, like they're, going to be amazing. And I think one of you said something earlier about it being, it happening. It was the Haunted Asylum, Gonziam.
Yeah.
Haunted Asylum. People were blowing it. I was like, man, this is going to be amazing. And I bought it, blind bought it. And I liked it. I did like it. I just felt like it was kind of generic. I was like, it's been there, done that. I didn't see anything that made it really stick out. And then there was another one that everyone was really blowing called The Devil's Doorway. And to me, that was an awful lot like that movie, The Final Prayer, that came out a few years ago. And I liked that too. And this one, the third act was extremely generic to me. And I just was like, I don't know. I enjoyed them. I think I give them both 7s. But I just I was expecting to be wowed because these are also from people who are also found footage enthusiasts. So the way they were being talked about, I was expecting to have my socks blown off, and it didn't quite happen. So that's really it. I will say this. I'm gonna say a complaint that's a disappointment about as great as this year has been. I've noticed something, and I do not think I'm exaggerating when I say this. I've watched 100 movies. I venture to say that in 50 of them, there is a friggin' dream sequence. I am so tired of dreams in every horror movie. I don't understand what's happening. It's become an extremely overused cliche. Look at your list now, and I bet you 50% of it, there's someone having a bad dream and they wake up.
You don't have to tell me. I've given up on my dreams a long time ago.
Nice. Oh, but have you guys noticed, or is this just me? Because it's been bugging the hell out of me. Every movie.
It's crazy because now that I'm thinking of it, it's always been kind of a trope. But you're right. Like when
it's extremely overused right now. I'm really tired of it. In 2019, guys, please stop with the dreams enough already. I mean. My God. I mean, it's so bad that when it's a dream. Like, you see this, this is going to be a dream. And 90% of the time it is. You're like, yeah, it's a dream. Sometimes you see the dream within a dream, which is my worst thing. When they wake up 2-3 times, and it's like, okay, we've seen this before. We know that it's a dream. Once we see it the first time, the second one's probably still going to be a dream.
I think I know what movie that was referring to.
Well, in that movie, I don't mind it so much because there were psychedelics involved.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, we are talking about the same movie. Yeah, yep. Revenge had about 14 dream sequences.
But in the context, yes, it did. But in the context,
because she was on like the peyote. Yeah.
Right. In a normal movie though, like a ghostly or something, or someone go to sleep, it's just enough already. Already, But whatever. That's the only complaint I have about the genre as a whole. So there it is. Mm-hmm.
Stick my fingers in that hole.
What about your fingers? What hole?
I'm sticking my fingers in that hole.
All right, buddy. Well, you're going last, so we better hold on a minute. We can do it. We can do our 18 through 11 officially. Yeah, now we're official. We can do it kind of quickly and do 18 through 11 a piece, and then top 10. So the top 18 begins now, everybody.
Okay, man. Holy smoke. So I'm doing 18 to 11. Bam, 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 bam. All right, here we go. My number 18 is Who's Watching Oliver? My number 17 is Psychopaths. My number 16 is Monsters. My number 15 is The Clovitch Killer, or Clove. Clovitch. Clovey. My number 14 is Marrowbone. My number 13 is Apostle. My number 12 is Boarding School. And my number 11 is Ravenous.
Nice. I'm glad to see Boarding School and Mon Monsters on that list. Very nice.
Mon Monsters could have been even higher, but I have a problem when the movie focuses on asshole characters, and I know that was the point of it, but it's still it's still hard for me to get into. But
Yeah.
but it's got heart, and it's well shot, and that whole fucking bus sequence is just so well done.
Yeah, hell yeah, it is. I love that sequence.
And thank you guys for making me watch Apostle, because that probably could have even been higher, but that was one of my last watches, and it was amazing.
Yeah.
Another good movie, but I'll give Boarding School another little side award. I know it's not an official award, of best cinematography.
Wow, no shit. Nice.
I love Boarding School, and I even love the movie that didn't make my list, Ghost Stories. I just love the way they were shot.
Yeah.
Ghost Stories was shot really great. I watched it again last night, and I enjoyed it more than I did the first time. It went up a little, and I understood it more, except for the very, very end. It didn't make 100% sense to me. And that would be all spoiler, so I can't get into it, but that's what kept it off the list.
Other than when we get to my top 5, I mean, these would be my shoutouts. So that's why I'm giving Boarding School and the Ghost Story sort of honorable mention, best cinematography. Because I think I'm one of those people that say my favorite film is going to have the best almost everything.
That's fair.
Almost everything.
That could happen. Can I hear them again quickly?
Sure. 18 is Who's Watching Oliver. 17, and that's going to be split, because there are going to be people that are going to absolutely detest that movie. It's a fucked movie, and but I had it higher at one point. I said this makes sense where it's sitting. Psychopaths, Psychedelic, another movie that's going to be split amongst a lot of people. 16 Mama Monsters, Clove Hitch Killers 15, 14 is Marrowbone, 13 is Apostle, 12 is Boarding School, 11 is Ravenous.
Okay, it was Psychopaths. When I first saw Psychopaths, it was a 9 out of 10. I really loved it. And even the second time I liked it, but not quite as much. And then I watched it again for rewatch over the past month, and it went down to an honorable mention to an 8 out of 10. I still enjoy it, but I think I watched a couple other movies that were also trippy around the same time, and I realized that, you know what, I think I prefer them. There was like 3 trippy movies, and I preferred those 2 over that one at the time. I was like, you know what? I still like this movie a lot, but it got bumped off. But I'm surprised to see it on your list. I'm happy to see it, you know?
All 8 out of 10s. So everything from 18 to 11 was 8 out of 10.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you what. everything for me, for my 18 to 11, is all 8.5 out of 10. And
Holy
it just
shit.
happened. Yeah. It's a great year. That's why I'm so in love with this year. These are all 8.5s. They are the only 8.5s I have. This wasn't planned. This just so happens to be. That's what they were. And everything off it, I have another freaking, 25 movies that are 8 out of 10 that are just 8. So anyway, number 18, it has to be on the list because I watched it and I gave it an 8.5, but it's the only one on my list that I did not give a rewatch because I saw it at the theater and I have not been able to see it a second time, and it's not released yet. And that movie is Overlord. And that's a bit of a surprise for me, I would say, because I knew that it was about war and stuff like that. That's really not my cup of tea usually. But, boy, I tell you, I'm not going to spoil anything at all, but the direction that the cinematography is great, the story is great, the opening first 20 minutes. I'm so glad I saw it in the theater because it was war stuff going on in a plane, and it was bombastic. Dude, I'm telling you, though, that stuff was so good. It was like going to see like a regular war movie. It was really done well and scary because you see the horrors of war and things that are happening on a plane, and it was scary. But then when things get going, very interesting. You got some good heel characters. You got some other things going on, mystery. And then in the third act, where it goes, it's like something out of the 80s. It's like, and I don't want to say what it is, but it gets like mad scientist-y type shit. Like it goes bonkers. Not like a Reanimator bonkers to that extreme, but there's some fucked up shit going on, and it's cool looking, and there's good stuff happening. So I wish I could have seen it again. It's the only one I couldn't rewatch, but that's not my number 18. Number 17, The Black Gloves. Man, this film, very atmospheric, very the antagonist was spooky as hell when he was there. The acting was great. I mean, some people might look at it as overacting by a certain character, but she was great. The way it worked out, it's a black and white film. It's about a guy that has to go and see a ballet dancer who's locked away at this place, and I can't really get into this. I'm trying not to be long-winded, but see the Black Gloves. It's very well made.
That was my disappointment. That was the one that you recommended that I knew you loved, and I thought it looked great. What they did with the lighting, even my wife was watching me watch it. She was like, "Holy smoke!" She goes, "What movie's that?" And I'm like, "No, the cinematography. What they did with that." It's the best part of the movie. I felt the sound design. I felt the acting. I felt the story was just so,
Really?
And yeah, I wasn't blown away, but you loved it. Someone else was blowing it. I don't know if it was Derek or Moods, but someone else really, really was high on it.
Both of them love it. Moods had it in his top 4, I think.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really liked it, man. It's definitely not for everybody, but you can get it now. For a while, it was hard. It was only available on Blu-ray from one particular company, and now I bought it for like $4 on freaking. I think maybe I'm wrong about the price, but I bought it off Amazon. But either way, streaming, But very good. I guess I won't get too deep into the plot, but all I can say that it's kind of old school in a couple different ways, and I don't know. It's very creepy. There's some good stuff going on. There's only 3 people primarily through most of the film, but I don't know, man. It's good stuff. Okay, number 16. I'm surprised that this wasn't higher on. No, I shouldn't say that. Okay, number 17. What Keeps You Alive? I really enjoyed the hell out of this one. I don't see anything wrong with the decisions that anybody made. I just don't see that. Somebody had to do something, and they wanted to make sure that it never happened again to anybody else. So instead of being concerned about their own personal safety, they just decided to do what morally is the right thing because they don't want this person to continue doing it to anybody else. But again, check it out. I think it's really good. There's a couple good twists and turns. There's a great performance by the main antagonist. I think is phenomenal. And couple of attractive women. It's funny because the one girl, I didn't recognize her at first.
From It Stains the Sands Red, right?
Yes, because what a completely different look. She had the short hair. She was playing a lesbian girl with a hair real short. She really looked the part. And I was like, I couldn't believe it when I looked because, the way she looked in It Stains the Sands Red. But, man, just a great performance by both of them and a really good story. And it just... I don't know. I really enjoyed the hell out of that one.
I didn't even realize she was from that until you said that.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I looked them both up and I was like, wow. Yeah, but man, there's some chilling stuff going on in that film, and it's kind of, I don't know, a lot of it's realistic, I guess, until maybe the third act when they make some decisions, but the way it plays out is stuff that you can believe is happening, and that is horror to me. You can see that people do this stuff. You know that people do this stuff. Matter of fact, someone just told me a story today about someone that did something for financial gain, and this stuff does happen. But anyway, What Keeps You Alive? Quite a surprise. Good stuff, though. Okay, number 15, The Endless. I came down a little. First I gave it a 9, but it's back to an 8.5, but I was really impressed by it. It's a movie that I want to watch again, too. I watched it twice, and I want to get to it again. I just love the story about these two brothers that go back to their cult, and the tie-ins with the resolution are great, and this one expands on it more. And when you're talking about time jumping and stuff like that and the stuff they're playing with, you can really screw that up and piss me off. But it all made sense to me. I got what they were going for, and I want to see more from this duo because they did this one and they did Resolution, they did Spring. They're 3 for 3 with me, but I'm really on board with all the characters in this film and what they're going for, and it's kind of scary. But yeah, The Endless. Check it out. 14, Tragedy Girls. Love those two girls. It's fun. It's satire, but all the kills are good. You got two badass chicks freaking killing people and their plans, and they're just endearing to me. And the way the film was presented, I really enjoy it. And I know we reviewed it on whatever show. You guys can hear our full review of it, but I really enjoyed it. 13, You May Be the Killer. That's the one I was going to say before. I thought they'd be higher up on C's list. It seems like it's up his alley. And I tell you, I watched it twice. What they do right is they keep in the gore. They have the comedy. This is like, if Final Girls would have kept in the gore, I would have had it in my top 10 slashers like Brandon did. This is what I was saying they should have done with Final Girls. Because they had comedy, yes, but but when they had to play things straight, they played it straight. And it actually, when things are happening, it works. I mean, there's meta stuff going on which works, and it's not too much. It's good nods to horror geeks like us, and the gore is where it should be, and it's people getting bumped off at summer camp. I really enjoyed that film, pretty much beginning to end. Everything landed for me, and like movies like Ruin Me and Camp Death 2 in 3D or whichever one, this is what they aspired to be, and this, to me, is the way you get it right. The lead character is a little bit dorky, but not annoyingly dorky like the guy was in like Camp Death and stuff like that. To me, this is a formula that many try and very few get it right. And believe that I'm not really the horror comedy guy, but those last two movies, Tragedy Girls and You May Be the Killer, they did it right, man. Check both of those movies out. Okay, number 12, Terrified. This movie really went up my list on the second view. I really enjoyed it the first time. I got a little confused at the end, but man, I'll tell you what, it is straight up scary to see what's going on here. There are a couple visuals. One of the little
boy with the cereal is terrifying.
Yeah. Oh, dude, that whole sequence is amazing, and the opening sequence with the girl in the bathtub bashing around is so good. Those two things stick with me. And the second view really elevated it for me. I owe that a rewatch. I really do. You really should. I mean, it's almost set up like anthology because you have these three different stories, and they all work. And there's some. This is what you want when you see when you go to see a movie like this. Genuinely creepy shit on hauntings and all different stuff going on, and people coming back from the dead. It's almost like an anthology, different stories, but in the same, complex. But they're close to each other. And This was on my top 10 for a while. It was tough to leave it off. I really enjoyed the hell out of Terrified. For me, it was definitely the best of those movies that came out this year. There's like Indonesian films. It was like and foreign films. This really impressed the hell out of me. Terrified. And number 11. This is my surprise of the year, because by all accounts, when I saw things coming out and the clip, of course, I don't watch trailers, but just the things I heard when in production and the stills that I saw and things like that, I didn't think I was going to be into it, and I didn't think they could do something like this again. But this is a sequel. This is The Strangers Prey at Night. Completely different than the first one, but still kept the creep factor of them lurking around, which is what made them so cool in the first film. But in this film, it's straight up like, slasher stuff going on. The kills are good. The characters, I heard people say they don't like any of the characters. I thought nothing was wrong with the characters.
Yeah, I read that too. Crazy.
I like the characters. I like the soundtrack. I like the whole movie.
Yes, another really good soundtrack. Absolutely, yeah. But I like the whole movie too, beginning to end. And I don't know what else you want. You want to see a movie that's a slasher with people coming around killing people and doing their shit. Everything was really good. The music that they used with the pool sequence and that whole thing was amazing. I'm a little disappointed at the ultimate ending of that. They should have just let it go a certain way, and I kind of felt cheated that they didn't. But what are you going to do? The sequence itself is amazing. Using those songs, using Total Eclipse of the Heart.
Total Eclipse of the Heart, and they use Air Supply, yeah.
But I'm saying it all, and all the music they were playing, the way it was presented, and the killers, and the way it ends for everybody, I thought it was really good. It really surprised the hell out of me. I enjoyed it. I watched it twice. Both times I walked away feeling the same. It was an 8.5 out of 10. Enjoyed it start to finish. So there you go. Real quick, I'll do one more. Real quick. Overlord, The Black Loves, What Keeps You Alive, The Endless, Tragedy Girls, You May Be the Killer, Terrified, and The Strangers Prey at Night.
His real quick is what I did for my list. I thought we were supposed to just list them. I didn't say anything about any of the movies. Very little anyway. That's fine, Dave. I just feel like I cheated. I got to say something then. I'll just say a few things about Ravenous and Boarding School then, my 11 and 12.
Why not?
Like Boarding School was a big surprise. I freaking love the plot of this movie. Because it's a great script, because it kind of starts one way, you're not really sure where it's going, and then they get brought to this school, and it's, why are these kids all why is he here? He doesn't really fit in yet. He's got some troubles, but he's not like everybody else here. And you realize that it's these parents that want something done with their kids, and and that's where it gets really interesting. And the way it plays out, it's fucking great. That kid that main actor, he's fantastic.
Yeah, he was, and that
Great.
ending.
Oh, that ending was great.
That
That was
ending,
Great.
mwah. It's a great movie.
Sweet justice.
Yeah.
See, my
sweet-
dumbass. If that would have been me, I would have gone with the girl. Because I like bad girls.
That's it. And then Ravenous is the other infected movie that just blew me away. Not just because it's French Canadian, and Canadian, but I just love the way they played out. I mean, this one, again, it was tense. The sequences that were in there with the whole fog and sequence and everything else,
At
like
the end. With the
Right.
woman in the suit with her machete
yes,
swinging.
yes.
Beautiful.
It just won me over, and I guess I was hearing so much praise for The Cured, and
Wow.
Brandon was the only one I think that mentioned Ravenous. The Ravenous was the one that I'm like, this is fucking amazing, and The Cured, I'm like, this is good.
I talked about Ravenous very early in the show with the Triple R.
Yeah, so it was
on
one of you
Netflix.
two. I thought it was Brandon, but maybe it was you, Dave.
Maybe it was both of us. I think
yeah.
we both saw them all. So
Yeah, so yeah,
And
it
Cargo.
just. Again, it just won me over, and again, I found them this very hard to rank because they're all the same ratings. So you just kind of feel like, who do you get the slight edge to?
yeah, I know.
And I mentioned Apostle. Apostle is a movie that I could see someone saying it's not horror, but they'd be wrong. It doesn't play out like a traditional horror film. I think you said this last year, Dave, when you picked Brimstone as your number one. I'm only comparing the two because of the period type piece. Not that they're Western, but this one is a cult. It's got like blood-sucking freaks in a sense, and I don't want to say too much more. But there's torture, there's gore, there's a guy with a fucking basket head. I mean,
Yeah.
this movie.
It's Buckethead.
Yeah, it layers it. It layers the horror in, but it's not delivered to you in a traditional package. That's it. That's my rank. Because I felt like I didn't really talk about anything there.
Well, my
I
last
just listed.
girlfriend said I don't have a traditional package.
No, because it's shaved. Now, nothing really surprises me on your list. Like none, Christian, that seems to suit you. Did anything I say surprise you guys or no?
I gotta be honest, I'm pleasantly surprised with both of your 18 through 11s. I thought there was a good mixture on there. We're definitely gonna have some repeats throughout the show, but I thought you had some ones that I don't have on my list that I'm glad were mentioned.
No, I not surprised. I just don't know where I'm expecting them to rank. You've already thrown me off with no Halloween. To be honest, I'm already. I told Brandon right before we started recording again. So I'm already disheveled. Like I
Yeah.
don't know.
Don't worry, Watson will be here soon to replace you.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? See, I was listening to our last show from 2017, and at the end we were talking about what we wanted to see the next year, and my list was Halloween was one of them. You were motherfucking Halloween.
I know.
don't want to see that shit you were saying.
I went in like I hated it, and then all of a sudden I saw that first trailer, and I'm like, oh, I'm interested now. And then I tried not to really watch anything else, and like I said, giddy as a schoolgirl. I love it. Why is Brandon's camera off all of a sudden?
I was just gonna say that. You read my mind.
Is my camera really off?
Yeah,
Patrons are here wondering.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck me.
he's beating off to our list.
What about now? Can you see me?
There we go.
You're back. There it
Right
is.
about now.
Because I can't see me now, but as long as you can see me.
Yeah, we could see you.
All right, fine. Then I'm closing it down, but I'm not going to stress about it.
Don't stress about it.
All right, I'm
is.
going to start off my 18. Might as well have the Jews start off with a Christmas movie at number 18. I had to put this on the list. This is a Christmas movie that came out probably in February.
Yeah.
But man, was it fun! Mercy Christmas.
Nice. All right.
I had to put it on here. Our funny cast. We got our lead character Michael Brisket, who gets invited home for Christmas dinner by a beautiful coworker, not realizing that he is in fact Christmas dinner. It's hilarious, it's bloody, and that third act has got some of the greatest kills and just hilarity I've ever seen in a holiday film. I could definitely see this one being added to the rotation.
Son of a bitch, Brandon. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't watch it.
You didn't watch Mercy Christmas?
Both Brandon and I said it was good.
I thought we reviewed this.
Yeah, you and I did. Well, I watched it. You happened to watch it as well, but Dave never did. And Screw anybody that says Secret Santa is the best fucking Christmas movie of the year. That movie is dog shit. Mercy Christmas, which came out in February, like Brandon said,
It came out
is definitely
so
the best
early.
Christmas movie of the year.
Yeah, and I'll watch Christmas movies that early, so I don't care. Number 17, Matching Up with Christians, Psychopaths.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, Mickey Keating, man, he's
great.
he's terrific, a talented filmmaker. I think where people are going to get split on this film, and this is the lowest rated film of all the films that we're going to be talking about tonight, because if you look on the B, this is rated a 3.9. This is really low, but this has a great soundtrack, and some people I think are going to say this is style over substance, but it's such beautiful style. If I had one complaint about this, I wish we had followed maybe one of the killers a little bit longer, and I'm talking about the second female killer.
You're talking about the girl that was performing? I'm in love with you. The girl that was singing on the stage and kept talking to herself?
No, that's the last girl. I'm talking about the one who drugged the guy and took her back to her house.
The blonde girl?
Yes.
I thought she was the first female killer they showed. Okay.
Yeah.
My bad. I love her.
I love the film. It was also in running for great soundtrack. I mean, I don't know any of the music that was on there, but I was really into it. Great film. Number 16, one you recommended to me, Dave, called Eat Me.
Nah, I thought you might like it. Nice.
Man, this was great. This was produced and written by our female star in it. And what's her name? Her name is...
I could check quickly.
Jacqueline something. She wrote and produced it and stars in it as a woman named Tommy who's suicidal, and you really sympathize with her. Her life has not gone well, and a home invasion takes place, and we meet the antagonist. His name is Bob, and he's a scumbag, and he's also had a shitty life, and he's a rapist, he's a thief, he's a bad guy. And over the course of this one night, Tommy and Bob sort of just have this back and forth discussion that, you know, ultimately plays out in a disturbing and upsetting and very downbeat manner, but it's really engaging and worth checking out. I thank you for definitely recommending that one.
Dude, you know why I thought you would like it? Because it reminded me, completely different, but a two-person show for the most part. It reminded me a little bit of the movie the year before that I recommended to you that ended up being on your list. And
do you remember the name of that movie? Because I thought the exact same thing, and I can't remember the name of the movie. The husband and wife one, right?
Yeah, where they poison each other.
Yeah, where they poison. That's exactly what I thought of, and I'm like, this is great. And I can't even remember the name of that movie, but that's exactly what I thought of, and it was great. It did play out like a theatrical play. At number 15, by the way, these are all 8 out of 10s right now. Number 15, I have November, an Estonian horror film. You got werewolves, you got the plague, you got ghosts, you got the devil. It's really quite batshit. You got these soulless creatures built by villagers called krats, where you can put souls in them in exchange for your soul. And it's a bit confusing at times, but if you look at it simply, it's sort of a love story between the local village girl named Lena and the local village boy named Hans. Hans, however, doesn't love Lena. He's in love with the Baroness, this German Baroness who lives in the castle nearby. And it's poetic, and it's beautifully shot, and it's humorous, and it's dark, and it's a film that's definitely worthy of some deeper analysis. So November is my number 15, 8 out of 10. Number 14, one that some might consider more action than horror, but Cold Hell, also on Shudder.
Nice. Wow.
Yeah. Another 8 out of 10. A serial killer targeting Muslim women in Vienna. Our main girl, a Turkish woman named Ozga, who's badass. Violetta, I don't even know how to say her last name. Shurlau. She was fantastic in it. She's a badass kickboxer. She could take care of herself, and with the help of a police detective who she starts to fall in love with, they team up and take down this psychopath. And it's action horror at its best, with a final act that, you know, will leave audiences cheering. So check that one out. Nice. At number 13, a rewatch for me. One, I wasn't super high. I was probably at like a 7 out of 10 the first time I watched it, and then I rewatched it and realized it's just pure slasher gore entertainment, and that's Terrifier.
Wow, nice.
Yeah. Art the Clown, man. It's just slasher brutality at its best, with the absolute best gore and kills of the year, hands down. I mean, it's just mean-spirited, and I like the fact that they left it open for more. And the way they ended it, it leaves the fact that Art can now be a supernatural being, which he kind of was presented as in the All Hallows Eve anthology. So
Right.
I'm looking forward to more. So
Nice. Yeah, me too.
that's Terrifier 8 out of 10. Number 12, Forest of the Lost Souls.
There it is. Nice.
Yeah, this one, this is where I could have, did one of my number 12 became my number 5. This is where I could have started doing this. I didn't, though, but a Portuguese horror film. And you would think that, especially you saw it, Dave. You had it on your, you talked about
8 out of 10 for me,
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, and but you would think this is kind of the film that I wouldn't like because of where it goes.
Mean-spirited?
It is. It's a very mean-spirited film, but
the first half, I thought you would like.
Exactly, that was it. It started out as an art house film, a lot of deep intellectual
More drama.
Conversation, very dramatic between a father who wants to kill himself because he lost his daughter to suicide and this young girl who's there to kill herself as well, and they're having this exchange, and then it does a complete 180 and all these truths are learned, and it becomes a home invasion slasher film that's, like we said, mean-spirited, kind of violent and nasty, and beautifully shot, and sort of without any explanation as to why, makes it more terrifying in this sense.
You know why it went from an 8.5 to an 8 for me and got bumped on the second view?
Why is that?
Because they make it seem like the antagonist has done this before. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I totally believe she's done it.
Okay. That's, I think, the same. And I think that it's a little bit, I don't think that it's something that you can get away with repeatedly. That was my problem. Like, you know what? The antagonist was a little bit sloppy with what they were doing. Not sloppy, but out in the open. And I think if you did that once and got caught, that'd be awesome. But the way it was presented, that they got away with it, that it's been done before, kind of made me like, I couldn't suspend my disbelief in that manner. So that's what bumped it off.
See, I could, because I felt like the vastness of the forest, it's almost like a sacred ground where probably not many like police officers and stuff go. And I felt like she could have, definitely hid bodies and done stuff like that.
Oh, I don't get that. That the forest is fine, but I'm talking about when she would leave the forest and then go and do what she did to the people's families or etc. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. That's what I was like. Well, this is something that's been done before and everything else, and that was the only reason why. But I still enjoyed the film.
And my number 11, that was an 8.5 out of 10. My number 11 film, also an 8.5 out of 10. I only got to see it once, and that is A Quiet Place.
Nice.
I was absolutely shocked by our opening kill. Great heightened visual sense by taking away the sound. You really feel the performances in the body language and the expressions of the actors. Full attention. Ends with the viewer wanting more, and I really just love the chemistry between Krasinski and Blunt. Real life husband and wife, they always say never really have the chemistry on there, but they had great chemistry in there. The daughter was fantastic, and just a heartwarming story. And I thought, people complaining about the looks of the creatures, for as much as they were shown in it, I thought they looked fine, and it's way more about the family struggle for survival than it is about the creatures. So I personally loved it. 8.5 out of 10. So I'll just read back through that real quick. Number 18, Mercy Christmas, 8 out of 10. 17, Psychopaths, 8 out of 10. 16, Eat Me, 8 out of 10. 15, November, 8 out of 10. 14, Cold Hell, 8 out of 10. 13, Terrifier, 8 out of 10. 12, Forest of Lost Souls, 8.5 out of 10. And 11, A Quiet Place, 8.5 out of 10.
Right on.
Nice, man.
Yeah. Right on. And I remembered that movie, by the way. It's called Die, My Dear.
Die, My Dear. That's it. I couldn't remember for the life of me, but I swear, as I was watching the film, I'm comparing it in my head. I'm picturing
I knew it. That's why I told you to watch it.
Jacqueline Wright is the woman's name.
Jacqueline Wright. Okay.
I
didn't write her last name. I just wrote Jacqueline. We're on a first name basis now.
Jackie. Jackie.
All right, top 10 begins. Let's do this.
All right, my number 10, Puppet Master, The Littlest Reich. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. A fun ass movie, gory. This is what Puppet Master should be, in my opinion. I was really not a big fan. I said this earlier, of the original series. I liked maybe the first one, maybe part 2. I'm going by memory, and then I remember really liking 3, and then everything else was dismissive. This was great. It was fun. It was funny. Good acting, hot chicks, and it was gory. A hell of a lot of fun.
It is fun. Yeah, we all like that. I give it 8 out of 10 myself. I quite enjoyed it.
I also gave it an 8 out of 10, even though it just missed my list. It was an 8 out of 10.
Right on. All right. What did you give it an 8 out of 10, or are you higher up?
Me, no, it was 8 out of 10.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I'm starting 9s. I'm all 9s for a little while now.
9.
Nice.
So my number 10 is Annihilation. And I got to tell you, I did not expect to like this movie. I put it off for a while. I know that it's fringe horror, sci-fi, whatever, so I wasn't going to watch it, but I kept asking people, is it horror, is it horror? And I was like, I would say 75% of people said yes. I said, you know what? That's good enough for me. But, man, it's very thought-provoking. It's mixing so many things. It reminds me of Alien and The Thing and what do you call it? Event Horizon. Lots of stuff going on here, and just some of the scariest freaking sequences of the year, honestly. Some serious shit goes down here, and the soundtrack is fantastic. Another one that I, for a minute, considered making it my number 1 of the year. But yeah, I'm really on board. It's a long film, as a lot of movies on my top 10 are going to be. But it's a long film, and I'm not bored for a moment. The first time I watched it, I was confused at the ending. And of course, I got all great acting, mostly a female cast, and all, Natalie Portman is great, and everybody pretty much is great. But there's some scary things here. The way people's demises happen, there's some genuinely scary things happening here, and there's some disturbing things when you see the people and what they've turned into, the people that were there before. And I don't know, some of the things just give me that spooky feeling, but it's got that. It's shot great. It's scored great. It looks beautiful. Everything about it. And again, like I was saying before, I was confused by the ending the first time. Then I watched it a second time with my wife. And because the ending confused me still, I was going to actually bump it down to like an 8.5. And my wife said something to me. And she goes, wow. She goes, so this, and this, and this. And that's why. And I was like, holy shit, you just cracked the code. She told me what the ending meant. I thought it was something completely different. And if we talk another time without spoilers, I think I don't know how many people feel this way, but her theory about what she said and why everything happened exactly at the end the way it did, and what she was doing and why, I was like, holy shit! I go, that's awesome. I go, it actually makes sense with her character's decisions throughout the film. So now I see what's going on here. So it stayed up at a 9 out of 10. I really enjoyed it. There's some really cool visuals. Just some sick shit when they discover the first soldier and the video, and you see the stuff squirming around.
Yeah. Oh my God. The snaky kind of intestines.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. Some badass shit. And people that talk about this being on fringe horror, like I said, the movies I compared it to, I think is enough. I felt that it was pretty horrific and scary, and the way people's demises. The thing with the bear was freaking horrifying.
It's sci-fi-esque as well, obviously, but and probably stronger there. But I have no problem fitting it into the horror genre.
Yeah, and I'm sure it says horror on the B.
Yeah,
there somewhere.
It was all around. Like, I'm looking forward to what he does next, because his movies have been great. Everybody's a great actor, and as you said in this, it looks great. I really liked it. I don't know. At one point, I thought it was hovering around at the top there. I think I had it an 8, and I gave it a 7.5 overall. When I looked back at my list, I really enjoyed it. I don't know why I ended up at that rating.
Yeah, I think I was at like a 7 as well. But again, I only gave it 1 watch.
Same here.
Oh, yeah. Well, second view, and then when I tell you something about that I can't say on the show, that'll help too. But it's a 9 out of 10. Yeah, I really enjoyed the hell out of it, and I had a Blu-ray, and it's on Netflix anyway. But I'll be watching it.
These films were long this year. This was the year of long films. We talked last year about everything needed 10 more minutes. This year, everything needed about 20 minutes less.
You're right. I know. They're long films.
All right, my number 10 film is The Clove Hitch Killer.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was just, a perfect portrait of, evil. Just Dylan McDermott knocked it out of the park. His relationship with his son, Charlie Plummer, fantastic. I love the fact that they use this sort of religious community as a backdrop because the son kind of has nobody to go to except for this outsider girl, Cassie, who does a great job. I believe her name is Madison Beatty. And, together they kind of look into it and discover. And besides for one little scene, which I for me, it didn't do it for me. So I'm just going to go ahead and say this, that there was really no attempt to mislead the viewer as to who the killer is here.
That's what I said, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they, at one point, Dylan McDermott's character tries to explain, oh, it was Uncle whatever, the uncle who can't speak. But it's literally almost like a throwaway line because you get to know his character, you see his perversions and the fact that he's just a very disturbed individual. He's quiet. He's a Cub Scout leader, a Eagle Scout leader, and you could just tell that he's suspicious of the son and the new friend, and he kind of feels like he knows what's going on. But that twist that they come up with in the third act was just beautifully executed, and I did not see it coming for a second.
It's great. Well, it's because it shifts focus from you're following the point of view, so to speak, of the son for the whole movie, and then we shift focus and you're wondering why. But it's a cinematic genius, actually. It's cinematically genius because it doesn't actually shift focus.
It doesn't.
You think it does, but it does. It really doesn't. And I don't think the director, I don't think they ever wanted you not to think it wasn't him. I think you're supposed to kind of follow the boy and maybe it could be the uncle, maybe because the uncle's kind of mentally disheveled. But I don't think we're ever supposed to not think it's him. I think they could have. That's why they never even try to throw us off.
Yeah, I threw that line out there just because I don't want people coming at me saying, "Oh, well, they put that in there to try to mislead you." Because I personally don't think they did.
Yeah,
I think you get the sense just from his presentation, from the very opening, the conversations he has. You could just tell he's an awkward individual, and they slowly start to unravel his character and show you the things he's into, the son and the friend. They discover the pictures and the magazines and the blueprints and all this craziness. And like you said, that lack thereof of a shift in that third act was just really well done. Some people said they saw it coming. I really didn't. I thought it was heading in a completely different direction, but I don't want to say cheering at the way this film concludes, because it's just a dark, nasty horror film throughout, that there's almost like there's no victor at the end here.
True.
Very another great movie and great performances all around.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah,
good pick, man.
I give this one 8.5 out of 10.
Right on. This is totally BTK Killer, by the way. There's no question. There's so many similarities between the BTK Killer and the Clove Hitch Killer in this that it's pretty wild. But there you go. I have the listeners' top 10 from Jason Free, who's provided them. He did all kinds of work. People on the group page contributed, so Abraham brought it up. Should we do it? So Jason Free did a really cool thing for us on the group page, which if you guys aren't on the group page, what are you waiting for? Get on Facebook and join it, Exploding Heads. We're there. But there was people posting things. People were posting their top 10 for the year, this and that. There was a couple threads made. Abraham Ram made one, the Ram Man, and some people did it below his in his thread, and other people did separate ones, and one thing led to another, and I just kind of said, well, if we're getting so many, maybe I'll read them on the show. And I just said it, and then I was thinking, oh, that's a lot of work. I'm so busy on the rewatches. And Jason Free, thank you, sir, stepped up and said, hey,
thanks, Jason.
I'll help. Yeah, I'll help you out, he said. And
Jason's sitting, he's not listening. He's not listening right now, but when he is, he's going to be like, fuck Free. I want to get paid. Jason paid, motherfucker.
Well, we'll have to give Jason something. Maybe we can let him, we can do a triple R for him or some type of review, something like that, We're usually cool like that.
Yeah,
but anyway.
We'll think about it.
Yeah. Let us know, Jason. We'll do some stuff for you. We're going to have so many things that are going to be recommended from other people in this next year that we're just going to roll with it, So, long story short, we had over 35 submissions on the group page in like a matter of a week, so that was kind of cool. People just came in and wasn't playing. Here we are. So the listeners' consensus 10, and he did it the right way. If somebody had their movie as number 1, they got 10 points. If they had their movie as number 10, they got 1 point, and etc. So people weighed in, and this is what we have. The
Nice.
number 10 movie for the listeners in the group page is, I believe, matching somebody's in this room. The Clove Hitch Killer.
Yeah.
Yay!
Nice. All right.
Pretty cool, huh?
Brandon.
Yeah.
Awesome, man.
I'll still get voted third when they ask who has the best list.
Now referred to as Clove Hitch.
Yep.
Or the Cloverfield Killer.
Or the Clover.
I'm sorry, SC. We love you.
Clove Hitch. Yep, Clovey. Okay, so
Clovey. Crimson and Clover.
pumps and a bump. Number 9, right? We're
number 9s.
We're still doing a countdown here, boys and girls.
Here we go.
All right.
My number 9 is Art the Clown Terrifier.
Nice.
Brandon brought this up earlier. We're not digging deep in this movie. You're not waxing intellectual about this movie for the most part. It's a slasher film. I recommended this. We had Kenny Kong thinking I was fucking crazy for bringing it up. He thought it was absolute trash. And there's going to be a ton of people out there that think it's trash. But Art the Clown is fucking creepy. This movie is creepy and super gory. I can't recommend it for everybody because of that one particular scene of the saw.
Oh, it's such an awesome kill, though.
It is awesome.
I don't mind the switcherino for the final act and what happens. I know, Dave, patrons can see your face and I can feel it. You're not gung-ho about it. I'm totally cool with it. I want more Art the Clown. Just a fun slasher and gory. Gory. Mine's a jacket required.
Nice. I get that one. Nice. What I'm going to say is my issue with the switcherino was that I was so in love with the first girl. That,
they should have brought in a Manica Reno.
That's what they sought in F.
Manica Reno. They should have. But I was so in love with the girl number 1, and then you killed her off. You're not going to go anyplace.
I was with you there, but the second rewatch, and I watched it with friends the second time around, and it definitely helped. It's a friend kind of film, especially because every time a kill took place, my buddy was like, "Ooh, whoa, like literally every time," and it was really funny because he was like really taken aback, like how gory it was, but he loved it, and I was just like, I was enjoying that.
We should have a watch along. We should do this in Patreon. I don't know how to do a watch along, but I hear other Patreons talk about it.
Yeah, I would do that.
If we can find a way to do it, that'd be awesome. But just put on Terrifier.
But Terrifier, well, there's specific movies that you can pick
Netflix.
through Facebook. I don't know if you could do it like, I guess you could just do this and have the movies going. But I mentioned it when we did the review earlier in the year. I said it has a funny, creepy, the funniest, creepiest scene of the year, and I still think it holds true, where he wears that skin suit, the one that Dave wore when he was 15.
Yep,
Before the final stroke of midnight. No, but and then it's so freaking creepy. I know it's my favorite word, but that's the best way to describe that sequence. Yet you want to laugh at his mannerisms as he's walking. Art the Clown, the guy who plays Art the Clown is a genius. He did it great. And that's why I say I want to see more Art the Clown.
Yeah.
And that was 8.5 out of 10.
8.5. Nice. Wow. I was 7.5, and I was a lone man. No shit. Wow. Good stuff, though. Good stuff. Nice to see an old-fashioned killer just come up and do some shit like that, Nothing fancy. Come and kill. Good kills. Have some fun. I can dig it. All
Use a
right,
gun.
my number 9 is Apostle.
Yeah.
And, yeah, man, I'm so glad you watched it because you said something last night. Should I watch Apostle? And I'm like, I didn't want to show my hand because we never do with each other, So I was like, I think you should see it. So I'll give you
Speaking
all
of
my
which, can you please show us your hand right now? 'Cause
Mine's got coffee.
there we go.
And this one has my notes in it. See, there's my
The
hand.
viewers working.
See?
Where the hell's your mic?
Yeah, my mic's being held up by something else.
Yeah.
A
clove
tripod
hitch.
is holding a tripod is holding up a tripod. You can see it right there.
This is Patreon gold right here.
And I will say,
$1.
I said it. Sorry, $1. I really do appreciate the fact that you recommended it to me because I was like I gotta watch. I had 2 movies left that I wanted to fill, and it was one of the 4 that I wanted to choose from. And you're like, you've got to watch it. And I swear it should have probably maybe entered the top 10, but I just finished it today. Like I said, and I'll have to watch it again. But what a great movie!
Yeah, well, it entered my top 10, all right. It's freaking balls deep in it, But yeah, man, I mean, technically, there's nothing you could say negative about this. All the acting is great. The the cinematography, the score, everything. It looks really nice. It's shot well. Everything is just all that stuff. And then that's just the technical aspects. And then the story is so cool, and the gore when you get the kills. And I admit, it's a little confusing, I guess, at the end, and what's going on the island. We know that there's a cult there. We know that they talk about the goddess. When things slowly get peeled back and we see what's happening, and we see our hero there who's trying to rescue his sister who was kidnapped by them, and that whole situation, and anything that has to do with cults and religion is always interesting. So it almost kind of like is almost like a modern day Wicker Man with a twist.
Exactly. That's exactly what it's like with the cults and the goddess. And the second watch really helped me understand it. And there's some beautiful scenes, particularly with what's his name?
I forget his name.
I had it right here, buddy.
Dan Stevens.
Yeah.
Who did a terrific job, and as a guy who's sort of lost his faith, and he redeems himself and finds his faith again, and the ending is really quite beautiful and poetic, and it sort of plays into like his new role as this. Well, I won't say anything, but as to what will become of him.
But the kills are all really good, and the horror aspects are there, and they're all top notch. I mean, when that one dude gets freaking, when he takes the guy, he killed my daughter, and that whole thing, that whole sequence, that whole 15 minutes of when they're discovered is so brutal and heart-wrenching.
Yeah, I was rooting for them. I
felt so bad for them. And the girls in this movie were great. They're
February.
Lucy Boynton does it again.
Yeah.
Oh, so pretty too, man. And she does such a great job in this role. And what else was really good? And I became more endeared to him as the movie went on, as an actor and with the character, is the preacher.
Malcolm.
Malcolm.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. Man, I'm drawing a blank on his real name. He used to date Sarah Silverman, and he's actually from the Twilight films, but he's actually done
Michael Sheen.
Yeah. He's done a lot of great films. I think he has a child with Kate Beckinsale. He happens to be a terrific actor, and
obviously there's a huge hog because Jesus.
Yeah, I know Beckinsale and Silverman, rock and roll, man.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, they're no Lucy Boynton, but they're good to go. No, but he's great. I mean, if there was an award for best supporting actor, I'd probably give it to him. I thought he was fantastic, and
because as the movie goes on, you kind of learn that his intentions and kind of all of their intentions were kind of good from the start, but it's almost about how like
Quinn took over.
Quinn took over, and it's sort of about how like religion corrupts basically. Yeah, and it's a terrific film.
Yeah, it's heavy, and there's so much going on in it, and the 3 founding fathers. I forget the third guy, but I like him too. What he has to deal with his own son, and what's going on there, and there's just so many things at play here. And it's long and it's dramatic and it's a period piece, but there really isn't a whole lot of downtime. It's really pretty interesting. It's great when they show the flashbacks of when the lead was in where was it, China or someplace like that? When
Yeah, it was in some Asian country trying to bring Christianity there, and they rejected him, and they were
so cool looking.
They were burning them. That's when he lost his faith.
Branded.
Yes.
When they brand them. Yeah, it's a beautiful scene.
But there was suspense in it, man. There was all that suspense when he was about to get it, when he was in the church and the guy was reciting the lines.
Yeah.
And he thought he was going to get discovered himself, and the way that played out. And then the little switcherino in the beginning with the mark on the freaking thing to get on the boat and how that plays out.
Yeah.
Wow.
But there's also a scene towards the end where, when he's getting branded, he's sort of looking up, asking for God's help. And there's a scene towards the end in the light. And I forgot, it's during the chaos in the final act where he's sort of on the ground and he looks up and the light is shining. It's, it's not meant to be like literally God's looking at him, but it's like he's found his faith. And, it's just a complete contrast to that scene back in, we'll just say it's China. I'm not sure what country it was, and it was just beautifully done. Yeah,
man, really good film. Really, when I first heard about it, I didn't know if it was going to be my cup of tea. And man, I sat down and I was thoroughly impressed. It was just really good stuff. 9 out of 10. If you guys haven't seen Apostle, it's on Netflix. What are you waiting for?
Yeah, do it.
Nice.
All right, my number 9 has been mentioned before. It is The Endless.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, man. Oh.
Yeah,
You're the two blowing it.
I'm sorry, Benson and Moorhead are my guys. I liked Resolution, but Spring was my number 1.
Spring was great. Spring, yeah. I love Spring. I haven't seen Resolution, and you guys have both mentioned it. I haven't seen it.
No wonder you didn't dig the end. You got to watch Resolution and then follow it up with The Endless.
No, see, I love the cult shit until they get to the Endless shit. I like it all the way until it goes into the looping stuff.
Well, that's
I know
what's going on.
I know,
and it's so creative and different from anything you've seen. This sort of, I don't know if you want to call it a godlike entity or just some sort of, creature or demon that has trapped this cult in these different length time loops, and it's just so well presented. And Benson and Moorhead, as actors, I thought were terrific as the two brothers, and they go back there and more answers are revealed. And I really just love the way it plays out, the interaction between all the characters. And then the final scene plays out, and I gotta be honest, I felt the first time I watched it that it was a definitive answer, but then one of the characters makes a comment. It's practically the last line of the movie. It might be the last line of the movie. And it made me second guess whether this movie actually has a definitive answer.
Weird, because I had trouble the first time and figured it out the second time.
Okay, I'd be interested to know what you think, because I feel like I thought one way the first time and I'm the other way the second time. But either way, I just think it's brilliantly presented. It answers all the questions to Resolution, and it's quite creepy.
So is this a sequel to Resolution or a follow-up?
It takes... Go ahead, P. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. You can talk.
It's like the same timeline, so to speak, but the guys at the... remember when they go back to the house and there's those two guys there, and they said they're still going through the same thing every day, and the guy's trying to get the other guy clean, and he's trained up to the thing. Resolution is all about those two.
Yeah, they
venture out a few times. They venture out a few times, and the girl that shows up, that's remember the girl said that I was obsessed with the tweaker, and I was in the state mental hospital. Yeah. Remember the one girl? She actually shows up in Resolution and goes up, and the people in Resolution also meet up with our lead characters from this one when they're still in the cult before they fleed.
Okay, well, I'll check out Resolution. I didn't know any of this, so just going in, I liked the setup. I liked the fact of going back. I liked all of that. So I thought the cult stuff was enduring and creepy, and it was building and building and building, and then they go into this time loop stuff, and I'm like,
yeah, that's
let's see how this plays it out. And then I wasn't sure. I liked the way it was playing out. So then I ended up at a 6.5. Like, 3/4 of it I liked.
I think I would like you to see both again just to see if it changes. But I mean, it's still the time loops are still a heavy part of it. But it's such beautiful cinematography in this as well. The tug of war scene is just
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that scene. That's great. And
the leader of the cult, that guy does a really good job. Man.
yeah, they all do a great job, and it's really well done, and a movie that I think just will probably get better for me upon rewatches, just because it's a thinker's type film.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
No, I'm just saying there's a lot going on because you watch like he said, the characters from Resolution are sort of like that are sort of the background characters in this. And so you pick up on it and then you kind of piece it together and they're all being referenced and you just find out it's been going on for a long time and you're not sure what the deal is with the brothers and how long it's been going on for them. Like I'm not going to spoil it, but I kind of want to. I really do. I'm not.
Just watch them both. Watch Resolution and follow it up with the Endless.
I read another one down. Resolution.
And that's 8.5 for the Endless.
Right on. I think it's the same grade I had.
Yeah.
Grade.
A minus.
A.
B plus.
What about the listeners? What's the definitive?
Come on, Endless. Come on, Endless.
The listeners, number 9 is Overlord.
Ooh, you sons of bitch.
Yeah, my number 18.
Must be nice to live in fancy parts of town that show movies.
Okay, Overlord played everywhere. That's my own fault. And I was not going to watch a cam version. It was my fault for missing in the theater. I checked second runs. We've got a couple places that do like a second run thing, hoping it was going to show up there. I was even hoping maybe Suspiria might make it there. Nah.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Suspiria, Overlord, and Hellfest lasted like 2 to 3 weeks, and then they were out.
Suspiria, like, I'm kind of pissed about because I actually found it at a theater near me within like 25 minutes, but it was literally there, I think, for 2 days.
It was not near me.
I'm going to go during the weekend. It was like Monday, and like Wednesday it was gone. I'm like, are you kidding me?
That's fucked up. Wow.
All right. Number 8. Here we go. Number 8, another thinking person's movie, according to Brandon. and mine is The Strangers Pray at Night.
All right. Nice.
I fucking love this. Another slasher movie, blew me away. A different type of creepy than the first one, and I embraced it. Everything we said earlier, with the usage of Total Eclipse of the Heart and Air Supply added to the creep level, the gore, the fate of the family. I was like feeling for this because it's a fucking mom, dad, whatever. It's just so matter of fact, and that's what's so creepy about it. I feel like this movie I feel like it's getting some love, but I see a lot of shit. A lot of people shit on it.
Yeah, man.
I think it's just nice to see them come out from the shadows of part 1. Try to, continue their killing ways and actually get matched up and get defeated. I mean, that's cool to see. And the scene on the truck, very reminiscent of like Texas Chainsaw. And I really like that when she hits him with the shovel and stuff like that. I don't know, it felt very Texas Chainsaw to me. And
it's all good stuff. And I don't want to spoil it too much, but when the mom gets it, and just the way it's all done, man. You're like shit. I felt like I was right there, and that takes something for a movie to do that. So I was on board, and I loved it. My number 8, and that was 8.5 out of 10 as well.
Nice.
Yeah, same thing I gave it. That was my number 11. It was right there. I enjoyed the hell out of it.
I gave it an 8 also. An 8, well, not 8.5, 8, but it just missed my list.
I can't believe that. I heard a few people saying that they couldn't root for the girl. They said that she was such a bitch. I'm like, she wasn't a bitch. She was a kid that was going through some trouble, and she freaking lashed out a little bit at her parents, but she wasn't a complete bitch.
And it seemed like the minute they got to the park and things went, I mean, she seemed like it almost, for like the first 15 minutes, she's kind of bitchy, but then she kind of loosens up, and she seemed very remorseful very quickly. And I was certainly rooting for her. I like the brother and the parents. I mean, it was a great cast.
Yep, yeah, it's a great movie. I'm surprised. Not everybody was into it, but oh well. Okay, now my number 8. This movie here, it's another fringe horror. To me, I thought about not having it on the list and like having it as a, an honorable mention in my 18 through 11. But the thing is, the entire time I'm watching this movie, I think I feel more horrified watching it than almost any other movie on the list. So for me, that speaks horror because I know what's going on and I know what's going to happen next. And they keep giving you hints as to what's going to happen, and you know the story. So I think I just give it away.
Yeah.
It's My Friend Dahmer.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah.
But the thing is, everything about this movie, there's not a weakness in the film. I cannot wait to watch it again. I've seen it twice. I know the Dahmer story really well, and it's going to sound weird, but watching this almost makes you sympathetic towards him. And I know some people are going to hear that and say that's not what you should be saying or whatever. But the thing is, when you hear more about his situation and his mother's mental health issues and the way things are going on and the way his father was and how they tried to help him and just everything, and then making friends in school and then being taken advantage of. But the thing is, you think that the guy's going to be a loner, and he's really not a loner. But everything is, this guy that plays the role, pardon me for not knowing, he is Dahmer to me. He does so well in this role, and everything is so believable.
He came from like a Disney show background, like one of those Disney.
Did he really?
Dahmer on Ice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sorry.
No, that's awesome. He was on like one of them High School Musicals or something.
No, they've got like those salmon. I don't know what show it was, but it was like one of those shows where, it's just on the Disney Channel or whatnot. But wow, he was fantastic, and the dude from Hereditary is great in this movie.
Yes,
the cast is phenomenal.
Austin and Ally.
Yeah, that's the show.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'll tell you, this guy embodied freaking Dahmer. Even like his posture and everything, and just the way everything he did, and everything was so believable. Like, I've seen relationships like that in high school where you have guys hanging out with the one guy, and he's kind of goofball, so you have fun with him. You're not picking on him, but you're not really best friends with him, but he's still part of the group. These are things you see in like high school life, and it's believable. Like, you usually hear about serial killers and what they get away with. You think they're going to be loners, but he actually had like moments of like a little bit of fame in his high school.
Things were good for a while in there, and you're like, you actually think things might work out. Oh, okay, he's got a group of friends. He's acting a little bit more normal.
He doesn't seem too hungry.
You see the struggle. He goes away from it. His father destroys his lab. He says, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to stop fucking with roadkill and everything. And for a while he does. And then he slowly regresses back in. And then you see how he takes to the bottle because of things going on and the issues. And his mother's all fucked up. His parents are fighting and all that. And the way everything starts going. And the tragic scene at the mall later on when he just keeps going on. And when you start to see his friends, some of them think they're doing wrong. Others, it's humanity and it's different characters and what's going on, and there's not a weak link in the movie as far as acting is concerned either. It's a period piece and it looks great, but everything that goes on with the jogger who's the doctor, and when he goes sees him and he gets a chubby and all that stuff, and you know that later on he's going to try to kill him and he almost kills him, and just everything that goes, and in the very end is chilling when he picks up what's going to be his first victim, if you know the case. Everything about it, as I'm watching the movie, I'm considering it horror still because granted he doesn't kill anybody. He makes some attempts, he has some fantasies, but
what's the impending doom? That feeling,
yes,
just is across the whole movie. Just
that scene with his friend. That scene with his friend outside the house at night.
Oh, awesome!
Yeah, great tension in that scene.
Yeah, dude, Durf at the end when he's freaking that whole thing. Just it's so well acted. It's just extremely entertaining. I could watch this movie again and again. It's just very well made. There's no real weakness I see. It's the making of a monster. And it's not what you think it's going to be. I'm so glad I took the leap and watched it. Then I listened to the podcast Test Pattern, and they really talked about Dahmer and this movie, and really got deep on that episode. And I was like, I got to watch this again, and I did. And man, great stuff. But great movie, man. If anybody had reservations about watching My Friend Dahmer, run right out and see it. It's 9 out of 10 for me, and I think it's a great film.
Excellent. All right, my number 8 is The Ritual.
Nice.
Yeah. I love the film, man. Upon rewatch, I had a great time with it again. A group of college friends reunite for a trip to the forest, but encounter a menacing presence in the woods that's stalking them. Obviously, they're there to kind of pay homage to their friend who's killed in a botched robbery at the beginning, and the one friend froze up, and it's kind of hurt the friendship now. So there's a lot of dealing with loss and redemption, and terrific performances, and coming to terms with past tragedies in this movie, and the cult and the godlike creature they encounter throughout, not throughout, in the third act of this film. It's just absolutely beautiful and haunting at the same time. You know, I still wish, I know you guys made fun of me when we talked about this earlier in the year, and I'm gonna say it again. I just wish there had been a little bit more of a showdown fight between our last character and this godlike creature. Because he says to his friend says to him in the cabin, the last two who were alive, he says to him, you know, you're going to live. This is going to be like it's going to be like his redemption. So it's, to me, when I feel like it's going to be his redemption, it's going to be like he's not going to cower in fear anymore. He's going to stand up and fight, which he does for a while. He stabs the creature and he attacks it. But then he escapes its clutches, and the movie sort of comes to an end. I just felt like if he had killed it, it just would have been just a tiny bit higher for me.
That's fair. I didn't have a problem with it, but I see what you're saying.
And the fact that they play out, you know, it's not dream. I don't think it's dream sequences, but it looks almost like dream sequences. These sort of grocery aisles that sort of pop up in the woods and play out the scenario that happened at the beginning throughout the movie. It's
That's
really
great.
really
with the blend
done.
It's different because they could have copped out and made them more flashbacks, almost like like a fusion of realities.
Yeah, exactly.
With it being within the actual forest as well. Yeah. And I love how they blend it.
Yeah. Yep. There is a dream sequence though in the very beginning. And when the movie first starts, and after the incidents in the very beginning, the movie begins with him waking up in the tent after a dream sequence.
Yeah, which is fine, because obviously he's going to be haunted by the nightmare, and I love the whole tension and dread and nightmarish feel when they stay in that cabin, how it affects each of them. You know, the one guy pisses himself, the one guy is worshiping that straw-like deity that's upstairs, you know. The one guy wanders off and gets the mark on his chest, and it affects them all differently, and it's just terrifying.
I gotta tell you, I'm looking at my list right now, my top 10, because we're on that subject, and 9 out of the 10 movies on my top 10 have a fucking dream sequence in them. So I dare anyone to tell me there isn't too much of this going on, because every fucking movie I'm looking at, there's a dream sequence, and I'll keep going. I might do a count at the end of my 100 movies and write down how many there's a dream in. It's ridiculous. Anyway, sorry.
Well, for me, Bruckner knocks it out of the park again. Great follow-up to Southbound. I give this one an 8.5 out of 10 as well. And Ray Spall, the lead actor in this, terrific actor, does a great job.
Right on.
A lot of great performances. Tough to pick standout performances this year.
Yeah, there were really great performances for sure, and in this film, absolutely. Yeah. A lot of good movies. A lot of quality films. You know, it's like you said at the beginning that it's a diversity of different type of horror, different subgenres, a lot of them, but a lot of real good films too. Horror isn't like what it used to be. I mean, that's why we have so much fringe horror. We have dramatic acting going on. We have
there's drama, there's mysteries, there's action, but there's still horror elements spread throughout all these films. So to me, they're still horror. If it doesn't,
And then we still have regular basic freaking cut 'em ups like a movie that you guys are on your list, like Terrifier.
Exactly.
Terrifier, excuse me. So, okay, now our number 8 for the listeners. Apparently enough people got to see this movie because it comes in pretty. I imagine if everybody got to see it where it might have landed, but people like it. Suspiria.
Wow, man. The two that we didn't see in a row there, B.
I know. Look at that. Yeah. I know. Enough people saw them both to...
Dave automatically wins.
I win what?
Best list.
Why do I win best list?
Because the 2 movies are on there.
Huh. Let's move on. Number 7.
After that fiasco. My number 7, I don't know what happened to my voice there. My number 7 is The House That Jack Built.
So is mine. So I'll do it with you.
Hey, nice. Okay, here we go. Well,
No
I
dream
gave it.
sequence. That's the
I
only
gave it a 9 out of 10.
Ew.
This movie is fucking long, as Brandon said. If you don't like allegory, you're probably going to hate the last 15, 20 minutes of the film. The reality is that this also encompasses a tie for me for the Best Actor award.
Me
And that's
too.
Matt Dillon. But I have to make it a tie.
I don't have a tie. I just have Matt Dillon.
You just have Matt Dillon, and I have to do a tie. But Matt Dillon is phenomenal in this movie, and the 5 scenarios that distinguish his becoming of a serial killer, all of them are unique. All of them are fucking wacky. I gotta be honest. When he gets to scenario 5, am I the only one that really wanted to see that play out?
I really wanted to see
The
it
Full
play
Metal
out.
Jacket bullet.
Yeah, it felt like a saw trap.
Yeah, it looked like he was doing the jigsaw thing. I don't want to go into it too much because I know it was just recently released, and I think a lot of people still need to see it. It's not going to be for everyone. It is very artsy, and it's long.
Director.
And it's long, but there's a lot of rewarding elements to the film.
Can I refer to you and Dave as Grumpy and Simple from now on?
Sure.
Which
Why am
one
I
I'm
grumpy?
Simple.
Simple's the girl who.
Oh, yeah.
Turns into a tit into a coin purse, and Grumpy Face is the little boy, which is absolutely terrifying. The face he puts on him.
Yeah. Oh my lord.
Yeah, him and the little boy from Terrified are they're neck and neck for spooky little boys.
What was
dead boys?
Incident 1 is pretty straightforward. I'm getting confused now because I don't know where my notes went from.
I remember. Though.
Incident 2.
Oh, I love Incident 2
Yes.
with the woman and dragging the
Yeah,
house.
That's when you see his OCD come into full effect, and he's really playing with danger there because the cop's there, but his OCD is so bad that he actually invites the cop in at one point, and he just gets away, and he talks about how it's almost like God was looking out for him because it starts raining, even though he leaves that crazy blood trail.
So I felt it kept building, and then Simple. I at first thought that was a bit of a misfire. I wasn't really digging it because it didn't seem to fit his character. It didn't really seem to fit his character there. But then the coin purse thing kind of was like a sick kind of twisted joke. I don't know, but I did not. That was the one incident that I wish something different happened.
I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. It slowed down a little bit with that. I think that went on a little too long. It reminded me of Dahmer, though, in real life, because that happened with Dahmer. You know that story about the drunk guy, and he came outside and talked? Because cops never believe you when it's that obvious. And that happened. And then Dahmer told him, "Oh, that's my buddy. He's drunk. I'm just going to bring him back up." And I was like, okay. Same thing. He even comes out and he goes, "Everything this woman is saying is true." He says, "I have killed 60 people." And you know the cops are just going to arrest him. He's like, "Yeah, okay. You're the killer. Get the fuck out of here." You know what I mean? The way he plays with that is great.
Like
Same thing with the cop earlier.
That part's good.
That part, yes.
Yeah.
But there was too much downtime in the apartment, the beginning, drawing around the breast and all that, and a little too much discussion. Granted, it's a 2.5-hour movie. I really think you could have cut 15 or 20 minutes. I don't even mind the monologues. Like, to me, that's part of the trippy, cool shit about this film. Like, this director makes these fucked up films. I like that he's sitting there explaining to Virgil. Is that his name, Virgil? Virgil?
Yeah.
Okay, explaining about the houses and the walking between the two lights and all that stuff. That's what makes it trippy, natural born killers type shit for me. And I dig it. I know it's not for everybody. I don't mind that. I think it could have been cut in a few other places. But I'm not complaining. It's still great. You know, did you guys know in the first minute where it was going? Because for once I did. As soon as I heard him discussing with Virgil what was going on, I knew what was going to happen in the third act. I knew.
I kind of knew. I didn't know it was going to play out the way it did visually.
No, not at all.
But
I'm with Brandon. Yeah.
Okay.
But I kind of enjoyed how the progression of the incidents. I thought by Simple's story, I thought that was like his last ditch attempt at trying to be normal.
She was incident 4, right?
She was incident 4. So this is after he's had the family. He's trying to be nice to the old lady in incident 2, the older lady in incident 2. Incident 1 with Uma Thurman. It's
awesome.
It's awesome. She just kind of deserved it though.
Check it out. I think they might have all been in his head though. because he's a fucking loony, and he's what he is. She might have been having a regular conversation, but to him, because he's fucked up, that's what he's hearing him say.
You know what? I don't mind that theory at all, because she was just saying the most ridiculous stuff.
I loved her. I didn't even know it was her the first time, and the way she was talking reminds me of the kind of girls I used to date. Fucking ridiculous, wacky, but pretty girls.
He's looking. You looked over to your left, like you have some of them stored.
Yeah, that was a little creepy. Yeah, like this one hung up on my wall over here. I still got her skin suit.
Look at that coin. Look at that coin purse I got.
I got a wingsuit, but it's really a skin suit.
Oh wow. Yeah, 9 out of 10. Don't let the length throw you off.
That's the first time I said it. Don't let the length throw you off.
The girth is what's important.
Right.
Fuck, I'm screwed either way.
I will say this about the film. I lost my thought. It'll probably come back. It'll probably come back later.
Well, I'll say this, and I'll give you a second to think until it comes back. But I only watched this movie once, and I mentioned earlier that I gave it an 8 out of 10, and also praised Matt Dillon. And the only reason I didn't watch it a second time is I don't think it's out to buy yet. I'd like to buy this film, because this is a type of film where I would like to hear commentary, even though I'm not a lover of Von Trier, who's, a known Nazi sympathizer. Like, I mean, it's kind of hard to root for this guy, but
but I think he's what do you call it? I think he's fucking trolling. I hope so. So. Dude, if he was that, and if people say that he's a misogynist and all this, if that was true, would Uma Thurman keep coming back and making movies with him? Would he always have the same group of actors coming back? There must be something good about him if people keep coming back and to fuck tack with him.
Unless everyone hates Jews. But I rented it, and it cost $7 to rent, so I just didn't want to pay another $7 to rent it again, so I wanted to wait till it gets a physical release.
I noticed that on Amazon you could it's ridiculous to rent it. It's like you said, it's like $7 or $8 to rent it, and there's no option to own.
Yeah.
Who do you think you are? $8 for a rent?
I am. I paid it because I wanted to see it, and I wasn't I'm not going to sit on the computer and watch a 2.5 hour movie like this. So I wanted to sit on the big screen and in front of the big screen and watch it. But good film.
And I did want to say, sorry, Incident 2 was haunting, but I do think they topped it in Incident 3. That's where I was going with it. I just couldn't. I was getting the incidents mixed up, and I knew Simple was then when you said it was 4. So when the mom and the 2 sons and the gun.
Oh man.
I like it except for the gun. Like, everybody loves that. I heard people rant and rave about it, but it isn't as terror to me because it's shooting. I don't know.
To me, it is, because he's literally he's like almost giving them a lesson in hunting, only for him to then target them.
And it looks normal. It looks like he's a family man now, and he's like got like a perfect family, a wife and 2 kids, and things look like they might be good for him. And then the next story with Simple is sort of him hanging on to that last hope of having a significant other or somebody else in his life who could maybe complete him, but he just talks about how stupid and uneducated she is, and then he just sort of continues to devolve. And when he tells her, Christian mentioned it earlier when we were talking, when he tells her, to go ahead and scream, I think you should. It's just it's haunting, and the fact that no one answers is just so true to society. No one would answer. Right. No one would.
Well, plus he has everything going his way. He never gets caught. So I think there's a higher power also helping him in that case.
Yeah.
And I like the dark humor, too. There's a lot of dark humor.
It's through the whole movie.
I think it's great.
Drenched in it from start to finish. It's a tough movie because of the director's style, with the way that he does experimental sort of montages within the monologues and in between the incidents and whatever. But it all worked. And then the ending is what you're going to want, the Watson deep dive, because it's full allegory for the whole end part. So it could lose people right there, but this is what will keep me coming back, because these are the things that I like to pull them apart. I admit I'm not going to get everything I didn't get everything from the first view, and I again was talking to Derek B, because he asked me if I had watched it yet, and I said I watched it once, really liked it. I got to watch it one more time, so that was one of the ones I did the second view for. because
Yeah,
I didn't
the
have
sec-
many times, and it made a difference.
The second
yeah.
view for me is going to be all about paying attention to Jack and Verge's conversation, particularly dealing with art versus religion and all that and stuff like that. That's
good
deep
stuff, man.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
the crux of the film.
He even takes a shot at himself. I think there's a whole segment there that he's mocking reaction to his own movies
Right.
as the director.
Yeah, I think he's just trolling. I think he just has fun with fucking with people, to be honest with you. You know what this movie kind of reminds me of? A combination of like American Psycho mixed with like Henry. You know?
Yeah.
Those are the movies that I was thinking about as I was watching it. Not 100% like either of them, but elements of both of those films just kept popping into my head. You know?
Oh, the straightforward part of it, yes, mixed with some experimental art film.
Yeah, and just some of the stuff that comes out of his mouth sounds like something that you'd hear in American Psycho. You know what I mean? And yeah.
So what did you rate it? Did you give your rating?
9 for both of us.
All right, my number 7 movie is an Icelandic movie called I Remember You.
Aha! Nice. You want to know something funny, B? You're gonna.
What's that?
This is the only movie. I looked at my rating, and it's a generous rating. It's a nice rating, and I can't remember anything about it.
Nah.
It's called I Remember You, and I can't remember anything about it.
I'll tell you what, it's one you definitely have to rewatch. It's kind of because there is a lot going on, and it's in Icelandic, so it's kind of tough to follow with the dialogue going on, and there's 2 stories going on. But the great thing that I really loved about this film is you can't tell how these stories are running, if they're running at the same time or if one's ahead of the other. But one story deals with a doctor who's helping investigation with the police over killings of people who are having crosses burned into their backs. And this story deals with goes all the way back 60 years to the disappearance of a young boy named Burn Notice. And they're all connected, and all his classmates from 60 years ago are the ones who are being killed and having these crosses burned into his back. And then the other story that's running at the same time deals with the renovation of an old house by a young couple and the wife's friend. Now, the doctor from the first story, he also is dealing with a missing son who disappeared. Like, I think he disappeared a couple of years before. I forgot what the time frame was, but so it's kind of always in the back of his mind, obviously, but it's also coming to light because he's also dealing with the disappearance of the young boy from this case that he's working on from 60 years earlier, because they never found out what happened to that kid either. So the stories play out without knowing which timeline is going on, and then it just beautifully wraps up together in the end with a beautiful and just tragic conclusion. But it's kind of a cool, I don't want to say upbeat ending, but I definitely like the way it played out and the choices that the characters made.
I started this one B, but it ended up being the one that I had to cut from my I had those 4 more that I wanted to try to do, and so this is one of the ones that I watched the first 20 minutes and I still haven't finished it.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it, and there's a lot going on here, and all the characters are very relatable and do a great job, and this is another 8.5 out of 10 for me.
On Netflix, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this one's Netflix, and again, this one's another one that's listed as drama, horror, mystery, and I'm just a huge mystery person, so it also the case that he's dealing with the boy who disappeared 60 years ago and all these people who are showing up dying, that becomes supernatural, but it doesn't become overly supernatural where it takes away from the the compassion and the feeling that you have for everyone, because sometimes I feel like when movies get too supernatural, it's almost like becomes too unbelievable, and it doesn't reach that point here. And then the other story kind of ties in with the son of the doctor, and it plays out really well.
Nice. I gotta watch it again, of course, because I can't remember. It's fun. I gave it a 7.5, and my notes are very vague. I was questioning whether somebody was kidnapped or not, and there was something else going on, and there was a concurrent things, and something happens at the end.
There's a lot going on, and there's some and there's some spirituality in it. You know, there's a medium in there who you think is he's only in it for a little bit, but you think he's kind of full of shit. But he kind of says some things that brings some hope and some light to the situation, and it's a pretty cool scene, pretty emotional.
Man, I have to watch it again. I don't understand why I can't remember. It's the fucking craziest thing.
I was the same way until I rewatched. I didn't remember. I just remembered that I think I had given it an 8 originally, and I bumped it up just because I enjoyed it so much the second time around. 8 to 8.5.
I don't remember you.
Yeah.
Another
Awesome.
long one, hour and 45 minutes. These movies are not short.
For sure. I remember you.
And the listeners, what do they remember for their number 7?
And the listeners remember for their number 7, Summer of '84.
Nice. I got SC voted over and over again. He loved
That's his jam. That's his jam. Yeah, right on.
A lot of people love that,
84.
and
do.
it's good. It's really good.
I agree. It's good.
Clove Hitch is my Summer of '84.
Yeah.
I like Clove Hitch, but I like Summer of '84, but Clove Hitch I felt far superior.
Number
Right.
6. Here we go. Fuck me, man. You ready? Or were you about to say something else?
Oh, no. I'm
Ready.
not saying nothing. It's your turn.
Number 6, The Ritual.
Ooh,
Brandon already
okay.
talked about it. We did do this earlier. I think you guys, did we all talk about it on the show? I know we talked about it. I just don't know if we all talked about it all together. I think you guys watched it. I hadn't. And then an episode or two later, I brought it up again because I had seen it at that point.
I feel like we definitely all mentioned it.
We
at some
we
point.
all
Yeah,
all
it's a joke.
talked about it. That's for sure. I'm gonna
Brandon and the
go
Joker,
something
yeah.
different. I'm gonna do something totally different. Brandon saw Jedi mind ghosts at the end of it, so we made a joke about it. We actually made a video about it. It's one of our most watched on our Exploding Heads YouTube page. Over 4,200 views
What are you talking about?
Of
What
the-
video?
of the ending. I did it. You've never seen the ending? I've made.
It was a joke about you. You didn't even see it?
I don't think so.
Where it's like him screaming back into the woods, and then it cuts to what he's looking at, and it's the Anakin Skywalker,
Yeah, the Jedi. Remember I said you wanted the Jedi?
the Jedis and everything like that.
Anakin and
It's
Yoda?
got our most watched video.
I'm sorry. I just got to bring it up again. His friends were killed by this demon, and now by this demon god, and now their souls are trapped there. And I feel like if he had went back and fought instead of running away, and sort of cowering. I know he didn't cower, but it almost seemed like it was playing like it did at the beginning, where he didn't intentionally get his friend killed, but he froze.
It's like almost like he has no arc, because you're saying by going into fight would give him that redemption almost.
It'd give him that redemption and save his friend's souls.
Well, I think he did fight, and I think
He did fight, though. He
and
did fight,
it's-
but I
yeah.
wish he had defeated it.
Yeah, but how you gonna? He's an offspring of Loki. How you gonna
Yeah.
defeat that thing? It's a god. It's
It's a giant llama.
It's a freaking.
It's a deer.
It's a deer god.
Oh, dear God!
Oh my Lord. It's a great film. Cults again this year with cults.
Yeah, love them.
Amazing.
Cults.
This is the year of the cult. The year of the
Hey.
cult. There we go.
Cult of Z.
Anyway, over 4,200 views, only 17 thumbs up, 81 thumbs down.
You know why? Because they got bamboozled. I know, because they see the ritual and think it's something cool, and it's some inside joke that nobody knows what the fuck it is. But it got us attention, so whatever.
I love it. And that's my review of the ritual. Again, we've talked about it. Brandon brought it up. This is what this end of the year show is. Great flick on Netflix. I've only watched it 2 times, but it's something that now I want to have my wife watch, because I think this would be her bag too.
I watched it with my wife. My second view was with her because I figured she would like it. And she did. She called the guy a pussy in the beginning. She took that route. And I said, I don't know about that. I don't know if he was a pussy. He was just a fucking little nervous. He was going to do something. He grabbed the bottle. He hesitated. The other guy should have fucking gone where he went instead of...
99% of people would have done what he did.
I agree. And I ain't going to front and say that I would... Because I would have told the guy with him, get the fuck... Get out
Why
of
are you
harm's way
fronting?
right now.
He should have just given him his fucking wallet.
That's it.
Or his
Been
ring. It
done.
was all because
His ring. Yeah, give him your ring, I mean.
What did you give it, Brandon?
I give it 8.5.
Yeah, and so I'm at a 9.
Oh,
And
you know what happened? I'm sorry. Yes.
that's
you're
fine.
right.
What happened?
I watched it with subtitles the last time I watched it, and you know what it said about the two men that came in that were robbing the fucking old lady that killed the guy? It said junkie number 1 and junkie number 2. Now I was thinking if some people from the Shockwaves group page were watching that movie and they called them guys junkies because they were drug addicts, would they be offended and have to shut the movie?
No, that's fine as long as they don't call them slutty junkies.
Yeah.
Ah.
What if their
filmmakers
fix was sex?
Yeah, what if they were blowing each other? Look at these slutty junkies blowing each other.
Awesome. Okay, what are we at? Number 7? Number 6.
6.
Okay, number 6. Okay, here's what's fucked up about my number 6. I watched this movie the first time, and as I was watching the movie, something happened in the course of the film that I stopped the movie, went to our group page and said, somebody please explain this to me because, or let me know if this scene is explained in the film, because if it's not explained, I'm going to have a real issue with this movie. And people responded. They said, it's not explained. You're either going to have to go with it or you're not going to have to go with it. And I was like, fuck. And I finished the movie, and at the end of the movie, I was like, you know what? I still enjoyed that movie, though, despite that. Then I went back and watched it again with a different attitude and knowing what I had already seen in Second View Dave, that's what it's all about, and really enjoyed the hell out of it and really was able to explain things away for myself. And that's all that matters. And that movie is revenge. I don't give a fuck about the way things happened. The movie was trippy. It was fucking an amazing soundtrack, a score by Rob, who's done it again after doing the Maniac soundtrack years ago in horror. And the way it's filmed is trippy as hell. This movie is just trippy and surreal. Maybe not in the real obvious ways where there's colors throughout and this and that, but when what happens to one character does happen to that character, they are resurrected, and the rest of the movie is kind of surreal, especially the last act with the act of revenge and the way it goes down. I do not have a problem. I'm the kind of guy that many times you've heard me say, that doesn't make sense, I don't get it, so that's going to knock it down. In this case, that does not happen to me. Maybe I could love it a little more, but I love it as it is. I think it's amazing. I think that all the performances are good. We have a good turn of a guy that I think is kind of not such a bad guy, but then we see what's going on here, and he is a real prick. And it's kind of hard to sympathize with the girl at first because, even though she's drop dead gorgeous, but you know she's an adulteress, so how are you going to really sympathize with them? But you still kind of have to go with it. But what we see in the second half is a transformation where everything changes. Their hair color changes. Everything changes about this character and what goes on. And there's a lot of shit at play here, but damn it, this is a French extreme film just like the other ones are. I mean, it's fucking bloody as hell, great kills, a lot of fun, but they take it to another level because they make it trippy. It's filmed the way I like. These kind of trippy things speak to me. And I have a blast with revenge. And I bought the Blu-ray and ended up being faulty. I was so mad I got to get another one. But I could see myself watching this movie a hell of a lot more times and showing this to friends as they come over and say, hey, check this out. Suspend your disbelief a little bit here and see what happens. It doesn't have to be explained, but it is what it is, and go with it. And anyway, I enjoy the hell out of Revenge. It's 9 out of 10.
Nice.
Yep.
We were talking about this while we were waiting for you to come back. I liked it. It's gory, and that's the best thing about it, but I think the story is it's literally a rape revenge movie.
But done differently. I mean, the kills are different. They're a little more gory than usual. And the film style, like I said, it's psychedelic in its ways. They interject freaking peyote in there. And the soundtrack by Rob is great. I mean, it's not like watching High Tension. It's like watching a different type of French extreme film, you know? It's up my alley. And again, I don't care about what happened. I mean, you see a character die, and then you see a character resurrected. You don't see a character suffer something, and then it isn't enough to kill them. That character clearly dies, and then comes back later, takes a breath, comes back. Why, I don't know. Is it sacred ground? Is there something going on out there? I don't know, and I don't care, because I go with it, and the rest of the film is just kind of surreal in that way. So I just have fun with it. It's great kills, great sound, looks good, sounds good, and it's gory. So, and you know, it's my kind of film.
Cool.
Cool.
There you go. Revenge.
All right, my number 6 is a film from 2012. No, just kidding.
Maniac.
It's the Maniac remake. No, my number 2 has one of my 2 best male performances of the year. I don't know why I worded it like that. Like they each gave me lap dances. That is Cargo.
Nice.
Wow, I didn't know that was coming. Wow.
Yeah,
Really cool.
Cargo.
Good stuff.
Andy, played by Martin Freeman, who's one of my 2 favorite performances of the year, is a father who is bitten in a world where the whole world is infected, and he's in search for someone to take care of his little daughter, Rosie. And you basically spend the whole movie with him kind of running into all sorts of different people and potential candidates that he wants to leave Rosie with because he only has 48 hours before his time runs out, and he turns into, I guess, full zombie, full infected, whatever you want to call it. And he forms this special relationship with this Aboriginal girl named Toomey, who I thought also did a fantastic job, Simone Landers. She did a great job, and it ultimately leads to him making a connection with her and her telling him stories about her people and her family and the Aboriginal people, and eventually he is able to hopefully, without spoiling it, find a proper home for Rosie and somebody who will really care for her. And this one is just chock full of emotion and chock full of just man, you can shed a tear during this movie. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of people to care about. There's a lot of people to not care about. There's some disturbing scenes. One in particular involving a family that he originally wants to leave his daughter with, and he tries to, but the father kind of hints that he has other plans for his wife and his 2 kids, and you see how that plays out. And it's just it's a brutal film. It's one of those character study type films that focuses more on the characters rather than the infected. So I like that. It almost like Walking Dead does.
Right.
A lot of heart in the movie too.
Yeah, a ton of heart. When he's talking to her and he's learning her language, and he asks her, what's the word for friend, and she tells him Mitta, and he keeps referring to her as Mitta, and then the message he leaves for her at the end, and the kindness that the Aboriginal people show him is just beautiful, considering like some of the characters in the early part of the film are looking down on these Aboriginal people as sort of like,
savages.
Exactly, like savages. So it's another fantastic film, and I really didn't know what I was going to rate this one, but I'm going to jump at this point to a 9 out of 10.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. I love this film and his performance. He's such a great actor.
Good stuff. I should have watched it a second time. It's still an 8 out of 10 for me. That and Ravenous. I had them. They were both Netflix, zombie movies, and I quite enjoyed them both. I just.
Yeah, I had both of those at 8 out of 10. Ravenous stayed at 8 out of 10, and Cargo went up for me. Now it was originally going to be 8.5, but thinking about it, I can go all the way to the 9.
So the rewatch helped it.
Yes.
Right on. As they often do. Yeah. Right on. All right, well, back to the listeners. This is number 7, right?
6.
I apologize. Number 6. Oh, look at that. The Ritual.
Hey!
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So everybody's, The Ritual's been on...
Jedi ending or no Jedi ending?
Basing the thumbs down.
Well.
All right, here we go. Top 5, boys.
We're getting there.
Woo! My number 5 is Halloween 2018. There we go. We've talked about this ad nauseum on this show. I think there's 3 separate episodes where we start talking Halloween. I don't care how many fucking jack-o'-lanterns are on the fucking porch. This movie's a lot of fun. It was a return to form. These top 5 movies, there is a physical reaction. I mean, typically movies you love, you're going to get a reaction one way or the other. So I had reactions with all the movies we've been talking about. But these 5, I had giddiness while I was in the theater watching Halloween from start to finish. And when I left there, I mentioned this on the show, I hadn't felt that way since I was 14 seeing Halloween 4 in the theater. Now, this blows 4 away, but I'm just saying that was the feeling, and I hadn't felt that with any Halloween sequel since. And to feel that in the theater again, it meant something. And this is by far the best Halloween sequel. I love 2 from a Michael Myers standpoint. I love now I've grown to love Season of the Witch, but I think 1 and this 40-year later one are perfect combo. 9 out of 10. My number 5.
Shame on you.
Right on. Good old Michael Myers is back. Cool. Good stuff. Okay, my number 5. No one has mentioned this movie yet tonight. I don't know why, because
it sucks.
You're a special one, Mandy. Mandy.
Told you it was going to be on there, Brandon.
Right. I
told you.
Why. I thought for some reason you didn't love this one.
I'll tell you what. I did not. Here's what happened. This movie was oversold to me, I thought, the first time I watched. I watched it on Halloween in the afternoon, after school, like 3, 4 o'clock, something like that. Before
what grade are you in?
Before the trick-or-treating. I say after school, that's when my daughter gets home.
No, I know.
But I watched it. I watched or was it the day after that I was off? No, I think I took the day off I took the day off, so it was November 1st. It was in the afternoon. I was by myself. But I knew it was an afternoon watch. Anyway, people had been blowing this movie for, maybe a month before Halloween, before it came out. And I kept hearing about this and that and how trippy it was and how visual it was and this and that. And I kept hearing about this cheddar goblin and all this talk is going on. And I'm expecting when I sit down to watch this movie to see like the second coming of like a Suspiria or another thing like a Neon Demon where it's exceptionally colorful throughout. And I'm expecting this cheddar goblin thing to be like I was picturing like some trippy cheese like being that glows or something that's running around through the film at some point. So everything I'm getting in my head.
You were oversold on cheddar goblin.
Yes, I know.
Should have focused on the mozzarella one.
Mozzarella goblin.
So initially I was let down. I watched the movie. I enjoyed it. I thought, yes, I did think it was trippy. Yes, I did think that it's obviously trippy. But I mean, yes, they were using some red lights and some things and that, but I didn't think it was over anything. Like I was like, people were talking like there's never been a movie like this made since like, Suspiria or something. And I watched it and I was like, yeah, you know what? I did like it. It wasn't exactly what I was expecting. And I wasn't over the moon. I was like 8 out of 10. I like it, but I'm not feeling what other people are feeling. Well, second view, Dave. I knew what to expect. The cheddar goblin, I wish it would have been something else. I still don't know why people think it's just like the Alpha-Getty Gobbler, which was a commercial they used to run.
Hey, if you like cheddar goblin, you should check out Provolone 2, Lost in New York.
Oh, gold.
That is gold.
I'm sorry, I had to. It came to me in my mind. It's like Provolone 2.
Holy shit. That's the joke of the
night. So anyways,
fuck. Sorry, man.
No, dude, it's great.
Yeah,
the second time around, I had a much better experience with it. I knew what I was expecting. I'd already seen it, so I really took it in, and I enjoyed the hell out of it, man. It is trippy. It is gore. The funny thing is, a lot of people really like the third act. They like the kills, and they like Cage going all crazy and killing everything. I'm actually more of a fan of the first half when it's more mellower and trippy, and the music and the colors and stuff like that.
Really fucking mellow.
It is. I enjoy that. I enjoy the slow build, and that speaks to me. I dig that. But I still love the movie. It just took the second view for it to kick in, but man, oh man, there's so much stuff going. See, initially I was turned off because I was thinking, how come these guys are blowing this horn of Abraxas, right? Which is something that should be supernatural, and then these people show up. Like I thought they were Cenobites, but they were on bikes. Why would Cenobites show up on ATVs? Shouldn't they just like be cosmic from the sky or something? So I was like overthinking. I was like, then I found out the second time that these are actually human beings.
They ride Cenobicycles.
Yeah, they're riding Cenobikes, right? Cenobikers, right? So these Cenobikers come in, and they are human beings. We find this out from some exposition later. There was a bad strain of acid and something else. And they live in fucked up lives, and I'm okay with it. It just took the second view for everything to hit, and of course the third act is great when the revenge takes place because you really do feel for this character, and what he went through. And yeah, it's a movie that's definitely not for everybody, but another great soundtrack. The score is phenomenal. It's visually very, very appealing. The cartoons are great too. All that other stuff, and the kills are great. And when ultimately what happens with this cult leader, another movie involving cults, and the way it all plays out, man, very cool visually. I don't think it's the second coming like some people have, but I adore it, and I think this is a movie that I'll probably watch a bunch more, especially when I'm under the influence of something, because it's tailor made for freaking
Big Black Cock.
Yeah, BBC. Yes.
I feel like I actually tried to put it on a second time, and I watched like 5 minutes, and I'm just like, you know what, I don't feel like rewatching this now. But now I feel like I kind of owe it a second watch. What did you give it, Christian?
7.5. I liked it. I've only watched it. Well, I've watched it. I fell asleep 20 minutes in. And I'm like, I got to get back to it. And it just took me forever to get back to it. So I started from the beginning and watched it all through. And it's very hallucinogenic. Like at the beginning, it's very slow and mellow. And it's almost lethargic with the beautiful colors at first. But then it sort of picks up. It's almost like three separate things where it's like her life, then the cult. Well, I think that's how they separate the movie.
Yeah,
her, the cult, and then the revenge. I mean,
right.
that's what it is.
Acts.
And you know what? I do want to see it again, and I will probably watch it many times over. Same with Revenge. I want to give Revenge more of a shot. Like they're very pretty movies to look at. It's just I feel like they did a lot of style over substance, and I'm okay with that. That's why I don't understand why people are blowing them so much.
Yeah,
I get people say these are
weird.
good, but the stories are very thin. Like really, there's no story. Like what they're lovers. There's a cult. He sees her. He wants her. They kill her. He goes on revenge.
That's fine with me. It happens. You know what I mean? And people like basic stuff. The thing is, people are so quick to point at other movies that are artsy that they're like, oh, that's all style and no substance. Yet, just because Nick Cage is in this movie, I bet if you put a regular person in this film that wasn't Nick Cage, half the people that blow it wouldn't be. Seriously, it's just because they have a guy like Nick Cage in it, and primarily because of what happens in the last act with the killing and the chainsaw and stuff. If that stuff was taken out, half the people that love this film probably wouldn't even like it. I think that carries it into the main, not the mainstream, but our mainstream, the mainstream of the horror fans. You know what I mean? The shit that we gravitate to. And I love it. I don't think it's perfect.
2-hour movie too.
It's a 9 out of 10. Another long one. It's a 9 out of 10. I want to go higher, but I can't because there's certain things I just don't get. Like that one scene when he goes to that guy that makes the acid and he has the tiger and he lets the tiger free. What the fuck is that? Like I don't mind things being surrealistic, but there's certain things that I wouldn't. I don't know. I like a little bit more explanation on, and I didn't get them, but I still like the film.
I was at a 7. I stayed at a 7. I mean, like I said, I didn't rewatch it, but you coming up that high, because I remember you said you weren't feeling it after the first time. Kind of makes me want to maybe give it another shot.
You really should, man.
I just wanted to know why they didn't insert when the camera's pulling in and it's just Nick Cage going. I cry as they're holding him back while Mandy's burning, and they just didn't put the bays. I just wondered why they didn't insert that.
Nice. There's something about Mandy herself too. It's like she almost could feel her fate. She was kind of lethargic a little. You could see. I don't know.
That lazy eye. She's got there's this eye, but even a little bit lazier. It was like that.
I don't know. Something about
she had one Chinese eye.
Man, I don't know. I don't know if I want to rewatch it now.
And Chinese suits. But you know what? Straight up, you guys know I love this visual trippy shit like that. So I mean, this is in my wheelhouse. Movies like Revenge and movies like Mandy. I mean, I don't know. It's
Revenge was another one that went down for me. I went from 8.5 to 7.5 on it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It was originally. You know what? I don't know what it was. I loved the revenge part of it, and I just felt it took a little too long to get there because that's what the film is. It's a revenge film, and the revenge you get is bloody and awesome and fantastic. And that final
like
chase,
Mandy.
and that final chase through the house is beautiful.
Oof.
But with Mandy, it was just too psychedelic for me. Like, I mean, I definitely need to partake in some sort of activity. Maybe, slip an extra Klonopin in my alcohol or something in my head.
I do love when he just goes up to the Coke after. It just takes like a big like snort full of it and just continues on his way. And then the cult leader at the end going, "No, I'll suck your dick." Yeah. There's some great moments in the movie, no question.
I remember none of this.
No question, but I need to see it again.
But who knows? I mean, maybe real trippy movies aren't your thing and stuff like that. Although you guys really both like the Black Coat's Daughter and Neon Demon, and they're fucked up in their way too. They're pretty stylish. So I don't know. Maybe it's too drugged out for you guys.
I don't like you know what? It's weird. I shouldn't say this because my number 2 movie last year was Der Nightmare, which even gave you a warning about, if you have epilepsy, be wary because of all the strobe lights. But I'm not usually into that sort of like very colorful strobe type feel. I feel like it kind of takes me out of the story sometimes, but I'm kind of lying since that film was my number 2 last year.
Dude, I'll tell you what. I got to watch this other movie, that Beyond the Black Rainbow thing.
That's the same type of shit. I saw it too, and I gave it, again, like another decent grade, but I couldn't get into it. It was just so fucking trippy.
Oh, I can't wait to see
Some
it.
of the people were blowing that in the Black Rainbow room. I'm out of here.
Dude, you know why I never watched that movie before? Because there was a movie called The Men Behind the Sun. Have you ever heard of that movie?
Yeah, that's a creepy movie too.
Somebody told me about this movie that I work with. He goes, "You ever see?" We were talking about fucked up movies one day. We were talking about this and that, and what's that movie called? Siberian, whatever the fuck it is. Whatever.
Suburban film? Serbian film?
Serbian film. We were talking about fucked up movies like that. And he goes, "Dude, have you ever seen The Men Behind the Sun?" So and then he told me something that happened, and I said, "That's not something I ever want to watch." So when I saw Beyond the Black Rainbow, I thought Men Behind the Sun.
Men Behind the Sun is really fucked up because it's based on actual, events during the war that they covered up. So that's really
it's filmed like a Spielberg movie. It's in parts. You're almost like wondering what you're watching. Then suddenly someone's hands get dipped into frozen and then shattered on the.
Yeah, they shatter the woman's hand and then they pull it off and it's just a skeleton hand. It's really fucked.
Yeah.
Wow.
But, all right, guys, I'll get into my number 5. It's been mentioned earlier as a disappointment by Christian, but as a lister, I believe, by Dave, and that is The Black Loves.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
Beautifully shot in black and white, haunting, great use of cinnamon.
Yeah!
Nice.
Oh, no, I'm never.
On video, too.
Awesome. On video.
Yes.
Nice.
Hopefully people are still laughing at the provolone, too. And shadows. The way they shoot it in black and white with the shadows, with the curtains and everything, and the sound design, really beautiful. The Owlman, absolutely menacing and disturbing. And I did a little research on him. He represents a godlike figure who you sacrifice to in exchange for riches.
Right.
That's where the whole story comes in, where the doctor comes to take on the dancer as a patient because he had a previous patient who killed herself, or she was shot.
Yeah, she was shot by her uncle, and she was thinking about she was maybe going to kill herself because she was going to jump off the cliff. Because
she was being haunted by the Owlman. So he finds out about this ballerina who's also being haunted by the Owlman, and he goes to this estate, and it's just him, this graceful dancer, and the ballet instructor, and it's 3 terrific performances, and everybody has to come to terms with their own nightmares of the Owlman as they're all trying to fulfill their desires, and you really don't know who to trust, and you think it's going to go one way, but then it goes another way, and then when you think it's over, and they give you sort of like this prologue, you get sort of like a little bit of a twist ending, and it's quite unique and effective, and it feels like a 1940s film the way it's shot.
Yeah, dude. It's like an old Universal freaking movie with the shadows and the look and the opening logo and stuff like that. And it's weird because when I hear the black gloves, I was expecting a freaking Giallo type thing. And it's not that at all.
No.
You know, you didn't like the sound design. See, is that what you're telling me?
I felt mixed improperly.
All
There
the
was some
wind and all that
unsettling.
shit?
There's some it was overdone.
I thought it was
I
a
loved it.
stylistic
I loved it
choice.
with the use of the music, with Swan Lake and stuff like that, and beginning to understand more and more about the Owlman and what these ultimate sacrifices were. I think I had a good grasp on it. And the last image, if I and again, this might be one I might might have misunderstood, but I did talk with friends who've seen it, and my interpretation of the very ending is just makes the movie even more haunting.
We'll have to talk about it, but I'll tell you what, I definitely think it's supernatural. If anybody tries to tell me that somebody dressed up as the fucking Owlman, I'm going to say no.
No, I don't.
Okay, good. Good. I'm glad
It was the
that's how it
ballerina.
went.
It's really well done. There's a scene where she's doing her swan song, and she's got like this black makeup on, and it's really beautiful and haunting. It's such a great scene. I would give it another shot. This one's not a long film. This one was like 90 minutes. So, and I haven't seen Lord of Tears. I'm not sure how they connect, but somebody told me to check out Lord of Tears. The doctor,
that's right. This is supposed to be a.
I'm not sure if it's I'm not sure if this is a prequel, a sequel. If I'm not sure what the timeline is, but I do have to check out Lord of Tears. I did see the other movie that this director put out called The Unkindness of Ravens. Right. Also, the doctor, the male lead in this, is in all three films. The Unkindness of Ravens takes place outdoors. I was not a huge fan of that, but this one I was a huge fan of, and I was a huge fan of all of their performances. So I'm at a 9 out of 10. And like I said, I can't wait to own this one physically so I can explore the special features, because that might just help me understand things more.
Right on, man. No, that's cool. It's kind of off topic, but you made me think of something. Did you know that Satan's Slaves is supposed to be a prequel to another movie called Satan's Slaves from like 1981 or 82? And if you see the very end of Satan's Slaves, you see these two people dancing, which, you know, if you remember,
There's a remake. No?
There's no explanation for it, but I guess if you saw that, those two people are from the original movie.
You know what, Christian, I think I read that what Dave is saying, that it was a prequel to another movie called, and it ties right into the next film.
That's pretty cool, ain't it?
Yeah, that is cool.
I just thought of it now because of what you said about this being a prequel to the other movie. And if I didn't say it now, I knew I'd forget. So
yeah, I think I gotta look that up. I'll look that up while you announce the.
I will, dude. I have a question though, B. When towards the end of the film, the doctor says to the patient that the Owlman was just a figment of your imagination, and you realize that now. But wasn't he in the room when the freaking Owlman came in, and didn't he witness it too? And didn't he freaking, especially that scene towards the end when the teacher was down on the ground and he came in and there was that big climactic scene? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That bothered me. I'm like, why would he say that it was a figment when clearly he reacted to it when it came in the room?
I think because he's a man of science, and he couldn't bring himself to believe that he was actually seeing this supernatural being.
But how about when he carried her outside and she was all happy that one day and everything was going their way, and then all of a sudden he turned around and she was vanished.
Yeah, she was gone. She was back upstairs. And
that's what I'm saying. How could he not think that there's a supernatural? That's why I only rated the movie so high. Look, because I had it higher. I had it at a 9. I ended up dropping it to 8.5 because the little things like that didn't make sense for his character to say.
No, it doesn't make sense for a character to do that. I'm just thinking, given the time frame for when this is, because this is definitely taking place, back in the day, and the fact that he's a doctor and a man of science, you're just gonna have a tough time, telling him something supernatural exists or something made of nightmares like this. And it's just, I just, that was enough for me.
Yeah, to me it was just so in his face that I was like,
it was very
you know?
It was.
Yeah. I say one more thing about that film though. The performance of the freaking teacher is extraordinary. Like the first time I saw it, I was like, "This girl's flipping out every other line. It's kind of ridiculous." But going back and seeing it the second time, I was like, "Yeah, it kind of makes sense why she's acting this way now."
Yeah,
she's definitely off her rocker, but
and it makes sense because you don't know her motive, and that's a big part of the film. And a lot of people have said that they felt like she overacted, but I thought it was perfect.
It made sense the second time around because
Yeah, and the only thing the B says is that it's spun off from Lord of Tears, so that doesn't really help me. I don't know. I know Moods or Derek would probably know, but
yeah. Did you find her strangely attractive too?
Both of them.
The one was obvious, but I mean the teacher too.
The teacher, she's actually really beautiful.
Yeah, right. But I think I like her because she's so crazy too.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you look her up on IMDb, she's actually quite stunning.
Oh, really? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. Number 5. Number 5 for the listeners. Annihilation.
Wow.
Another one.
That's way higher than I was expecting it to be.
I like the film. I just didn't love it.
Yeah.
People dig it. Another visual film.
It is a visually cool film.
Really, that's my shit.
Number 4, Cargo.
Nice.
As I said, full head explosion way back when. 9 out of 10. My other tied for male performance of the year for Martin Freeman. He's phenomenal in this movie, as I said earlier.
That performance is so great.
Yeah. And this movie's got heart, and it just takes you to the story slowly. You feel for them. You connect with the husband and wife right away, and she gets herself in danger there, and then the twist it takes, and how he has to protect his daughter and everything else that he does, and the characters that they meet. And when I saw it, I said it was a full head explosion. I've stuck to it. I really enjoyed Ravenous. The Cured was getting a lot of praise as well. That one I wasn't quite as high on. This was the one, to me, that was the total package this year from the affected films. And the one that I'll probably go back and visit over and over and over again.
Awesome.
Man, I can't wait to watch this a second time. Shit. Damn. I remember it was emotional for sure, and I remember the end with the smell of something, right?
Yeah, and it's all his performance. It really is. He's so good in it. It was very easy. I just had to pick someone else who I'm going to mention in a little while, but it was just so easy to recognize how good a performance it was.
Man, you know what I think? The reason I didn't rush back to watch it, I think some of the Aboriginal stuff bored me. I think it was too much for me, and I started to.
I loved it because they presented it like anytime you saw the Aborigines, they were in full makeup and they were fighting the infected, and it made them look like primitive monsters, and they turned out to be the kindest of humans in the end, and that was really well done.
Well, I got to get on this film again, definitely, because both of you have it. It's both in both of your top 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. My number was it 6? It was my number 6. Yeah.
You're 6. You're 4. I gotta check it out. Okay. All right. Okay. My number 4. We've talked about it a couple times already. The Ritual.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Fucking A. The first time I watched this movie, I sat down, watched it by myself, didn't take a single note, just wrote 9.5 kicks ass. That was my fucking note. That was it. I was so glued to the screen that I didn't take a note. I was just boom, awesome, loved it. Where it went, everything was. I didn't expect it to go where it went. It reminds me of a combination of The Descent and The Blair Witch, and a little bit of The Witch thrown in. It's just so many great things about it. I mean, the opening scene and their friendships and everything's so believable. All the performances are great. And where it goes in the third act really ups it for me. I just didn't. But everything up, even going up, all the hints and all the shit that's happening and the marks on the trees and all the witchy shit that's going on. I was like, wow, what the hell? So good. There's really nothing really negative I can say about it. It's great. The second time I watched it, I showed it to my wife. She enjoyed it. And then I watched it again a couple weeks ago, and I couldn't bring it down. Nothing has changed. I was still that high on it. I enjoy the hell out of it. It seems like it's kind of overlooked. I don't know how many lists it's showing up on, but
I feel like it's showing up on a good number of lists. I feel like people really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It was at the time. I think it was my favorite film of the year at the time. It
When
was
I
my
first saw it, it
the
was.
first contender
Me too.
for that, and then a few others popped up. And you know what? When I watched it the second time, I'm trying to think back now. I think I may have watched it with my wife.
Wow.
I'm trying to think because I was like, because I think my whole thought process of saying it's her bag earlier. I'm like, no, I think maybe that's why I watched it a second time. I can't remember now. I'm gonna have to ask her because this came out like March, right? February, March.
Pretty early in the year, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was early.
Because it was my first number one too. I was like, well, let's see, this might be the number one for the year. You know, at the time.
It was my 8th movie watch, The Ritual, out of 165.
Wow,
So it came out very early.
definitely. And on Netflix, just out of nowhere. I was like, wow,
Yeah.
this shit. And yeah, I mean, everything was great. The dreams they had, how fucked up they were after when they spent the first night in that freaking one
Oh
place.
wow,
Yeah,
they're fucked up.
That whole sequence, the one guy pissed himself, the one guy was praying to the freaking thing. I was like, holy shit, this is freaking crazy shit. And then the way everything unfolded after, the one guy didn't want to talk about it, and the other guy was kind of the leader, and then he got taken out, and then the stuff between the four guys, because
the
things
tension,
that are
the tension,
unsaid,
but
yes,
the
tension.
things unsaid and the tension
Yes.
was really well done because
Yes.
it was very believable.
Yeah.
I like that they did that.
The characters were themselves are believable. That seems
Yeah.
like a group of four guys, and the way they talk, like they've had these lifelong friendships, and the way they were kind of like busting the one guy's balls. They're saying, well, by the end of the day, it's going to turn into so and so. We're going to end up carrying him because they know him so well.
Yeah.
They know he's a little bit of a baby about physical pain, and they love him for it. They don't care. It's just, I love seeing a tight knit group. That's why I was thinking of The Descent, because they're getting over a tragedy and they're a tight knit group at the same time. You know, so good stuff. 9.5. Nothing's changed since the first time I watched it. Excellent film, The Ritual.
Nice. All right, so my number 4, and I have 2 best actresses this year, and one of them is in this film, and her name is Amelia Jones, and she plays the younger version of Beth. And this film is 2018's Pascal Laugier's Incident in a Ghost Land.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, I'll admit the first time I watched this, and I'm really not lying here, I saw where the twist was going.
Really?
I saw I 100% knew what exactly was going on.
That's cool.
And it actually hurt my rating on the film. And I said to myself, as I'm, planning my rewatches, I'm like, that's kind of unfair. Just because you see where it goes doesn't mean it wasn't well done or wasn't a good film. And I watched it again, and it really it made perfect sense because we're dealing with 2 young kids and their mother who deal with a brutal home invasion. And then, 16 years later, this young girl returns home and her sister's a mess. Her mother is taking care of the sister because the sister is just destroyed from it. And things start to, fiction and reality start to blur. And I don't want to give much away. And ultimately, the twist is revealed. And it's revealed pretty early on, which is good. So if you do see it coming, don't let it affect your viewing because it makes perfect sense as to how people deal with extreme trauma. And the trauma in this film is just brutal and mean-spirited. I mean, it's not quite Martyrs level, but we're these
still
are
intense.
It's still intense, and these are very young girls, and they both give terrific performances. And I know there's some controversy because the other sister got injured on the set. She got her face cut on a broken mirror because the director is very intense about filming. But it's a tough watch. It's ultimately satisfying. However, when it finally plays out in the last scene, and I'm not going to give anything away, there is a final line of dialogue said by Beth, who is she's a writer. She's obsessed with H.P. Lovecraft. And there's a line that she says to somebody in the final seconds of the film that almost has me feeling about this film the way I feel about The Endless, where I can't come up with a definitive idea of what I'm watching is truth. Does that make sense?
I actually gasped. I thought it was a beautiful last line, and I walked into the room, and my wife's like, "What's wrong?" I go, "I just watched an amazing
I thought
movie."
it was a beautiful. I thought it was a beautiful last line, but my heart dropped the second time because I'm like, "Oh shit, is it over?"
Yeah,
And
yeah, I know what you mean.
That's what I said. I said, "Holy shit." And
we're being very cryptic here, folks, just so we're not spoiling it. But I know what you're saying, Brandon, and I can see where you're going with it.
But man, it was just a terrific film, and
like another escape.
Yeah, another mean-spirited film on my list. I really had a good experience with some of these brutal films this year, and a 9 out of 10 for me.
Awesome.
They're not usually my types of films. I mean, you look at last year, The Babysitter. It's as lighthearted as it kind of gets for a horror comedy, and this year it's kind of a lot of mean-spirited, tough-to-watch films. But
right on, man.
Awesome, man.
Wow, that's cool. I gotta watch it again. Although I did watch it again, but I didn't finish it last time. I watched it maybe 2-3 weeks ago, and I said, knowing the twist, will I like the movie better? Because the first time I was too confused by it, and I said, if I watch it a second time, now that I know where it's gonna go, am I gonna get more enjoyment out of this? And then I watched it, and by the time it got to the scene where the big guy is dressing her up as a doll and she's trying not to move, and it goes on for like 10 minutes and it's just long, and then something happens and they go outside and they see cops talking about an ice cream truck, and something happened and I fell out of it. I didn't even finish it.
Yeah, that's another thing. The setting in that house, it's just it's so haunting. It's like a haunted house, and
I don't know where that sound effect was.
Now, now I got to see what you're. I got to finish it to see what you guys.
Yeah, this one,
about.
this is the one that made the biggest jump. This is the one that was probably like not even gonna make the list, and then I decided to give it a rewatch, and I'm like, what was I thinking? And it just popped up all the way to top 5.
Wow, that's what I was hoping was going to happen. I mean, it didn't. I got to the point, I'm like, well, this ain't going anywhere. It's not going up. I'm short on time. I'm just going to eject it and go on to the next movie. So, but maybe I should watch it again, because now I'm curious about that last line, because I don't remember,
Yeah,
okay,
the same thing with The Endless. These two films just have me thinking, and that's why they're both in the top 10.
Interesting. Okay, all right, here we go. What the hell is this now? Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Listener number 4.
Number 4 listener is, well, if you can see the way it's written, you would understand why. Number 4 from the listeners is A Quiet Place.
Nice. Good pick,
film.
listeners.
It's a great film. It is a great film. Only saw it once. I really wish I got to rewatch it. I should have bought it during Black Friday when it was like selling for like $7, but I didn't.
Yeah, that's the time.
Oh,
I'll grab it at some point.
Nice little segue to my number 3, which is A Quiet Place.
Mine too.
Oh,
boom! Nice.
Again, boom! We sync.
Yeah, your Menzies have all synced up. Wonderful.
We sync up. I am in the 9.5 range now. So I don't know where you are.
Yeah, I was 9.5 for Ritual too, and now this.
Oh, okay, so I'm 9.5 range. We could talk about it together. This movie kicks ass. I mentioned it when we reviewed it on the show. When I saw it, I went to the theater by myself because I was traveling, and I said I got to see it now, or I have a feeling it's just not going to happen. My wife and I won't get to the theater, and I'll be kicking myself. And I remember just sitting there, frozen in fear almost, in that whole opening scene with the sun, and then I just felt like the tension built throughout with how they had to be quiet. Emily Blunt was absolutely phenomenal in this, and the scenes that she's been put through where she has to give birth and all these other things are happening. It's just so intense. Her husband John, who's great in the movie as well, did a phenomenal job directing this. The fact that they're thinking sequel, my wife was like, are you kidding me? Why would they do that? I'm all for it. I said,
Me too.
Again, I would love to see where they can go with this. A little hesitant about the feedback aspect of it, because I was wondering how that they would have run into a situation where feedback may have not played into it to show a weakness in the creatures, but very forgiving of it. I'm very forgiving of it because of the way that it's told to us. All out fun, holds up on repeated views. I've watched it 3 times now, and yeah, 9.5 out of 10. A Quiet Place. Sorry, Dave, I kind of took over that. So you please add on anything that you want to talk about as well.
No, it's good, man. I mean, I watched it a second time just about a month ago. So I took a long time. I didn't know if I was going to have that same feeling that I had when I saw it in the theater. Because when I saw it in the theater, it fucking blew me away. And everybody was tensed up and it was quiet. It was amazing. And I'm like, I don't know if I can replicate that again. So I took a long time to watch it a second time. And I watched it last month. And same shit. This time I had jump scares that hadn't hit me before, that I didn't remember. And really, it's what I call a master class in tension. Yeah. So much tension throughout this whole film. I can't think of another movie offhand that I feel that way throughout the entire film. The first time I saw this movie, I came home and I wrote down 10 out of 10.
So did I. I had a 10 out of 10, and I'm like, you know what? Because of my little quibble with the feedback, I go, I'll put it near perfect. Like, in a sense, and even a 10 out of 10 is never, it's just as perfect as a film can be.
But if I have
you.
a quip,
yeah.
If I have a quip, I can't. And here's what happened. I didn't even care about the sound thing because I figured the sound thing could happen anywhere. They're one place. The sound could have happened across the country. How would they even know about it? Feedback? Who knows? There's only a few people left. Yeah. You know what I mean? And the only reason they are left is because of whatever. I mean, it is what it is. But I mean, here's what happened. I listened to a podcast, and somebody on a podcast was talking about that scene in the silo when somebody jumps on top of something, and earlier in they're sinking in the fucking grains of the silo, but then all of a sudden a creature gets on top of a thing, and the kid is under the thing, and they don't sink. And I thought, that is a weakness. You're now a 9.5. I'm a logical guy. I don't try to fight.
That's how logical folks.
Right. Somebody can change my mind. If somebody points something out to me, says, "Oh no, this movie isn't as great as you think it is because of this." Because I try to do that when I review movies. I go, "Well, listen to what I have to say," and then I try to change people's minds. Does it work? I don't know, but my mind can be changed. I'm not ashamed to say that. So if I listen to something and someone points it out, so I remember that, I'm like, yeah, they should have sunk in the silo. It doesn't make sense. But anyway, that was the only thing. Everything about the relationship with the father and the daughter was fucking crushing. Oh, yeah. I didn't tear up this time, but I did the first time. That's how I felt. The whole thing with the fathers and daughters is always going to get me, and that's what happened in that one scene, and the way it goes down, and it's brilliant. Oh man! And by the way, my this is my John Krasinski gets my best director for this film. He did direct the shit out of it. This is not an easy movie to have to direct, and it's the guy's first freaking feature-length film. And wow, what a job he did in every aspect. It was great. But the characters, you like all the characters.
Absolutely.
Again, the tension, you can cut it with a knife. It's incredible. There's really nothing weak except for the small, tiny things which you're going to see in any movie. But a PG-13 film, it's amazing. It does what a horror movie's supposed to do.
Was it PG-13?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Who would have thought? Because I remember it was at the top. I had a 10 out of 10. And I came home like, can a PG-13 movie really be my favorite movie of the year? Well,
when I came home, I was pretty blown away by it. I wrote 8 out of 5.
This was my number one for a little while as well. This, I think, knocked. I'm trying to think of the timing, but so I think it was The Ritual, and then this one knocked The Ritual out, and it was kind of there, and Cargo kind of was all in that same place, and
yeah.
I got to tell you, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I think that's the order they kept knocking each other out. First was this and this and this and that. Yeah, that is 4, 3, 2, and 1. One kept going up above the other. So
I'll tell you what. This is the only one I didn't. This is the only one that I kind of really wish I did get to rewatch because I placed it at that number 11 spot because I loved it so much. But I have a feeling that a rewatch would have brought up my score at least a half a point.
Probably.
The same thing happened to me last year with It. I think I put It at like number 11, or another one of the really top films, and that's where my number 11 spot always goes to that one film that I know I really love, but I never get a chance to rewatch. And for this year, it was Quiet Place.
Right on. Nah, I can see that. So there's one thing I wanted to speak upon because I've heard so many people review, and I've heard so many people say, I've seen so many people writing things online and this and that, where people gripe about the fact that they're pregnant and why would they get pregnant and this happening. That's like the biggest gripe. Yeah. Well, the first thing I think of every time I listen to a podcast or every time I read that is how many fucking pregnancies that happen every single day in the world are planned.
Yeah.
Do you think it's
Maybe
that
they're using the rhythm
plan?
method? It just didn't work.
That works great every fucking time, let me tell you. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, pregnancies are usually not planned, people. It's going to happen. And think about what's going on here. They lost a close member of their family early on. We hear about this. We know that somebody's gone. Maybe have a child, or maybe bring another person to help you get over that loss. Maybe is that such a fucking crazy idea?
There was no puppies to buy.
Yeah, right. You can't buy a puppy. You can't buy a sandbox for your kids. Fucking, what are you gonna do? Why not do it? I mean, it is what it is. Maybe was it planned? Who the fuck knows? But you want to have sex? Guess what? That just happens. What are you gonna do? Not to get political, but
you can't titty fuck forever.
You can't abort. There's no way to abort, and you're not gonna freaking do it the homemade way. So if something happens and you're that type of person, guess what? There's no clinic. What are you going to do? It is what it is, man. Just accept it.
The alternate version was much darker. They were going to turn the baby into a coin purse.
Wow.
But everything about it was great. I thought the creatures were fucking fantastic looking. I don't know why anybody's complained about it.
Yes, some people have been complaining. I don't know why either.
Oh, I thought they were fucking fantastic, man. Wow. But anyway, yeah, A Quiet Place is a fantastic film. 9.5. Fucking
cool.
Yeah.
We're on number 3. Okay, I'm gonna give out my other Best Actress award and Best Director. Best Director, Ari Aster. Best Actress, Toni Collette. Number 3, Hereditary.
Number 3, eh? Nice.
I do surprise every year.
You did surprise, but as soon as you said actress and director, I knew where you were going.
I do surprise. I mean, we went into depth on this one pretty well. I mean, just the overwhelming sense of doom and dread from start to finish. This is one of the most depressing films I've ever watched. You know, a family just doomed from the very start is probably one of the most haunting stories you could possibly see. You know, especially when it all plays out in the end and you realize there was never an opportunity for this family. And, you know, just the performances are terrific. And, you know, one particular scene that happens fairly early on in the film involving Charlie and her brother, it just might have been like, for me, the scariest scene of the year. I was actually like sweating with fear. It was just so tense and so scary, and the way they played it out was haunting. It almost made sense what he did, just because of the shock and horror that he was in, and
his age.
Yeah, absolutely, and
the weed.
Yeah.
True.
And there's just, I think there's just plenty of hints throughout for you to kind of figure out what's going on, and ultimately where it goes is batshit crazy, but it makes sense. It all ties together beautifully, and it's violent and nasty, and just a fantastic film. 9.5 out of 10.
Right on.
Did we do a feature review, or was this a triple R?
Yeah, we did a review. Remember we went into big one.
Yeah,
we went into spoilers after.
Yeah. Okay, so listen to that. Listen to Watson's dissertation on it. And see it first, of course, if you haven't, because it's phenomenal. My top 3 films, to be honest, looking at them, all 3, I could have put them in any order, and I would have been happy.
Cool, man.
Nice, man. And number 3 for the listeners.
Listener's choice.
It was only 5 points lower than the number 2, so it was a tight one. But number 2...
Number 3.
Number 3 is Mandy.
I think it's safe. That's shocking. I think it's safe to say Jason Free is not getting his pick of a movie to cover, because this list he must have given you is very tough to read.
Well, no, look at it.
I see the numbers after.
There and the numbers after.
I know. That's.
And I just saw number 2, and I'm very.
We're on number 2. Oh shit! Here we go. Number 2. My number 2, guys, is Incident in a Ghostland.
Really? No way.
Yeah. This movie blew me away. It blew me away, and I said, I almost gave myself away there, Because I said everything had an emotional hit in those top 5 movies. The giddiness from Halloween and just feeling that love, that tension, and seeing everything unfold before me. Cargo with the heart, and like watching it with my wife and just going, where did this movie come from? And then not knowing it was based off a short film a few years earlier and everything else. A Quiet Place with the sitting in the theater alone, and then just that reaction and that sheer tension throughout. And Ghostland, the same thing. That twist slapped me across the face, and the brutality was there. And then that last line, I kind of got like a kind of weepy and emotional. I walked in and Carrie's like, my wife's like, what? And I just said, I just watched like another contender. I go, you'll never be able to watch this movie because of how intense it is with the violence and everything like that. But I just said it was almost beautiful in the way it ended. But now you got me thinking, Brandon, the way you said. Now I want to rewatch it again.
I want to go with that other ending. I like the beautiful tearjerker ending, but when I thought about it, I was like, fuck, this could be one of the most depressing movies ever if it's not.
And there's violence, and just when you think things are done, it's not, and the people are crazy. I do not see the transphobia. Am I saying that right? I don't see. Well, I've read some things saying that this movie is very.
Oh, you know why? Because one person happened to be fucking someone dressing up as a different gender.
But because they're a killer, that's the movie's transphobic.
That's the word.
That's grasping at straws.
That's crazy, in my opinion. I didn't find that at all.
Yeah, we're extremely tolerant people. That's grasping. That's grasping at straws.
Any people can't wait to be offended. I think people sit by their computers saying, "Okay, how can I get offended today?" It's like they love getting offended.
Don't be offended by the fact that these psychopaths are torturing and raping little girls, dressing them as dolls, holding them upside down while they're pissing on themselves. Don't get offended at that. Get offended that one of the killers is wearing a dress.
Didn't fucking Norman Bates dress up as a female? Nobody said nothing back then.
Yeah, he was
Norman Bates. Had to be said. Just the subtleties of, I don't even know if it's subtle, but when the ice cream truck passes by and it's really creepy and all they want them to do is wave, and she gives him the finger. Yeah. And then later on, when in the house, my God, I was just like, oh, fuck. And Brandon, the fact that you caught that, man, I usually pat myself on the back for things like that. I didn't see it coming at all.
I totally saw it.
It was like I got bitch slapped.
At first, I was just like, well, this kind of hurts it because they're kind of throwing in a twist that's easy to solve. But then I'm realizing they're throwing it in early, and it's not really, it's really not about solving the twist so much as what it represents in terms of the effect it had on the characters.
And it's not. Yep. I think it comes more at the 45-minute.
Yeah, you might
to hour mark or something like that. I think that's what pulls it into the third act.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah. Fantastic movie, 9.5 out of 10.
Awesome, man! I'm shocked. Man. I did not see that coming from you. I didn't even know if you saw the film.
Yeah, you guys both raved about it. I had to, and I know who directed it based on my love for Martyrs.
Yeah,
I had to check it out.
That's true.
Serious, man. Serious stuff. Right on. Okay. Number two for me is Hereditary.
You guys are blowing me fucking away. I don't even know what's going on here.
Hey?
Look at Dave.
Hereditary, man. Fucking great film. It's been in the same spot since the first time I saw it. Every time I've watched it, I've taken something else from it. The acting is great. The story is great, and it took me the subsequent views to fully digest everything that's happening here. But man, I love witches and the stuff going on here. And wow, I mean, all the performances are great. It's what else? We've talked about it excessively on a show. It's fucking going into this year. It was something that was on our radar. People were talking about it, and everyone was thinking it's A24, and it's going to be one of those great films like The Witch and shit like that. And sure enough, it was. I mean, it did live up to the hype. I had a little tiny bit of a problem understanding some things, but that's gone away. I'm cool with it. It just took a second and third views and talking and listening, and conversing about it, but really enjoy the hell out of it. The soundtrack is also incredible. Nobody really talks about it. A great year for soundtracks, and this one is probably the most horrific of any soundtrack, where you can listen to it and it's straight up horror. It's freaking spooky.
And
under the skin type.
Yes.
And that symbolism at the opening, the way this god this god is looking down on this family that's doomed, is the way she's looking down on her miniatures, and then it sort of opens when it flashes into the miniature bedroom, and that's oh shit, I forgot the brother's name. That's his bedroom, and he wakes up
Peter.
Because Peter, and he wakes up. Yeah, and Peter wakes up because he's being woken up because they're going to the grandmother's funeral. Just beautifully done.
No, it's a fantastic movie.
I got a question for you. What do you think of Toni Collette floating out the door and everything like that? I don't really have a problem with it, but my wife did. She said like it was creepy. She said don't get me wrong, it's creepy, but she thought that was a misstep, having her like kind of on the ceiling and then sort of floating out the door in the background, like how she sort of does that thing behind as I think it's Peter coming back into the room.
When she was doing this?
No, that's cool. That's haunting and creepy. My wife was like there, but it's when she's in the room initially, his room, and then she sort of and behind her she floats out.
Great.
I thought it was creepy, but Carrie my wife I think was like, this is no, I think she said, I don't know if I like that, like her kind of floating around.
I think the part at the end people were having an issue with when she floats up into the treehouse in the backyard.
You know what?
That too.
What? Yeah, people were having. I think that makes sense though, because at this point, everything in the house is Payman. In his last stand, he's pissed. He needs his body. So afterwards, when he finally gets Peter, I think, they have to get the body somehow up there. So it's almost, you could see the way she's floating. It's almost lifeless. They didn't need to show it because it's supernatural. They didn't need to show it, but I don't mind it. It didn't.
I don't either, but my wife actually pointed out when we watched it together. And she loved the movie, loved it. And she still was thinking about it a day or two later, asking me things and telling me things of what she took away from it. So I know she liked it because of that, because it stuck with her. But she thought the end, she loved everything, and then she thought that last 5 minutes was the bit of a misstep.
People have said that. I noticed people were laughing. I said, even in the theater. And because someone said something to me the other day in our Facebook group, and they said, I loved everything until towards the end when all of a sudden Toni Collette was flying. Because everything else about the movie was done subtle. It was done subtly. It was creepy. It was this. Then all of a sudden, she's floating on the ceiling, fucking bouncing around and shit. It just didn't seem to fit with the rest of the movie. And I thought about that, and I gave it a minute of thought. I'm like, you know what? In a way, I can meet you. I didn't say that to him, but I thought about it. You know what? In a way, I can meet you on that. The movie was one way, and it is kind of odd that, why did she do that at the end of the movie? Why did all of a sudden Toni Collette's character have to go to those lengths at that point in the movie? I don't know. I'm not criticizing it. I'm just saying that as a viewer watching it, they didn't have to necessarily go that route.
I think it's been long enough at this point.
Yeah.
Because Payman's been without a body, so he needs.
And I'm with Brandon. I don't particularly have a problem with it, but it was funny that she brought that up. And then I did see a post, maybe not the one you're talking about, Dave, but someone else saying that they had an issue with the last 5 minutes as well. But she liked the sawing of her own head off.
Oh,
she thought that was absolutely
that was just brutal.
Yeah, it is.
It was great. And I love it.
And the banging of the head against the.
I love that part.
Like she was fine with that. Just a couple of the floating things, but yeah. Sorry, Brandon. Were we? You had mentioned that's your number 2, right? No, Dave mentioned
Hereditary was my number 3. It's Dave's number 2.
It's my number 2. I'm on it now.
Sorry,
it's a 9.5. No, it's cool. No, the very ending is awesome too. That's like a fist pump moment for me when they freaking do that thing at the end, and that's how the movie ends. I fucking love when movies end that way. Oh God, moi, as you would say, freaking moi. That's fantastic. There was one more thing I was going to say.
2 9.5. I have a feeling this one's getting in the hall.
I think I forgot. 9.5. Either way, it's Hereditary. It's incredible. You got to see it.
All right. My number 2. One we've talked about, so I'll keep it short. I actually even when we were discussing it, gave my thoughts on some of it, and it's also my last award for co-best actor, Dan Stevens, who stars as Thomas in Apostle.
Wow, man, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Fantastic film. A drug addict who's lost his faith, sent on a mission to rescue his sister from this cult, on this dangerous, isolated island. The island's full of these people who worship this goddess, it's all about how we corrupt religion, because the goddess is originally worshipped and gives them healthy harvests and a beautiful life on this island where they can just be free and live, and then things are just rotting away because of the abuse of power and the abuse of religion by those who are the leaders on the island. And the acting is terrific. The ending was fitting. I mean, just the way it ends for Thomas's character is haunting and beautiful at the same time, and it was fitting based on the way I interpreted it, because he frees someone in the end, and in exchange he has to pay a price as a result of doing that. But in that price, he finds redemption. And I'm being as cryptic as possible because I want those who haven't seen it to watch it and then talk to me about it, because I loved it that much. Apostle, 9.5 out of 10.
Nice. Oh, that's great, man.
Yeah.
I wonder how many movies made all of our lists. I'm gonna look at that at the end.
Yeah, we had, I think we all had a lot of similar ones, and even the ones that were on lists that weren't on others were ones that we all had rated pretty high.
What did you score Ghostland, Brandon?
Ghostland, I gave a 9.
And what did you score it, Dave?
A 7.
Oh, so it's not.
Yeah, I didn't go anywhere with it. Remember I told you I watched it the first time, gave it a 7, wanted to go up.
Yeah, I have no idea what Dave's number 1 is, but I think we're only getting one Hall of Famer here.
Do we have a Hall of Famer?
I think we will after Christian goes.
Okay, that's true. Okay, let me
for number 2
go here and say our number 2 for our listeners is Halloween.
Nice.
Yep. Halloween number 2. Yep. There you go.
I gotta buy it. I gotta buy it anyway because I have all the others in the collection. So it's like I have to buy it even though I didn't love it.
There's another one. You can. It came out. You can only buy it on all platforms. Like right now, you can go on your today. This is the 5th of January. When we're recording. You can go on right now, VOD, anywhere you want, Amazon, this, that. Buy it for $20. They will not let you rent the fucking movie. That pisses me off.
Not yet. It's because it's an exclusive right now, and then it'll be another couple weeks or whatever.
Yeah, no,
I don't like that. If you put it out there, rent it if you can. Why is it only buy?
Yeah, I'll wait for the Blu-ray.
No, I feel ya. There's nothing wrong with that. I know. I just speaking from that. I was like, I wanted to freaking spend $5-6 to rent a movie. I don't want to spend 20 when I know I'm going to buy the physical media. It's not that important that I see it.
Yeah, well, that's why I didn't do House That Jack Built again, because I spent like $7-8 on renting that, and then if I spent another one, I should fucking own it for $17.
Yeah, exactly.
Rent
it twice. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Back in the old days. Here it is.
All right.
Here we go.
Number 1 time.
My number 1, folks. No surprise. Leprechaun Returns.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul Heyman.
Yeah. Hereditary. We blew it left, right, and center. We just talked about it. 10 out of 10. Best directing of the year. Best actress, Toni Collette. I gave cinematography nods to a couple of other movies, but this one blows me away as well. And Dave's right about that soundtrack. I love what John Carpenter did with the Halloween redo and how it was updated in the new track he did there. But this one is this is haunting in a whole different way. Like we said, under your skin. It just gets to you. And it just looks great.
29 out of 30. Our first Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Phenomenal film.
Our only Hall of Famer, I think.
It deserves it, though. It deserves it.
Oh, sure. Of course it deserves it. Yeah. It's fantastic. Yes. Absolutely. And if people don't like it, hey, what are you going to do? It's not for everybody.
This is looking at you, Neil.
Hey, what are you going to do?
7 out of 10.
That's okay. It's too artistic for him. Some people just don't care about framing of shots and things like that, and it's just not their cup of tea. I didn't care when I was younger. It's just something that's developed over the last 10 years for me. I just appreciate different things in film now. It is what it is. It's
Yeah,
not
but I don't even
everybody's
find
bag.
this slow or boring or anything because I think again
No,
it's that
I don't either.
Brandon described it. I think we all described it at one point. That constant sense of dread and
Right.
if there's a slow burn, it's that burn of like you're getting antsy as the movie's sort of progressing. And that whole scene, like I said, I had to take a break. I was
Yeah.
just so like when she gets fucking when the car accident and everything else, and then the shot they show on the side of the road.
Ooh.
I was like,
Ooh.
okay, yeah.
And also these films that aren't, I'll be honest, that aren't 100% crystal clear after one viewing for me. That's why I call them like, thinking person films, because sometimes I watch them, I don't understand the whole thing, so I got to watch it a second time, or I got to go online and read some articles to see if I'm interpreting things correctly. I like those types of films. When it becomes too much, where I'm like, I don't understand a single thing of what's going on, then I'm like, this film isn't for me. But something like Hereditary, I'm like, okay, well, why is this happening? Why this? Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. This person told me that. This person said that. I read this. It all makes sense, and great film. Stuff like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, now I'm really interested in finding out where the fuck you two are going.
I have
I
no.
know, right?
I mean, I know where. I think I know where I'm going. I just have no idea where Dave's going. I'm in shock right now. I have no clue.
Let's
Well,
take
I'll tell you
guesses.
what,
Why don't we take some guesses?
I can't even remember all the
Don't even
movies.
take a guess.
We did 58,000 movies tonight. I can't even think of what he didn't talk about.
This is what it is. I'll tell you what.
Brimstone.
I when I first heard,
If it's Bird Box,
no, listen.
Bandersnatch.
When I heard about because you hear things fucking when movies are being in development and being made and this and that, and little plot details, and I heard something about this movie and I was like, I don't think that fucking sounds right. I don't think it's gonna be for me and everything else, and it's like, well, heard a little more, and kind of got a little more. Okay, I was like, well, I'll feel a little more positive about it. Maybe it'll be okay. Then I went to the movies, and then I saw this fucking thing, and I walked out, and when the movie ended, I sat there for like fucking
I know what
30
it is.
I couldn't stop thinking about it. And what we say here is a big expression. If you're going to remake a movie, remake it. You motherfucker.
Fucking bastard.
Did they remake Suspiria? Holy shit. I cannot stop thinking about this film. I saw it twice. I had to make sure. They take a movie and they keep the plot, but they do what Brandon says to do. They remade it. The only thing that stayed the same was the basic plot. You have witches. You have a girl coming from this place to this place, and people get whacked. And that's all you need to know. And that is all. The way it's filmed, it's the
I
opposite.
hate this guy.
I do too, because he's blowing a movie that we have no idea.
It's the opposite of Argento. It's devoid of color. It's artistic in its way, but everything that you see color in the first one, which makes it amazing. That's why I love it so much, because they didn't try to do like Argento. They
Look how animated he
they
is.
took the color out of the film. They make it dark and
Brimstone
dreary.
all over again.
They make it. It's a 2.5 hour movie. It's an hour longer than the other one, and you see a coven of witches like you never see it before in any movie. You see witches
Lesbianic?
interacting. Maybe you see witches acting with each other, having power struggles within the coven, and what's going on. And oh God, so much. And the way it's filmed, it's 6 acts. They come out and they tell you this is a six act film, and they show you bit by bit by bit, and you see different characters coming in. Something that was so inconsequential in the first film is a character that wasn't even there ends up being like a major character in this one. And what they do with Susie Bannion, bringing her in, and she does a great job. What is her name from those films? Dakota Johnson?
Yeah.
There you go. Which I didn't even know who she was.
Brimstone. She was in Brimstone last year, wasn't she?
Oh,
No, that's
wow,
Dakota
okay.
Fanning.
Dakota Johnson, Fanning, whatever.
That's South Dakota Fanning.
And I'll tell you, actress of the year for me is Tilda Swinton, because she takes on. I hope you guys haven't been spoiled about this, because I was not spoiled, But some people that were spoiled went in there and they talked some shit.
We're not spoiled. We just don't like you.
Yeah. I'm never watching this movie.
She plays 3 fucking roles in this movie. 3 roles.
Is it true she plays a guy in this also?
Now you blew it. Now you just spoiled it. And I didn't know that going in, right? So I had no idea that character was her. But now everybody else that supposedly knew about it going in, because I didn't even know who or what Tilda Swinton was until I saw this film.
You didn't know. I knew what Tilda Swinton was. Because I was going to make a joke. Was she your best actor as well?
Oh, dude, listen. It's too bad you guys know, because now you might be fucking watching the movie and looking for it, and you're going to know. But me walking in, watching the movie, never once thought that there was anything but a man. Never thought it was fucking anybody dressed up in makeup.
Christian, now you can hate me and Dave.
Oh no, I knew this. I just can't believe Dakota Johnson's in it. I'm not a fan of her.
I've heard people say that before. I don't give a shit. She is good. Mia Goth is a fucking goddess, and whatever. She's awesome in this film too. They're all awesome. Everything about the best kill of the fucking years in this movie. There's a kill sequence that is done so well. Everything about this movie that you know from the other Suspiria, you can completely fucking cast aside and watch this. And then when it comes to an end and everything goes on, there's a fucking fist pump moment in the fucking final act of this film, and the direction it goes in, which you don't think is going to come, and it does. And I can't stop thinking about it. Today is January 5th. I pre-ordered this fucking movie a month ago on Amazon. It's going to be arriving at my house on January 29th. January 15th, it's coming to VOD. I'm going to be hard-pressed not to spend the money to fucking buy it on VOD and wait 2 more weeks to see my Blu-ray. Because I cannot. This is why I know it's my number 1 movie. I couldn't stop thinking about it after the first time I saw it again. Same experience I had with The Witch. I'm not saying this is The Witch. Nothing's as good as The Witch still to me. But this movie is fantastic in so many ways. I know it's not going to be for everybody, but it's violent. It's fucking artsy. There's shit going on. God, I'll just shut up. It's fucking 10 out of 10. I adore the Suspiria remake. Even the soundtrack is great. Tom York. People complain because he sings. It's weird to see singing in a horror movie, like a regular song with a vocal from, Tom York, like a Radiohead song being played. That happens twice in the film. Luckily, that song is awesome, but everything else he does with the soundtrack is great. I mean, there's like 5 or 6 great soundtracks this year, and this Tom York one is one of them. And it's just masterful. There's just things that you've never seen in film before, as far as witches are concerned.
This fucking guy. Now I'm going nuts. There's things that you've never experienced in your life in this film.
Dave, I still love you, but I see Christian really getting enraged.
Well, I'm looking. There's like showtimes coming soon, January 19th. After all the VOD stuff and whatever, in St. Catharines, which is about a half an hour, 45 minutes away.
I don't want to oversell. Because you guys might not like it the way I do. But I had every reason not to like it. This is fucking Suspiria. I love the original. How many people love both of them? I don't know. I've seen a lot of retaliation from big fans of the first one that just kind of think the second one's okay. I went in there and I'm watching this film like, think about Suspiria but expanded. Think about Madame Blanc in a whole different way. Like, she's not the character she was. She's still playing the headmistress of the fucking place, but she's hands-on in the fucking dance studio. And there's choreography in this film. They train these people to fucking dance. There's dance routines, there's presentations. This is about a dance studio and the things going on in it. Then there's a whole other thing about this Jewish man and what happened with his wife in freaking concentration camps and shit, and how he has to uncover shit and nobody believes what he's saying. It's a whole different you find out that they're witches in the first 30 seconds of the film. And the way it goes. Now here's one thing that might put people off. This is a period piece. It takes place in 1977. Where the original Suspiria took place in Germany. So you have that stuff going on. There's stuff going on politically. There's a political climate. There's all this shit going on, which 100% goes over my head. But other people are watching it and they say, well, that doesn't belong in the film, this and that. I am completely okay with all that, even if it does go over my head. I respect. Some people say that they hit it too hard with that stuff. I have no complaints. There's 100 reasons for me to walk into this movie and walk out saying, yeah, it's good, but the original is a fucking masterpiece and you can't touch it. I didn't walk out saying that. I walked out saying this is another excellent movie named Suspiria. And that's it. 10 out of 10. See it as soon as it comes out.
That's it. Fucking, that's it. I will, man. I'm just, damn it.
Is there any way you can cut all that out, Christian?
Yeah.
and have his number one be Hereditary?
Yeah. I'll like just.
Nah.
I told you guys to see it. I tried to be subtle. I didn't want to.
Nah, I wish it was here for more than 30 seconds. I wanted to see. I was looking up until last night for a illegal copy because there's not even a cam copy anywhere.
I said like the next screening anytime soon is going to be January 19th.
Yeah, but doesn't it come out on Blu-ray around
Before
then
that.
also?
I know.
29th.
Oh, the 29th. Yeah, I'll just wait for the Blu-ray at this
29th
point.
and 15 on VOD. I don't know, maybe you can rent it on the 15th, unless they're going to do a
On
Halloween.
VOD, the
fucking thing.
15th. Yeah, that's what I thought
Yeah.
you said. Yeah.
No, that's cool. I'm actually glad to hear that. I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, that and Overlord were the two that I missed, but Overlord was totally my fault.
I just hope you guys like it. I hope I just didn't oversell, because think about this. It's
oversold
been
it.
bottled. Well, yeah, because it's been bottled up for fucking months, and I haven't been able to tell anybody anything because I didn't want to show my hand to you guys. So I've been waiting all this time to talk about this fucking movie, you know? So it's not the second coming, but it's my favorite movie of the year. Leave it at that.
Nice, man.
Yeah.
My number one is Bird Box, 10 out of 10.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Nah, I actually didn't hate Bird Box, so I'm not gonna go crazy. But I actually need your help, Dave.
Okay. What do you need my help with, buddy?
You sang a song earlier.
I sang a song.
Oh.
There's a movie that's been on your mind all the time?
Yes.
Monsters?
That is my number one film of 2018.
Nice.
Monsters. Whoa! Brandon,
Yes, that
love
is-
this movie all night long.
Yeah, man, I'll tell you what, I was blown away by this the first time. Just the most depraved group of bullies I've ever seen. And Christian talked about how he hates every character, and that was the whole point, because I couldn't wait to see these characters get their comeuppance. And Shu Wei's character, who's the one being bullied, and he goes back and forth between trying to be a good guy, and then he's accepted by these bullies, and he's just as bad with tormenting this monster that they capture. But it's hard to watch at times, but it's totally socially relevant to today's society, or really any day. And in the end, when Shu Wei realizes the things he's done, the things that the bullies have done, and the things that everyone has done and will always continue to do, he hatches his grand scheme, which plays out with me just fist pumping and just cheering in just an absolutely beautifully epic final scene.
Good music. That just helps kick that off. Right?
Great music and just a great moment of redemption with the girl who sits outside the classroom. You were never one of us. Just a fucking great line, gave me goosebumps, and I just fucking loved it. And Christian talked about it. There's a scene on a bus that is just absolutely brutal and violent. There's also scenes that play out in a classroom. You see these bullies at their worst when they're doing community service, taking care of the homeless and the elderly.
That's what they're doing that for.
That's when I hate them.
Yeah.
Well, then the teacher made them go do the community service together. And that's where they're absolutely despicable human beings. And so I'm like, it's hard for me to get on board, but
Yeah.
that's the point. Like, it's just,
It's like Cannibal Holocaust. That's why
Yeah.
that's like the experience I have. That Christian, you have the same experience with this movie.
Yeah, they don't
I
eat
like
the
that
old
movie
people,
so
though.
much. Well, so that's what they were doing. I never understood why they were hanging out with old people.
They were doing their community service, and that's where the monsters would hunt, because it's dark and nobody would, miss these old people, because they're kind of like derelicts and they're all alone there. They're kind of crazy. So that's where they do their hunting in the dark to feed, and that's how they capture one of them.
yeah.
And it's just makes you question, how different are the monsters from the bullies? They're one and the same.
And this is not really the real title, is it? This is like the English title? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, you're right. This is an English title. It had some. I don't even think I could say what the real title was.
No, but it translates to something else in their language that isn't exactly monsters. I heard this somewhere else, and I forgot where. But either way.
That I'm not sure about.
Yeah, there's a different translation for it.
But the monsters are beautifully designed as well. Their weaknesses, like it's sort of a combination of sorts of different sort of monsters and of horror lore and whatnot.
Yeah, because I mean they're monsters, but they were once human. There's a part in the film where our lead character, who's bullied, is doing some investigation, and he discovers that they're sisters who killed their parents, and the older sister is considered a voodoo goddess, and she did some sort of black magic with menstrual blood, and it sort of backfired and turned them into monsters. So that's why she kind of looks out for her and takes care of her. They live in these crates in like an abandoned elevator shaft. But, the main story is about the bullying, and the monsters are just a metaphor for how humans treat each other. They really are. And it plays out wonderfully, and I just love that fucking end.
That is a great ending.
Yeah.
Although I listened to someone else talk about it once recently, and they said, now I don't know if and that's what made me think about it my second time. I don't know if I know about the character now. Like, I was okay with the character, but why he would do that at the end and why he made some of his decisions, he was almost just as bad as the other bullies. And
he was just as bad.
Yeah.
That's why he did what he did at the end in terms of drinking.
Did you really save that girl though? Because she's like right in the line of fire. When
No, look, you know what? I thought that the first time
Yeah.
I saw it, it looks like explosions, but it's just kids running out of the classroom and leaping over the balcony. But yeah, I thought that too. I'm like, wait, he just saved her, and then there's a huge. But he say, hey, get the hell out of here. But man, yeah, as he's burning up, because he realized he's no better if he was to just not do what he did and survive himself. So it's just everyone gets theirs, and it's
just like I said, I'm glad you saw past it, like, because I watched the whole thing and I really enjoyed the movie. But it's just like you're following characters that are ugly.
They are truly ugly. They
For
are,
the whole movie.
and that main bully, some of his lines are hauntingly ugly. The things he says to him.
Boobies lover?
The booby lover. When he says to him, oh, why won't you drink? You think I'm gonna poison you? There's a million other ways I could kill you.
Right.
It's just absolutely dreadful. And what they do to the teacher, and oh my God, it's just. Granted, she was a bitch, but it's just.
I don't think she was. I honestly, I got the vibe that she was just trying to be extra kind and nice constantly. I thought there was something wrong with her, but I didn't think she was doing it maliciously or anything like that.
I thought she was incompassionate towards Shu Wei.
I do too. I didn't like it.
Yeah,
I didn't like her.
I think she handled it wrong, and
She did, yeah, definitely.
It ultimately backfired on her.
She was a hypocrite too with the religion and all that stuff. Wasn't she trying to come off talking about karma and shit like that?
Yeah, and it was interesting how early in the film, the girl, and I'm not sure why she's sitting outside, but I guess she was bullied so bad or whatever that she sits outside the classroom, like at the window. And she's in the bathroom, and she even says to him, she's like, I care, like, basically I care about you. I don't want you to become like me. And it almost would have been better had he become like her.
She's a ghost. How about that? She never talks. She never talks to anybody else but him. I don't think, or no one ever talks to her.
Because she's a social outcast.
Because she's a ghost.
She's a
dead.
monster.
She doesn't exist. She's the one that. She's an evil spirit who prompted him to do what he did. Just some food for thought. She's a ghost.
Some poison food.
Next time you watch it, let me know. Maybe it's just something I'm throwing out there. If nobody else talks to her or acknowledges her, and she only talks to him, and at the end she's spared, that's because she doesn't really exist. Next time you watch it, get back to me. Maybe I'm just throwing something out there.
Did you give this a 10 out of 10?
9.5.
9.5. All right. And the listeners, Hereditary, number 1. No surprise there.
Right with you, listeners. We're always got each other's backs. We always match up. I don't know what the hell I'm saying right now.
I don't know.
What are you trying to make love to them?
This is Christian Luciani coming at you. Twin Shot Tuesdays.
Oh, shit.
I have no clue where I'm going here.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
That was a fucking epic show.
Yeah. What about next year? Are we looking forward to anything? Because I don't know shit about next year except it's coming out and Chapter 2, of course, and that what's his name?
What was the second one you said?
It's Chapter 2.
It's Chapter 2.
Oh,
I'm looking forward to that, and I'm looking forward to what's his name's movie? Robert Eggers, The Lighthouse, because it's Robert Eggers from The Witch. So,
Three from Hell is coming out.
TV. Yeah, they've been talking about it for a while. I hope it is coming out.
The Grudge remake is supposed to come out.
Oh yeah, that might be okay.
Yeah, Zombieland 2. I would have been excited about 10 years ago, but you never know. At least I got the original cast. There's not much up here. I see I saw a preview for this Curse of La Lorna. It didn't look very tempting to me. You got the Pet Cemetery remake. That could be something good. I'm hearing positive things about Escape Room, which is out now.
Nice. Hey, what about I Am a Hero? Didn't you get to watching it this year?
I did get to watch it. Yeah.
What'd you give it? I'm looking at my 8 out of 10s, and I wanted to shout them all out. And everyone has been mentioned on this show except 2. One of them is I Am a Hero. What did you give it?
I did give it an 8 out of 10.
Okay. Did you watch it? See?
I Am a Hero?
Yeah. It's a Korean.
No.
Yeah, I believe
Korean
it's
zombie
Korean.
film.
Yeah.
Good stuff. It just came. It's 2 years old, but it just came to us this year.
It came out a few years ago, based on a manga.
Yep. Good stuff. It's a lot of manga stuff in on the beginning, and a great first act and a great third act, and the second act's good, but it's recommended. And
are we shouting out our other 8s?
I was just looking, and those are the only 2 I had that haven't been mentioned at all.
Because I mean, a lot of mine have been mentioned. I'm trying to just look to see if anything hasn't been mentioned.
We've talked about a lot.
We
he's
did.
Out there. Anybody you guys see? He's out there. That's what we're seeing.
He's out there.
Yeah. It's a killer. Yeah.
Oh, is that the one with Ivan Strahovski?
I don't know who that is. Shit.
The blonde?
I don't remember.
With the 2 kids?
Yeah.
I saw that. That was all right.
Yep.
Yeah, I gave that a 7.25. The Domestics, I gave an 8.
Wow, people love that movie. I didn't get it. I gave it like a 6.
I like that. I liked Upgrade, which I didn't count as horror. I liked Cat Sick Blues. I didn't count an Asian movie on Netflix. I'm not sure which Asian country, but it's called The Promise. It was very good. Low Life, Calibre, also didn't count as horror, but both got 8s. There was one other I wanted to mention. Elizabeth Harvest, I gave an 8. And this is really more of almost like a Lifetime horror type movie. I don't even know if it qualifies as horror, but it's called The Keeping Hours. I gave that an 8.75, so I didn't even count it. I didn't even count it as horror. Hold the Dark, I gave an 8, and again, didn't count it as horror. And that's pretty much it. Bloodlands, I gave an 8.
Wow, you did like Blow. I had problems with Bloodlands.
Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah.
And the only other film I wanted to bring up, and Jim Kay had it as a number 2 film of the year. It's also an Asian film on Netflix called Forgotten. I didn't count it as horror. If I did,
right.
it probably would have easily been in my top 3 or 4.
Oh wow!
I loved it. It was a great film.
Right on. I'm going to say Extremity and Devil's Gate. I gave them both 7.25, so they're worth checking out.
Nice.
What about Wildling? See?
That was not a fan. I liked the first half hour, and then it just sort of fell apart for me.
You were motherfucking it last night.
Both my wife and I weren't too fond of it. I want to mention my bottom 5.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And that's it. So my bottom 5 are The Open House, Death House, Claw, Shh, and Party Night.
Didn't see any of them.
The hell is that? I didn't even
Party Night, Jason Lloyd actually liked. Party Night was a slasher.
Never take movie advice from Jason.
Had maybe 2 good gore shots, but they were just lingered on. The movie looked like it was filmed with someone's camcorder, and they didn't even know how to film properly. Why am I watching this shit? The killer wears a windbreaker. It fucking sucked.
The killer. I never heard of a complaint as a killer wearing a windbreaker.
It was horrible. The camera work. That's what I said in the last show. We've got these iPhones now. You can film and handhold, and it should look crystal clear, and you should make it look good. This looked like it was filmed on someone's old, 8mm bullshit.
Yeah.
Should have been better. It was crap.
It should have.
I will never watch a movie.
Claws on Tubi TV, I believe, and it was a bad slasher. Death House, we knew that was going to be garbage, and it was garbage. Just absolutely abysmal.
Oh, another film to check out. Sorry, 8 out of 10. Thelma, great film.
Oh, I didn't know if it was horror, so I didn't fuck with it, but I know people like it.
It's really good.
I didn't fuck with it. I'm going to tell you what. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 movies that are ranked 6 and below. That's a 6 and below. I have one movie that's a 5 and one that's a 5.5 as the bottom two. But these are the 6 movies that are 6 or below.
You also have a number 1 that 3 people saw.
3, lots of people saw. It made our list. It made the listeners' list.
I think they fucking lied. I think they're
So
pretentious and they lied.
Yeah.
Christian and I are going to question each and every one of them.
Yeah.
Do it. Truth or Dare. Truth or Dare, I only gave a 6. People are hating on it. It's not that bad. I talked about it on their show.
I like Truth or Dare.
Only reason I saw it, my daughter wanted to see it. Otherwise, I never would have. Other Creatures Were Stirring, 6. We discussed it last show. Why did I see it? Because there was a screener, because it was Christmas. Luciferina, 6. Jason Lloyd loved it. I did not.
Don't take advice from Jason Lloyd. I just said this.
Party
He was
night.
wrong on that one. He was wrong on that one. But he also liked Satan's Slaves and The Witch in the Window before anybody saw him. So those are good fun. Good flicks.
He did like Apostle. He's the reason I wanted to see Apostle. So
Habit. I only give Habit a 6. I know that B loved it. I only give Housewife a 6. I know that B likes that one. Feral 5.5. That was one that we did for a.
Feral stinks.
Yeah, and my lowest rated movie with a 5. Even though it's not a bad movie, I just couldn't understand what the hell was going on after about an hour. It's called Sequence Break. It's on Shudder. Directed by Graham Skipper, who's a nice guy and a good actor. So I hate to shit on him.
Jason Lloyd liked that one too. He liked that.
That was directed by Jason Lloyd. That's his pseudonym, Graham Skipper.
Dude, it was like a Cronenberg movie, but just not
it was weird.
It was weird and it was body horror and it was fucked up and just things didn't make sense. So it's like We Are the Flesh last year. I appreciated it, but it just didn't make any sense to me. So I give it a 5 out of 10. I can't shit on a movie just because I didn't understand it if it's made competently. So that's my lowest rated movie.
And my lowest rated 5, Bad Apples 2.5, Redwood 3 out of 10, A Taste of Phobia 1 out of 10. No Good Heroes, a 3.5 out of 10, and Tales from the Hood 2, a 2 out of 10.
I didn't even give my ratings, but there was another one that it's not even on my letterbox, but I watched called Broken Doll, which was on Amazon, and that was horrible. That was dreadful as well. That should be part of that list. But Party Night I gave a 1 out of 10. Shh would be a 3. Claw was, I think, a 3. Death House was a 3. And I think I'm being generous.
I tell
It was
you.
Open House 3.
Next year, follow my lead, will you please?
No.
Next year, I'm only watching 280 films.
Oh, shit. I'm going to shout out some more 7s out of 10s that I have here and take notes real quick. These are good. Living Among Us, I talked about it earlier in the year. It's a mockumentary about vampires living with humans, and it's done pretty well. What else haven't I said tonight? The Crescent and Black Hollow Cage. Check them both out.
Those are good.
Yeah, interesting. They're different, but they're good. Primal Rage, interesting. If the second act wasn't so damn confusing, it would have been great because it's a Bigfoot stuff and it's like a slasher. It's gory as hell. It's good. Second
It's
act,
like Predator almost. Yeah.
Second act is just way too confusing. I don't know where the fuck they went with it.
With the witch doctor shit.
Yeah, it just took off to a different place and then came back. I don't know. What else? Possum. Anybody see Possum?
Yes, I liked it.
Yeah, I'd recommend it. 7 out of 10. Weird and different, but
good lead actor.
Yeah, good lead actor. Creepy shit, slow moving, but interesting. Trauma is kind of like a French extreme film, but
that's very extreme.
Right, it is very extreme. Who was it made by? What country? Do you remember? Was it Mexico or something? I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I bought that on Amazon. It was real cheap.
Me too. It's reminiscent of a French extreme film.
It is.
You know, and Hellfest. Watched it. It was my last movie. It was movie number 100 because it just came to VOD. I enjoyed it. 7 out of 10. Not a bad slasher at all.
I didn't like it.
So, no, you didn't like it?
Nope.
I liked it.
Ermentari. Check that out. The Devil and the Blacksmith. Ermentari.
I heard a lot of people talking about, but I didn't know if it was
The
horror or not.
Lodgers.
No, it's horror. Also, Monster Party was pretty fun.
Monster Party, huh?
That's
I
not the
heard
one
of
you
that.
talked about, Christian.
No. But The Lodgers was another one that I like the atmosphere in it. Anonymous 616.
Mood 616?
Yeah, no, that one I like that one too.
Night of the Virgin was gross, but I
heard
actually
that.
quite liked it.
Yeah, it was a good film.
And those were the ones that that we hadn't talked about that right in and around the 7 range.
I liked Bloodfest. Bloodfest I liked a lot better than Hellfest.
That's weird. I actually liked Hellfest better.
That's fair.
Anybody see May the Devil Take You on Netflix?
I did.
Yeah, not bad, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty good. It took me 2 times to get to watch it, but I enjoyed it when I finally got into it.
7.5. I was okay with it. You know, Stephanie, I'll say it again, 7.5. Different, but I quite liked it. So hope you guys are taking notes. Lots of good recommendations tonight.
Yeah, I'm not going to delete all these. I could just send them as a list if somebody wants them. Are We Not Cats? Are We Not Cats is
That was good.
a strange film. I gave it a 7 out of 10. I started to rewatch it. It's unique. It's a little gross, but it's unique.
Yeah, it sounded gross to me. People coughing up, eating human hair and coughing up hair buds. It's not my style, I don't think.
I actually enjoyed it. I was surprised at how much
But
I
wait
enjoyed
till you see Hairbud 2, Golden Retriever.
Wow. On that note, can we wrap this
He said they were
fucker up?
coughing up hair buds.
Well, I guess that's it. It's the end of the year. We're taking our vacation. Hope you guys enjoy the show. Hope you guys enjoy Year of the Franchise. If anybody sees it, it's going to be on Patreon only for the next 5 weeks. And yeah, man, we're taking a much-deserved vacation. And we're going to come back next year with Year of the Patron. It's on. We know that our first show.
It's all
back.
about you next year and your
Yeah.
wallet size.
Hopefully, in a perfect world, every other show will be just straight Patreon.
Yeah,
Until
either
we
way,
start-
it's gonna be a relaxed year, and we're gonna definitely take it easy and
franchise stuff. No.
yeah,
nothing serious.
explore some other stuff for sure.
Yeah, have some fun. Kick back, but hopefully still be as good a show as it's been the last couple of years. You know. So.
Oh,
we
and
did it.
it's on Prime now, but it's not hard, but people should definitely support Imitation Girl.
Oh, it's on Prime now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just saw it there the other day.
Right on.
And I
right?
think it has the physical release as well in a double pack with Nina Forever.
Really.
Yeah, but
Shit.
go out and support that movie. I enjoyed that when we watched that.
Yeah, that was good stuff. Definitely. Cool. Well.
All right. Thank you, everybody out there.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, gentlemen. Great show as always.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah,
We'll
man.
we'll see you in a few weeks. Well,
Yeah.
a few weeks.
Yeah. Vacation time, but we'll be on Patreon. We'll be
Yeah, and we'll be in the group page.
That's it. Yeah, a little bit here and there, but I'm kicking it, man. I'm going on vacation. That's why I changed my freaking my profile pic to Clark Griswold, because I'm going on vacation, man. Ain't nobody fucking seeing me.
I'm going on a hunt to see if I can find Suspiria anywhere.
Yeah.
You can find it, but without subtitles. I saw a cam version online one day, but without subs, and you need subs in the first fucking few minutes of the film. So.
I don't want to do cams. I need to see the legit
I
shit.
know. I agree. Fuck cams. That's like the worst. Right. Okay. Let's get out of here. We love you guys. Thank you all very much for listening. We'll see you next year. And you two gentlemen, thank you for another excellent year. It's been great.
You
And
too.
we
Yes,
just keep
you
getting
too.
better.
Fantastic.
You know, we just keep having a blast and getting better, and we're doing all right. So, all right. Enough of this shit. Happy New Year, everybody. We love you. See you next year. Peace out.
Peace.